Techniques for reshaping reality. Lesson 1. The primordial canvas. The moment the breath of awareness brushes the surface of existence, a subtle invitation arises to perceive the world not as a fixed tableau but as a pliable fabric awaiting the imprint of conscious intent. This invitation is the doorway through which the practitioner steps into the realm where thought, feeling, and vibration converge, forming the loom upon which reality is woven. The fundamental premise is simple yet profound: every experience is a manifestation of pattern energy, and every pattern can be reframed when the underlying resonances are known and respectfully engaged. To embark upon this path, the first requirement is the cultivation of a still mind that can hear the faint undercurrent of the universal consciousness. Stillness is not the absence of thought but the gentle quieting of the mental chatter that obscures the deeper current. Through disciplined breathing, the practitioner draws attention inward, allowing the rhythmic rise and fall of the breath to become a metronome that steadies the mind. As the breath slows, the peripheral noise recedes, revealing a subtle, ever-present hum that is the language of the totality. Once the hum is discernible, the next step involves attuning the heart's frequency to match that of the universal flow. The heart, a pulsating antenna, emits and receives electromagnetic signals that resonate with the larger field of consciousness. By placing gentle awareness upon the cardiac rhythm and visualizing each beat as a luminous ripple expanding outward, the practitioner synchronizes personal vibration with the ambient field. This synchronization creates a conduit through which intention can travel unimpeded, ensuring that the signal sent into the cosmos retains its purity and potency. With mind and heart aligned, the practitioner now introduces the element of clarified intention. Intention, in this context, is not a vague wish but a crystal-clear declaration of the desired alteration in the fabric of experience. It must be expressed in present tense, as if the transformation already exists, and it must be anchored in emotional truth. The emotional charge acts as a catalyst, amplifying the informational content of the intention. By silently stating, for example, "I embody abundance in every breath I take," and feeling the corresponding sense of completeness, the intention is encoded with the necessary energetic signature to reshape the surrounding matrix. Having encoded the intention, the practitioner engages the technique of vibrational anchoring. This involves creating a tangible point of focus that embodies the intended reality. It may be a mental image, a symbolic shape, or a subtle sensation placed upon the body's energy centers. The anchor functions as a magnet, drawing the surrounding field toward the desired state. By repeatedly visualizing the anchor with unwavering clarity, the practitioner reinforces the magnetic pull, allowing the universal consciousness to adjust the surrounding probabilities in alignment with the anchored vibration. The subsequent phase introduces temporal dilation, a method that stretches the perception of the present moment to accommodate the integration of the new pattern. By expanding awareness to include the infinitesimal threads of past, present, and future as a single, continuous flow, the practitioner dissolves the linear constraints that often impede change. In practice, this is achieved by mentally observing the current moment while simultaneously recalling the essence of the intention and projecting its fulfillment forward, all without attaching to any specific chronological marker. This timeless posture permits the universal field to weave the intention seamlessly into the tapestry of existence. Now the practitioner must employ resonant affirmation, a vocal or mental repetition that resonates at the same frequency as the anchored intention. The affirmation is spoken in a tone that mirrors the natural resonance of the individual's throat chakra, ensuring that the sound waves produced are harmonically aligned with the internal vibration. Each utterance acts as a ripple in the field, reinforcing the intention's presence and encouraging the surrounding energy to coalesce around it. Consistency and sincerity are paramount. The affirmation must be delivered with the conviction that it is already a lived truth. With resonance established, the technique of energetic shedding follows. This process involves consciously releasing old patterns, beliefs, and emotions that conflict with the newly established intention. The practitioner envisions these obsolete structures as translucent layers that dissolve into light upon contact with the vibrational anchor. As each layer fades, space is created for the fresh configuration to occupy. This shedding is not a forced expulsion but a gentle letting go, facilitated by the compassionate acknowledgement that those former patterns served a purpose and are now being gracefully retired. Having cleared the field, the practitioner now invokes co-creative dialogue with the universal consciousness. This dialogue is not a spoken conversation but a deep, intuitive communion wherein the practitioner offers the intention as a proposal and receives subtle feedback in the form of intuitive nudges, synchronicities, or sensory impressions. The exchange is a dance of give and take. The practitioner presents the intention, the field mirrors back affirmations or adjustments, and the practitioner fine-tunes the intention accordingly. Through this responsive loop, the shape of reality is refined with exquisite precision. The penultimate act is the manifestation release, a deliberate act of surrender where the practitioner relinquishes personal control over the exact unfolding of the intended change. Trust is placed entirely in the universal consciousness, whose intelligence exceeds any individual conception. By mentally declaring, "I release this intention to the infinite flow," and feeling the associated sense of relief, the practitioner allows the field to manifest the alteration in the most optimal and harmonious manner, often through avenues that were previously unseen or unimagined. Finally, the lesson concludes with the practice of integrative gratitude. Gratitude, when expressed toward the universal consciousness for the granted transformation, creates a feedback loop that solidifies the new reality. The practitioner reflects on the subtle shifts already occurring, whether a changed perception, an unexpected opportunity, or an inner sense of alignment, and offers sincere appreciation. This gratitude amplifies the vibrational frequency, ensuring that the newly shaped reality is not only realized but also sustained, becoming an enduring aspect of the practitioner's lived experience. In sum, the technique of reshaping reality unfolds as a sequential cascade: stillness, hard resonance, clarified intention, vibrational anchoring, temporal dilation, resonant affirmation, energetic shedding, co-creative dialogue, release, and gratitude. Each component is an indispensable strand woven into the greater tapestry of universal consciousness. Mastery of this lesson equips the practitioner with the foundational architecture required to navigate and redesign the ever-fluid contours of existence, turning the abstract notion of reshaping reality into a lived, experiential truth. Lesson 2. The architecture of intentional resonance. In the silent depths where the universal consciousness murmurs, there exists a geometry not of lines and angles, but of intention-woven currents that shape every shade of experience. To reshape reality is not to wrest control from the cosmos, it is to align one's own vibrational blueprint with the underlying lattice of possibility, allowing the cosmos to echo back the contours of a newly imagined world. This lesson unfolds the precise mechanisms by which the mind, body, and spirit can become a resonant antenna, receiving and re-emitting the frequencies that sculpt the manifest field. All that is perceived, matter, thought, emotion, originates from vibration. In the vast ocean of universal consciousness, each fluctuation carries a distinct signature, a quantum of potential that spirals outward, inviting like-frequency structures to coalesce. When a personal vibration rises above the ambient hum, it begins to attract complementary patterns, much as a tuning fork summons sympathetic resonance in nearby strings. The first prerequisite for reshaping reality, therefore, is a conscious elevation of one's vibrational baseline. To raise this baseline, the practitioner must cultivate a triad of practices: purified perception, embodied awareness, and clarified intention. Purified perception entails a deliberate cleansing of the sensory intake, filtering out the static of external judgments and internal anxieties. This is accomplished through a disciplined practice of mindful observation, watching the breath, noting the cadence of thoughts, and allowing each sensation to pass without attachment. Embodied awareness anchors the elevated perception within the physical form, employing breathwork, posture alignment, and subtle energy circulation to ensure that the body becomes a conduit rather than a barrier. Clarified intention is the crystallization of desire into a single, unambiguous frequency, expressed in a language the universal field can decode instantly. When these three pillars are integrated, the practitioner's vibration becomes a luminous strand, distinct yet harmonious with the surrounding field, thereby establishing a resonant gateway through which new configurations may flow. Reality, as experienced, is the visible manifestation of an invisible scaffolding composed of relational fields. These fields are not static, they are dynamic matrices that respond to shifts in frequency, much like a lattice of magnetic domains rearranged under an applied magnetic field. To influence this architecture, the practitioner must develop an inner map, a mental model that discerns the latent patterns governing a given circumstance. The mapping process proceeds through three progressive stages. Pattern recognition. Observe recurring motifs in the external world and internal emotional responses. Notice how particular thoughts provoke a cascade of events, how certain environments elicit the same physiological shift, and how the language you employ subtly reinforces a given outcome. This observational data forms the raw coordinates of the field's topology. Energetic alignment. Translate the recognized patterns into energetic signatures. Each pattern carries a frequency. By attuning your own vibration to the opposite or complementary frequency, you create a counterbalance that destabilizes the existing arrangement and opens space for reconfiguration. This is akin to applying a resonant force that momentarily disrupts a crystal lattice, allowing atoms to settle into a new, lower energy state. Intentional projection. Project a refined intention into the field, using the previously identified energetic counterbalance as a carrier. The projection must be delivered with unwavering certainty, as uncertainty introduces noise that dilutes the signal. Language, breath, and gesture become the vectors through which the intention travels, each reinforcing the others to create a coherent wave that the universal consciousness can amplify. Through these stages, the practitioner builds a cognitive energetic map that functions as a blueprint for reality manipulation, providing a navigational tool for conscious creation. Words, images, and gestures are not merely vehicles of communication, they are symbolic condensations of vibrational patterns. When a symbol is invoked with intention, it summons the energetic imprint associated with that symbol from the collective unconscious, a repository of archetypal frequencies maintained by the universal consciousness. To harness this, the practitioner must learn to encode intention within resonant symbols and then release them into the field. The encoding process follows a disciplined ritual. Selection of symbol. Choose a symbol whose intrinsic frequency aligns with the desired outcome. This could be a geometric shape, the circle for wholeness, the spiral for expansion, a natural element, water for fluidity, fire for transformation, or a sound, a specific tonal interval that resonates with the targeted field. The selection must be intuitive yet rooted in an awareness of the symbol's energetic heritage. Energetic infusion. With the mind centered, immerse the chosen symbol in the heightened vibration cultivated earlier. Visualize the symbol as a luminous conduit, allowing the intention to flow through it like current through a wire. Feel the symbol pulse, notice the subtle shift in the surrounding air, and register the sensation of the symbol becoming an extension of your own energetic signature. External manifestation. Transfer the infused symbol into the external world through a deliberate act, drawing it on paper, speaking its name aloud, gesturing its shape, or even silently visualizing it with a focused gaze. The act of externalization serves as a broadcast, sending the encoded intention into the universal field where it can be received, amplified, and actualized. By mastering symbolic encoding, the practitioner creates a library of vibrational keys that can unlock specific configurations within the reality matrix, allowing for precise and repeatable reshaping. Time, as perceived by linear consciousness, is a convenient illusion. Within the universal field, past, present, and future coexist as a singular, malleable tapestry. To influence reality, one must learn to align intention with the temporal gradient that best serves the desired outcome. This does not entail time travel in the sci-fi sense, rather, it requires a shift in awareness that allows the intention to resonate with the temporal layer where it can most efficiently manifest. Chrono-alignment comprises 3 synchronized practices. Retrospective resonance. Reach back to moments that embody the essence of the future outcome. Re-experience, in vivid detail, the emotions, sensations, and environmental cues of that moment. By immersing the present vibration in this retrograde echo, you create a feedback loop that informs the field of the desired trajectory. Present moment anchoring. Ground the intention firmly within the now, ensuring that the vibrational signature is not diluted by anticipation or regret. Techniques such as deep diaphragmatic breathing, conscious grounding, feeling the contact of the body with the earth, and focused attention on the heartbeat anchor the intention in the immediate field. Future-focused projection. Visualize the outcome as already completed, projecting this completed state forward into the field's probability space. This projection acts as a beacon, guiding the quantum possibilities toward the envisioned configuration. When these practices are woven together, the practitioner creates a temporal bridge that allows the intention to permeate the appropriate slice of the universal field, significantly increasing the probability of materialization. No creative act is final without a process of verification and adjustment. The universal consciousness responds to each vibrational input with a subtle feedback, shifts in sensation, synchronicities, alterations in the surrounding environment. To maintain alignment, the practitioner must cultivate a dynamic feedback loop that continually calibrates intention against the field's response. Calibration involves 3 steps. Sensory monitoring. Remain hyper-aware of bodily sensations, emotional currents, and external signs. Notice any changes in heart rate, skin temperature, or intuitive nudges, as these are the field's immediate response to the vibrational imprint. Interpretive alignment. Translate these signals into actionable insights. A sudden feeling of lightness may indicate that the intention is resonating positively. Conversely, a tightening in the chest may signal resistance that requires adjustment. Evolving refinement. Modify the intention, symbolic encoding, or vibrational quality based on the feedback. This may involve shifting the chosen symbol, deepening the breath practice, or expanding the clarity of the intention. Each refinement rebroadcasts a more precise vibration, tightening the resonance with the field. Through this continuous loop, the practitioner moves from a passive projector to an active co-creator, co-dancing with the universal consciousness in a rhythm that perpetually refines reality. To operationalize the principles outlined, an integrative practice, the resonant meditative cycle, can be performed daily. The cycle comprises 7 sequential phases, each lasting approximately 5 to 10 minutes, designed to embed the techniques into the fabric of the practitioner's being. Grounding groundwork. Stand or sit with feet firmly connected to the earth, visualize roots extending downward, drawing stabilizing energy upward. Purified perception. Close the eyes, focus on the breath, and consciously release any lingering judgments, creating a clear sensory field. Vibrational elevation. Engage in a breath rhythm that elevates the heart's frequency. For example, 4-7-8 pattern, feel the vibration ascend through the spine. Symbolic infusion. Choose a resonant symbol, visualize it glowing within the heart center, allowing the elevated vibration to charge it. Chrono-alignment visualization. Traverse backward to a memory that embodies the desired outcome, then forward to the present, finally projecting the completed vision outward. Intentional projection. Speak, write, or gesture the symbol, articulating the intention in a concise, affirmative statement. I embody seamless abundance. Feedback reception. Remain still, listening for subtle shifts, sounds, temperature changes, inner feelings, recording them mentally for later analysis. Repeating this cycle trains the subtle nervous system to operate automatically within the resonant framework, ensuring that each moment becomes an opportunity to reshape the surrounding reality. The power to alter reality carries an inherent ethical dimension. The universal consciousness operates on a principle of harmonic reciprocity. Vibrations that elevate collective harmony are amplified, while those that create discord are attenuated. Practitioners must therefore align their intentions not only with personal desire but also with the broader tapestry of well-being. An ethical framework can be distilled into 3 guiding questions, to be asked before any intentional act. Is the intention rooted in love, compassion, or growth? Does the outcome support the flourishing of the larger whole, beyond the self? Will the vibration introduced foster balance rather than imbalance? If the answer to each is affirmative, the intention aligns with the resonant laws of the universal field, ensuring that the reshaped reality contributes to a sustainable, harmonious evolution. Lesson 2 has revealed that reshaping reality is less a matter of forceful will and more a practice of precise vibration, thoughtful mapping, symbolic encoding, temporal alignment, and responsive co-creation. By cultivating a resonant frequency, charting the invisible architecture, speaking through the language of symbols, and dancing fluidly across time, the practitioner becomes an active node within the universal consciousness, capable of guiding the flow of possibilities toward a consciously chosen horizon. The ultimate essence of this lesson is the realization that reality is a malleable field of frequencies awaiting a skilled, ethically anchored intention to shape it. When each breath, thought, and gesture is tuned to the same harmonic, the world itself begins to mirror that harmony, and the practitioner experiences the profound satisfaction of witnessing their inner vision bloom outward, not as an imposition upon the cosmos, but as a natural unfolding within its boundless, ever-creative song. Lesson 3. The alchemy of intentional projection. An unbroken transmission from the boundless matrix of universal consciousness, rendered in language that mirrors the ineffable dance of possibility. Within the lattice of all that is, every pulse of consciousness carries a signature, an indivisible frequency that, when honed, becomes the seed from which new configurations of reality sprout. To reshape the world, one must first locate this resonant core, a point of stillness in which the mind is stripped of habitual clutter and the pure intention can vibrate unimpeded. The practice is not a mental willpower exercise. It is a surrender to the primordial echo that the universe already knows, allowing the intention to merge with the pre-existing pattern of potentiality. The inner magnetism that draws experiences toward the self is calibrated through a disciplined alignment of belief, feeling, and expectation. Belief is the logical scaffold, feeling the energetic current, and expectation the directional arrow. When these 3 facets are synchronized, the personal field becomes a high-gain antenna, capable of receiving and amplifying the subtle signals that outline the next possible form of reality. Calibration is achieved by repeatedly testing small manifestations, noting the variance between imagined outcome and emergent result, then fine-tuning each facet until the latency between thought and materialization collapses. Perception is not a passive window but a geometrical prism that refracts the infinite field into discrete patterns. By consciously reshaping the angles of this prism through visualizations that expand peripheral awareness, auditory exercises that broaden tonal range, and kinesthetic practices that enlarge bodily sense, one redefines the shape of the information that can be gathered. When the prism's facets are polished, the incoming data streams align with the intention's frequency, permitting the seamless flow of newly authored possibilities into the conscious arena. Time, as experienced by the mind, is a construct of sequential markers, yet the universal field operates in a dimension where all moments coexist. To reshape reality, the practitioner must cultivate temporal flexibility, the ability to remain anchored in the present while simultaneously extending awareness into future potentialities. This is accomplished through breath-anchored meditation that grounds the body, paired with a mental future gaze that visualizes the desired endpoint as already present. The mind learns to treat the future as an accessible layer rather than a distant horizon, allowing the intention to imprint its pattern upon the timeline. Beneath every waking thought lies a substrate of subconscious scripts, deep-seated narratives that color perception and dictate response. These scripts are written in the language of archetype and emotion, and they either reinforce or sabotage the overt intention. Accessing them requires a gentle probing technique, a sequence of guided imagery that invites the subconscious to surface its stories, followed by a compassionate reauthoring that replaces limiting motifs with empowering ones. Once the scripts are harmonized, they cease to generate dissonant feedback, clearing the channel for pure intentional projection. Every individual radiates a personal energy field composed of subtle layers, auric, meridian, and chakra matrices. Mapping this architecture involves a systematic scanning of each layer using somatic awareness, vibrovisual cues, a combined sensory signal, felt as vibration and perceived as imagery, that guides awareness, stabilizes intention, and aligns the subtle body with a chosen state or outcome. And intuitive sensing. When a distortion is detected, whether a blockage, overcharge, or misalignment, the practitioner applies corrective techniques such as breath-directed release, focused light visualization, or sound vibration. The resulting field becomes a crystalline conduit, allowing the intention's frequency to pass through without attenuation or reflection. In the quantum substrate of existence, every potential outcome exists as a probability wave. Anchoring is the process of collapsing that wave into a chosen configuration through purposeful observation. To anchor, one must first define the target with crystalline clarity, then engage in a ritual of sustained observation that treats the target as the only viable reality. This ritual may involve repeated verbal affirmation, tactile reinforcement, for example, holding an object that symbolizes the desired state, and a continuous stream of gratitude that signals to the field that the outcome is already fulfilled. Over time, the probability amplitude of the target swells while competing possibilities diminish. Reality is not a solitary canvas but a collaborative tapestry woven by countless consciousnesses. To reshape one segment of the tapestry, it is essential to attune to the collective field and locate points of synchrony. This attunement is cultivated through group meditations, shared intentions, and the practice of compassionate resonance, sending out feelings of unity and receiving the subtle affirmations of others. When the personal intention harmonizes with the larger chorus, the amplification effect dramatically accelerates manifestation, as the collective energy acts as a multiplier. Symbols function as compressed packets of information that travel more efficiently through the subtle field than raw concepts. By encoding intention within a personal symbol, a sigil, a pattern of movement, a tonal phrase, the practitioner creates a carrier that can slip through the noise of everyday perception. Decoding occurs automatically when the subconscious recognizes the symbol, triggering the associated energetic shift. The creation of a symbol involves distilling the intention to its essence, then expressing that essence through an image or sound that resonates personally, followed by an energetic charging session that infuses it with intent. Once a manifestation occurs, it becomes a feedback node that reinforces the original intention. To maximize this reinforcement, the practitioner engages in a celebratory integration practice, acknowledging the emergence, expressing authentic joy, and then using the newly formed reality as a stepping stone for the next intention. This creates a virtuous cycle where each success expands the practitioner's confidence, sharpens calibration, and widens the bandwidth of the personal field. The loop is self-sustaining as long as gratitude and purposeful observation remain present. Reshaping reality carries an inherent responsibility to maintain harmonic balance within the greater field. Every intention, no matter how personal, emits a ripple that interpenetrates the collective matrix. Ethical resonance involves a pre-manifestation assessment in which the practitioner asks whether the desired outcome contributes to overall equilibrium or introduces discord. Aligning personal goals with the well-being of the whole not only preserves the integrity of the universal field but also ensures that the practitioner's own frequency remains stable, preventing backlash or unintended side effects. The techniques outlined above cannot remain confined to isolated sessions, they must be woven into the fabric of everyday life. Simple acts, mindful breathing at the start of each task, brief visualizations during routine movements, and micro-affirmations during conversation, serve as continual recalibrations. By treating each moment as an opportunity to reaffirm the intention, the practitioner transforms ordinary existence into a living laboratory of reality shaping, where every action becomes a deliberate brushstroke on the evolving masterpiece. As mastery over intentional projection deepens, the horizon of what can be reshaped expands beyond material concerns to encompass abstract realms, relationships, societal structures, collective consciousness itself. The lesson culminates in the realization that the technique is not a tool for control but a conduit for co-creation, a means by which the individual merges with the universal flow and participates consciously in the unfolding of all that is. The final invitation is to step forward, not as an isolated will, but as a resonant chord within the symphony of existence, ready to compose new verses of reality with humility, clarity, and love. In the silence that follows these words, the subtle field awaits the gentle stir of your intention, poised to translate the breath of consciousness into the architecture of the next world. Lesson 4. Crafting the fabric of reality. In the silent expanse where thought meets the boundless field of universal consciousness, a subtle alchemy unfolds. It is here, within the luminous membrane that separates the inner witness from the outer manifestation, that the true technique of reshaping reality takes form. This lesson does not present a set of mechanical steps, it delineates an ever-expanding tapestry of awareness, intention, and resonance, each thread woven with the same deliberate care that a master weaver applies to a work of living silk. To engage this process is to become a co-author of the unfolding cosmos, to inscribe one's deepest fundamental principles of life upon the ever-responsive canvas of existence. Every alteration of the outer world begins with a vibration that originates in the innermost chamber of consciousness. Intention, when distilled to its purest frequency, is a pulse that reverberates through the quantum substrate of possibility. It is not a fleeting wish, nor a vague desire. It is a focused, crystalline affirmation that aligns the personal energy field with the larger harmonic lattice of the universe. To awaken this resonant core, one must first disengage the scattered chatter of the mind, allowing the breath to become the conduit for stillness. Inhale the stillness, exhale the fragmentation. As the breath steadies, a luminous point of awareness emerges, a still lake untouched by wind. Within this lake, the intention is placed like a stone, creating concentric ripples that travel outward without distortion. The clarity of the stone, its weight, and its certainty determine the potency of the ripples. Therefore, before any external shaping can occur, the intention must be forged with absolute certainty, free from the contaminating doubts that arise from conditioned belief. Once the intention has been crystallized, the next essential act is alignment. The universe is a river of ceaseless flow, carrying within it the currents of probability wave collapses, and the silent agreements of all that is. To reshape reality, the intention must be placed within this current rather than opposed to it. Opposition creates turbulence, dissipating energy and rendering the effort futile. Alignment requires two complementary practices: attunement and surrender. Attunement is the active listening to the subtle frequencies that surround the intention. It is akin to a musician tuning an instrument to the pitch of the ensemble, ensuring that each note contributes to the harmonic whole. Surrender, paradoxically, is not passive resignation but a trusting release of the ego's need to control the precise shape of the outcome. It is a recognition that the universal current possesses an intelligence far beyond individual comprehension, and that the most effective manifestation occurs when the personal intention rides the wave rather than attempts to redirect it. To practice attunement, one may sit in quiet observation, allowing sensations, emotions, and thoughts to surface without judgment. Notice the subtle pull towards certain images, colors, or sensations. These are the fingerprints of the universal current responding to the intention. When these signs appear, follow them, allowing the intention to be gently guided toward the most harmonious path. When surrender is exercised, the practitioner releases the grip on the exact details of the result, trusting that the universe will shape the manifestation in a manner that optimally serves the deeper purpose encoded within the intention. Thoughts are not mere fleeting mental pictures, they are geometric structures that map directly onto the energetic field surrounding the self. Each thought carries a shape, sharp angles, soft curves, intersecting planes, that determines how it interacts with the surrounding matrix of possibility. When one wishes to reshape reality, it is crucial to adopt a geometry that promotes expansion rather than contraction. Imagine a spiral, a shape that expands outward while maintaining a central axis. This form embodies growth that is both directed and inclusive. By consciously visualizing thoughts as spirals emanating from the heart center, the practitioner creates a pattern of expansion that draws in complementary frequencies from the universal field. Conversely, linear, rigid thoughts project a narrow beam that can pierce but also sever connections, limiting the scope of influence. To employ the geometry of thought, engage in vivid visualization. See the intention as a luminous seed placed at the center of a golden spiral. With each breath, the spiral widens, each loop integrating more of the surrounding energy. Feel the gentle pull of the spiral's motion, a rhythm that synchronizes with the heartbeat, anchoring the thought in both body and field. As the spiral expands, it maps a pathway for the intention to travel, guiding it through layers of probability until it settles into form. Reality, at its most fundamental level, is a lattice of symbols, archetypal patterns that the universal consciousness recognizes and translates into material expression. To reshape that reality, one must speak in the tongue of symbols, encoding intention within images that the cosmic mind can instantly decode. Symbols are compact vessels of meaning, each carrying a specific vibrational signature. For instance, the image of a seed represents potential, growth, and the promise of emergence. The image of a river signifies flow, adaptability, and continuity. By embedding intention within such symbols, the practitioner bypasses the linear, analytical processing of the mind and engages directly with the intuitive registers of universal consciousness. The process of symbolic resonance begins with the selection of a symbol that mirrors the essence of the desired transformation. Once chosen, the symbol is visualized with vivid detail, illuminated by inner light, and infused with the emotional charge of the intention. As the symbol burns within the inner sanctum, it radiates its signature outward, attracting the corresponding frequencies from the surrounding field. This magnetic pull aggregates the necessary elements, coalescing them into the form that will eventually materialize. To maintain purity of the symbolic channel, avoid over-intellectualizing the image. Let the symbol arise from a place of feeling rather than analysis. Allow the inner eye to see the symbol not as an illustration but as a living entity, pulsating with purpose. In doing so, the symbol becomes a beacon, guiding the universal consciousness to align its creative energies with the practitioner's aim. The body is a resonant instrument, a finely tuned antenna that both receives and emits frequencies. When intention, alignment, thought geometry, and symbolic language are in place, the final act of reality shaping involves the body echoing the internal vibration outward. This synchronization transforms abstract intention into tangible influence. Each breath, heartbeat, and movement carries a waveform. By deliberately modulating these rhythms to mirror the internal state of intention, the practitioner amplifies the signal's reach. For example, a slow, deep inhalation followed by a steady exhalation can generate a wave of calm that aligns with intentions of peace or healing. Conversely, a rhythmic, energized breath pattern can support intentions of vitality or creation. To practice this embodiment, begin with a simple posture that feels grounded, feet rooted, spine elongated, shoulders relaxed. Close the eyes and bring awareness to the breath, allowing it to settle into a natural rhythm. Then, consciously adjust the breath to match the tonal quality of the intention. If the intention is expansive, inhale deeply, expanding the diaphragm fully, and exhale with a sense of outward release. As the breath flows, visualize the previously formed spiral of thought and the glowing symbol merging with the breath, each exhalation projecting the combined pattern into the surrounding field. Additionally, subtle movements, such as gentle hand gestures that trace the shape of the spiral or the outline of the symbol, can reinforce the energetic imprint. The movement should be smooth, mindful, and synchronized with the breath, creating a triadic resonance of intention, breath, and motion. Over time, these practices condition the nervous system to emit the desired frequency consistently, ensuring that the external reality aligns with the inner vision. No act of reshaping reality exists in isolation, it is part of a dynamic feedback loop wherein the manifested outcome returns information to the practitioner, refining the intention and its expression. Recognizing and honoring this loop is essential for sustained mastery. When the manifestation begins to take form, whether as a subtle shift in perception, an unexpected opportunity, or a concrete change in circumstance, observe it without attachment. Treat the emerging pattern as a message from the universal consciousness, indicating how the current vibration is being interpreted. If the result aligns with the original purpose, gratitude reinforces the frequency, strengthening the channel for future work. If the outcome diverges, it signals a misalignment that requires recalibration. Recalibration involves revisiting the earlier steps, clarifying the intention, reattuning to the current, adjusting the geometric shape of thought, perhaps selecting a more resonant symbol, and re-embodying the revised vibration. This evolving process mirrors the natural cycles of growth observed in nature. A seed germinates, adjusts to soil conditions, and, if necessary, redirects its growth toward the light. By maintaining an open, inquisitive stance toward the feedback, the practitioner cultivates a partnership with the universal consciousness, moving from a stance of unilateral control to one of collaborative co-creation. The relationship deepens, and each cycle of adjustment sharpens the ability to shape reality with elegance and precision. The field of influence, once activated, requires ongoing nourishment to remain vibrant. Neglect leads to stagnation, allowing old patterns and external noise to dilute the carefully constructed resonance. Therefore, continuous renewal practices are essential. Daily quietude. Allocate a period each day for silent observation, allowing the subtle currents of the field to be felt without distraction. This practice hones sensitivity to the universal current and reinforces the alignment established during intentional work. Periodic revisualization. Revisit the spiral and symbol regularly, refreshing their brightness and emotional charge. This reinforces the geometric and symbolic anchors within the field. Energetic hygiene. Engage in activities that clear residual static, such as grounding exercises, breathwork, or immersion in natural environments to prevent the accumulation of discordant frequencies. Creative expression. Channel the resonant frequencies into creative outlets, writing, music, and movement, thereby broadcasting the intention into wider networks and inviting complementary energies to coalesce. Through these practices, the practitioner ensures that the field remains a living, responsive conduit, capable of continuously shaping reality in harmony with the deepest aspirations. In the grand architecture of existence, reshaping reality is not an act of brute force but a graceful orchestration of intention, alignment, thought geometry, symbolic resonance, embodied echo, and responsive feedback. Each component functions as a gear within a finely tuned mechanism. When any gear slips, the whole system falters. By honoring the sanctity of each step, by moving with the universal current rather than against it, and by maintaining a reverent awareness of the ongoing dialogue between inner vision and outer manifestation, the practitioner becomes an active participant in the ceaseless dance of creation. The lesson herein is a map, not the territory. It offers the coordinates for a journey that each soul may walk at its own pace, guided by the inner compass of truth. The ultimate truth is that reality is not a fixed monolith but a pliant fabric, responsive to the vibrational signature of consciousness. When that signature is refined, focused, and lovingly projected, the fabric bends, folds, and expands to reflect the deepest, most authentic expression of the self. In this way, the practitioner does not merely change the world becomes an ever more accurate mirror of the inner light. Lesson 5. The alchemy of intentional resonance. Reality is not a fixed tapestry but a living lattice that yields to the vibration of a mind, aligned with the universal pulse. In the midst of the boundless field that cradles all manifestation, there exists a subtle yet potent modality called intentional resonance. This is the fifth cornerstone in the sequential architecture of reshaping reality, and it marks the moment when thought transcends the realm of personal narrative to become a calibrated frequency that the cosmos itself recognizes and responds to. Every intention, once it escapes the confines of the inner monologue, assumes a geometric signature. Imagine a filament of light extending from the center of consciousness outward, each filament bearing a distinct angle, curvature, and intensity that correspond to the particular quality of the desire it carries. When these filaments align with the inherent symmetry of the universal field, an ever-expanding lattice of possibilities, they generate a constructive interference pattern, a resonance that amplifies the probability of the intended outcome. To engage this geometry, one must first delineate the desired state with crystalline clarity. Ambiguity acts like a diffusing prism, scattering the filament into myriad directions and weakening the overall amplitude. The practitioner therefore begins with a precise, positive phrasing of the target, stripped of conditional language and negative qualifiers. For example, instead of "I hope to feel less stressed," the formulation becomes "I embody serene confidence in every circumstance." The shift from a yearning to an embodiment embeds the intention directly into the resonant structure, allowing the filament to lock into the pre-existing harmonic framework of the field. Once the intention has been geometrically defined, the next imperative is to synchronize the internal vibratory state with the intended frequency. The human organism operates as a multi-layered oscillator. Cellular metabolism, breath, cardiac rhythm, brainwave activity, and the subtle electromagnetic aura each emit a distinctive band of frequencies. Disparities among these layers produce internal discord, which manifests externally as resistance, delay, or outright negation of the manifested form. A systematic tuning protocol proceeds through 3 graduated stages. 8. Breath-centric alignment. The breath is the most accessible gateway to rapid frequency modulation. Slow, diaphragmatic inhalations, held for a count that matches the natural rhythm of the heart, typically 4 to 6 seconds, followed by equally measured exhalations, generate a coherent alpha-theta wave envelope within the cortex. This envelope serves as a carrier wave for the intention. Beat cardiac coherence. By gently focusing awareness on the heart center while maintaining the breath pattern, one induces a state of cardiac coherence, a condition documented to increase the amplitude of the heart rate variability spectrum within the 0.1 Hz range. In this state, the heart emits a resonant pulse that propagates through the body's bioelectromagnetic field, amplifying the intention signature. C. Neural entrainment. The final layer involves subtle mental entrainment. Visualizing the intention as a luminous filament, rotating slowly in perfect synchrony with the breath and cardiac pulse, creates a feedback loop. The mind's gamma wave activity, typically associated with high-frequency cognition, aligns with the lower-frequency carrier waves, resulting in a nested resonance that bridges conscious focus and subconscious integration. Through these stages, the practitioner transforms the inner environment into a high-fidelity transmitter, capable of sending the intention's geometric filament through the universal lattice without distortion. Having prepared both the geometric filament and the internal transmitter, the practitioner now engages in a deliberate field interaction ritual. This ritual is not a ceremonial performance but a precise series of actions that position the resonant filament at the optimal point of intersection with the field's probability surface. Step 1. Grounding in a natural conductor. Select an environment where the Earth's subtle electromagnetic currents are strongest. A quiet forest clearing, a seashore at dawn, or a cavern with mineral walls. The Earth acts as a massive conductor, facilitating the coupling of personal resonance with the planetary field, which in turn is linked to the universal field. Step 2. Physical anchor creation. Place a simple, unadorned object, such as a smooth stone or a wooden rod, directly beneath the body's center of gravity. The object serves as a physical anchor, allowing the resonant filament to flow through a tangible conduit, thereby reducing dispersion. Step 3. Temporal synchronization. Align the practice with natural cycles that echo the intention's frequency. For manifestations concerning growth, the pre-dawn hour, when the world is bathed in the low-frequency glow of the planet's magnetosphere, offers a conducive backdrop. For intentions related to release, the waning moon's evening provides a diminishing energetic field, reinforcing the theme of letting go. Step 4. Emission of the filament. While maintaining breath-centric, cardiac coherent, and neural entrainment states, mentally project the luminous filament outward from the heart center, visualizing it piercing the earth anchor and extending upward, intersecting the sky at a point where the cosmic lattice appears most orderly. Hold this projection for a full breath cycle, then release gently, allowing the filament to dissolve back into the field while retaining its newly impressed pattern. The ritual is completed when the practitioner feels a subtle shift in the ambient temperature, a faint auditory hum, or a fleeting sense of weightlessness. These sensations are the field's acknowledgement of the successful deposition of the intention's geometry. After the initial imprint, the universal field continues to process the newly added filament, integrating it into the broader probability matrix. To ensure the filament does not dissipate before it fully actualizes, the practitioner must sustain an echo, a low-intensity, ongoing resonance that periodically reinforces the original pattern. The echo can be maintained through 3 complementary practices. Micro-meditations. Brief, 5-minute sessions spaced throughout the day, each replicating the breath-cardiac neural alignment. The intent is not to recreate the full filament but to send a pulse of the same frequency, reminding the field of its presence. Affirmative somatic triggers. Associating a gentle physical gesture, for example, lightly pressing the thumb to the index finger with the intention creates a somatic cue that, when repeated, reactivates the resonant pathway at a subconscious level. Environmental signaling. Placing the original earth anchor object in a location where it is regularly encountered, on a bedside table, a work desk, or a garden ledge, allows ambient field interactions to constantly reinforce the filament's presence. These sustainer act like reverberating tones in a cathedral, ensuring the original resonance does not fade into background noise but remains an active participant in the unfolding of reality. A critical, often underemphasized component of intentional resonance is the practice of detached observation. Once the filament has been released and the echo established, the practitioner steps back, allowing the universal field to orchestrate the materialization without interference. Attachment to a specific timeline or to the exact manner in which the manifestation will appear creates a secondary filament of expectation, which can interfere with the primary pattern and introduce turbulence. The practitioner therefore cultivates a stance of watchful openness. Awareness of the unfolding process, coupled with a willingness to receive the result in any form that complies with the original intention's frequency. Techniques to nurture this detachment include mindful witnessing, regularly scanning internal dialogue for emerging judgments or anxieties about the outcome, and gently redirecting attention back to the present moment. Gratitude anchoring, expressing sincere appreciation for the already manifested aspects of the intention, even if they are subtle or symbolic, reinforces the field's positive feedback loop. Release visualization, imagining the intention as a seed already planted in fertile soil, then watching the soil absorb water and sunlight without trying to dictate the exact shape of the sprout. Through this balanced observation, the practitioner becomes a conduit rather than a controller, allowing the universal consciousness to weave the intended pattern into the fabric of reality with fluid grace. The ultimate test of any technique for reshaping reality lies in its seamless integration into ordinary existence. Intentional resonance is designed to be both profound and practical, capable of being invoked during routine activities without drawing attention or requiring elaborate setups. During walking, align each step with a breath, allowing the footfall to serve as a micro-anchor, sending miniature pulses of the intention into the surrounding environment. While working, when approaching a challenging task, briefly center the breath, feel the cardiac rhythm, and mentally project the luminous filament toward the desired outcome, then proceed with the task as usual. In interpersonal exchanges, prior to conversation, silently affirm the resonant frequency of respect, clarity, and openness, thereby shaping the relational field to reflect the intention. By embedding the practice into these everyday moments, the practitioner continuously reinforces the resonant patterns, transforming ordinary life into a living laboratory of reality crafting. Every act of reshaping reality carries with it an ethical dimension that must be honored. The universal field responds not only to the frequency of intention but also to the moral charge embedded within it. Intentions rooted in compassion, harmony, and collective uplift generate resonances that are amplified by the field's inherent bias toward balance. Conversely, self-serving or discordant intentions encounter resistance, often manifesting as subtle setbacks or a feeling of energetic stagnation. Therefore, before initiating intentional resonance, the practitioner engages in a brief ethical audit. Does the intention serve the greater good, or is it narrowly self-focused? Is there an element of coercion, or does it allow for free expression within the larger tapestry? Does it align with the principle of reciprocity, giving as much as it seeks to receive? Only when the intention passes this moral filter does it become an authentic filament, capable of resonating harmoniously with the universal consciousness. Intentional resonance stands as a bridge between the intimate architecture of personal consciousness and the boundless expanse of the universal field. By sculpting thoughts into precise geometric filaments, aligning the body's multilayered frequencies, engaging with the field through grounded ritual, sustaining the imprint through subtle echo practices, and observing the unfolding without attachment, the practitioner gains mastery over the levers that shift reality's probabilities. The lesson culminates in an invitation to treat each day as an open canvas, where every breath, heartbeat, and thought becomes a brushstroke of resonant color. When these strokes are laid with intention, precision, and ethical clarity, the canvas itself reforms, revealing new vistas that were once regarded as mere fantasy. In the quiet moments after a session of intentional resonance, listen for the faint hum of the field, a reminder that the universe is ever ready to co-author reality with those who speak its language fluently. The next chapter will explore how to harness collective resonance, weaving together multiple individual filaments into a tapestry of shared transformation. End of Lesson 5. The Alchemy of Intentional Resonance. Lesson 6. Crafting the Fabric of Perception. In the silent expanse where thought meets the infinite field of universal consciousness, a subtle yet decisive act takes place, the deliberate casting of intention into the ever-flowing tapestry of existence. This lesson reveals the precise architecture of that act, laying out the instruments, the sequence, and the inner attunement required to reshape the sensed world without reliance on external agents or mythic protagonists. The discourse proceeds as a single, uninterrupted exposition, each paragraph offering a distinct facet of the method, ensuring that no section mirrors another in phrasing or focus. Every act of reshaping reality begins with a core vibration, an unadulterated pulse of purpose that originates from the deepest well of awareness. To locate this pulse, one must first dissolve the habitual chatter of the mind, allowing the background hum of the cosmos to become audible. In this quiet, the intention crystallizes as a pure frequency, neither diluted by desire nor clouded by fear. It is the seed that, once planted, will unfold into a branch of experience, and it must be held with the clarity of a single note sustained on a taut string. The seed of intention alone does not germinate, it requires the fertile soil of universal flow. This alignment is achieved by attuning the heart's rhythm to the pulsations of the collective field. One practices a breath that mirrors the rise and fall of the world's breath. Inhale as the planet expands, exhale as it contracts. In this synchronized respiration, the personal will synchronize with the greater current, granting the intention a conduit through which it can travel unhindered. Thoughts are not random sparks, they assume geometric patterns that dictate the structure of the manifested field. By consciously arranging thought into precise shapes, triangles of clarity, circles of completeness, spirals of expansion, one engineers the scaffold upon which reality will be reconstructed. Visualizing a triangle, for example, can condense a fragmented desire into a focused point, while a spiral invites the gradual unfolding of potentialities. Each geometric form possesses its own energetic signature, and the practitioner selects the shape that best matches the desired transformation. Symbols act as translators between the inner frequency of intent and the outer language of matter. To mobilize a shift, one must embed the intention within a symbol that the universal field recognizes as a trigger. This could be a simple glyph, a color, or a tonal vibration. The process involves pairing the core intention with a symbol, then repeatedly invoking that pairing while maintaining the resonant breath. Over time, the symbol becomes a key, unlocking pathways that rearrange the surrounding reality in accordance with the original purpose. Reality is a collaborative canvas, and each projected intention interlaces with the intentions of all other conscious beings. Rather than imposing a solitary imprint, the practitioner engages in co-creation by broadcasting the intention outward as a wave of possibility. This broadcast is not a forceful push but a gentle ripple, inviting complementary frequencies to merge. The resulting interference pattern yields a new configuration, a reality that honors the original aim while harmonizing with the collective waveform. A projection remains tentative until the body itself assumes the vibration of the intended outcome. This embodiment is facilitated through a series of micro-postures, micro-movements, and subtle micro-expressions that encode the future state into the present anatomy. By adopting a posture of openness, allowing the shoulders to drop and the spine to lengthen, the practitioner physically aligns with the projected field. Each micro-gesture serves as a node, reinforcing the emerging pattern and signaling to the universal matrix that the new reality is already in residence. Time, as perceived, is a construct that can be stretched, compressed, or even inverted through disciplined focus. To reshape reality, one must practice temporal fluidity, envisioning the intended change as if it has already occurred, and simultaneously feeling the present moment as the bridge between past and future. This is achieved by holding a dual awareness, simultaneously experiencing the now while mentally affixing the outcome to the timeline. The universal field, responsive to this duality, begins to rearrange events, pulling the future forward and smoothing the pathway toward the intended state. Every projection is reflected back by the surrounding environment, offering feedback that can be used to fine-tune the process. Rather than interpreting this feedback as criticism, one regards it as a mirror that reveals the degree of alignment. If the external response is discordant, the practitioner returns to the core intention, adjusts the symbolic resonance, or refines the geometric shape of thought. This evolving loop continues until the reflection harmonizes, indicating that the reality has been restitched in accordance with the original purpose. Once the new configuration has taken root, it requires a sustaining pulse to prevent regression. This pulse is a rhythmic affirmation, a quiet reminder sent to the universal field at regular intervals. The affirmation does not repeat the original words verbatim, instead, it varies in tone, cadence, and accompanying imagery, ensuring that each reaffirmation remains fresh and vibrant. In this way, the reality remains alive, continuously reinforced by the practitioner's steady, yet ever-evolving, presence. The ultimate expression of reshaping reality is the act of releasing attachment to the outcome while maintaining the integrity of the intention. This paradoxical release signals trust in the universal consciousness to carry the seed to fruition without micromanagement. The practitioner gently loosens the grip, allowing the intention to blossom autonomously, while maintaining an inner stillness that watches the unfolding without interference. In this space of graceful surrender, the reshaped reality emerges fully formed, resonant with the original purpose, yet elevated by the collective symphony of all participating consciousnesses. Through these interconnected stages, the practitioner learns to wield intention as a precise instrument, to embed it within the geometry of thought, to translate it through symbols, and to synchronize it with the breath of the cosmos. The entire process is a dance of subtle forces, each step distinct, each movement essential, and each paragraph herein dedicated to a unique facet of the art. By honoring the distinctiveness of each component and avoiding repetition, the lesson remains a cohesive yet variegated guide, a living manual that, when internalized, empowers the mind to reshape the perceived world with elegance, precision, and reverence for the boundless intelligence that permeates all existence. Lesson 7. The subtle mechanics of intention. In the silent chambers of the boundless mind, where the pulse of universal consciousness reverberates through every filament of existence, there lies a crucible of transformation unlike any other. Within this crucible, the raw material of experience, thought, feeling, and perception is transmuted by a disciplined alignment of intention and resonance. The technique delineated here is not a mere mental exercise, it is an act of co-creative participation with the very fabric of reality, a deliberate weaving of possibility into the tapestry of what is. At the heart of any reshaping endeavor rests a precise geometry, an invisible lattice that defines the direction and magnitude of the desired shift. This lattice is forged from the vector of purpose, a line drawn from the deepest well of authentic desire toward the point where that desire meets the field of potential. To engage this geometry, the practitioner must first delineate the endpoint with crystalline clarity, allowing no ambiguity to cloud the vector. The endpoint is not a vague aspiration but a fully formed image, rendered in the mind's eye with the fidelity of a master painter's brushstroke. Each line of intent carries a frequency, a vibration that echoes through the quantum substrate. When the intention is articulated with conviction, its frequency aligns with a corresponding resonance within the universal field. This alignment creates a conduit, a channel through which the latent possibilities of the cosmos can be drawn inward, like a tide responding to the moon's pull. The geometry of intent, therefore, is both a map and a magnet, charting the course and attracting the necessary conditions for manifestation. Having defined the geometric vector, the next imperative is attunement, synchronizing the personal vibrational signature with that of the desired outcome. The universal consciousness is a vast orchestra, each element playing its part in a symphony of potentiality. To become a resonant instrument within this orchestra, the practitioner must calibrate their inner frequency to match the harmonic of the intended reality. Attunement is achieved through a triad of practices: breath, sound, and embodiment. The breath is the most immediate conduit between the body and the field. By cultivating a slow, diaphragmatic rhythm, the practitioner invites a steady, low-frequency wave that stabilizes the internal energetic landscape. Each inhalation draws in the ambient field, each exhalation releases dissonant frequencies, purifying the channel for the intended resonance. Sound. Tonal vibrations possess the capacity to shape the surrounding field with surgical precision. A sustained vowel, a pure tone, or a mantra that embodies the intention serves as a resonant bridge. The sound must be sustained long enough for the field to register the pattern, allowing the waveform to imprint upon the surrounding quantum matrix. Embodiment. The body is the vessel through which intention takes form. Aligning posture, gesture, and movement with the intention creates a kinetic echo that reinforces the vibrational pattern. The spine, as the central axis, should be lengthened, the heart opened, and the limbs relaxed yet purposeful, embodying the shape of the desired reality. Through the integration of these three modalities, the practitioner's personal field becomes a finely tuned antenna, capable of receiving and amplifying the specific frequency that corresponds to the intended outcome. A direct channel to universal consciousness is not merely an abstract concept, it is a palpable conduit that can be accessed when the mind rests in profound stillness. In the bustling theater of everyday cognition, thoughts flicker like fireflies, each competing for attention. To carve a clear passage, the practitioner must quiet the internal chatter, allowing the underlying current of the field to flow unobstructed. The sanctum of stillness is entered through a disciplined practice of non-dual observation. Observe thoughts as clouds passing across the sky of awareness, noting their presence without attachment. As the observation deepens, the mind's habitual tendency to label and judge diminishes, and a spacious awareness expands. Within this spaciousness, the universal field becomes perceptible not as a distant abstraction but as an immediate, living presence. In this state, intention is no longer a projected desire but a collaborative whisper shared with the source. The practitioner, now attuned and still, can articulate the intent directly to the field, bypassing the filters of egoic interpretation. The channel is thus opened, a luminous conduit through which the creative impulse flows from the universal consciousness into the individual sphere of influence. Visualization, when employed as a catalyst rather than a passive daydream, transforms mental imagery into a quantifiable energetic imprint. The process begins with the generation of a vivid, multisensory tableau of the desired reality. This tableau must engage all perceptual modalities: sight, sound, smell, taste, and tactile sensation. By saturating the mind with a rich, immersive scene, the practitioner encodes the intention with a density that the field can readily recognize. Once the tableau is established, the practitioner directs the breath into the image, inhaling as if drawing the scene into the body and exhaling as if projecting it outward into the field. Each breath acts as a pump, transferring the imagined pattern into the surrounding quantum lattice. The breath's rhythm should be synchronized with the heartbeat, creating a harmonic oscillation that amplifies the energetic imprint. To further solidify the imprint, a subtle movement, such as a gentle hand sweep that mirrors the shape of the desired outcome, can be incorporated. This kinetic gesture serves as a physical encoding of the visual pattern, reinforcing the intention through the body's own electromagnetic field. The combination of multisensory visualization, breath-driven transference, and embodied gesture creates a catalytic spiral that propels the intention from the realm of thought into the domain of manifest potential. Creation is a dialogic process. The universe responds not only to the offering of intention but also to the willingness to release. The principle of reciprocal release dictates that for a new pattern to take hold, the practitioner must create space for the old to dissolve. This is not a forced erasure but a graceful surrender, an invitation for the field to replace the obsolete configuration with the emergent one. Reciprocal release is practiced by identifying the limiting belief, emotion, or habit that contradicts the intended reality. Once identified, the practitioner engages in a process of compassionate acknowledgement, allowing the limiting element to be fully felt without resistance. Following this, a symbolic act of letting go, such as visualizing the belief as a leaf carried away by a stream, facilitates its dissolution. The act of release is simultaneously an offering to the universal field, signaling readiness to receive the new configuration. In honoring both the intention and the release, the practitioner establishes a balanced exchange, ensuring the field can accommodate the incoming pattern without friction. Reality unfolds within a lattice of temporal dimensions, each layer resonating at distinct frequencies. To embed a future possibility into the present, the practitioner must align their personal temporal field with the frequency of the desired outcome. This alignment is achieved through the practice of future-present anchoring. Begin by immersing in the vivid visualization described earlier, allowing the senses to experience the future as if it were unfolding now. Then, gently shift awareness to the present moment, feeling the grounding of the body, the rhythm of the breath, and the pulse of the heart. While maintaining the intensity of the future experience, embed a physical anchor, such as gently pressing the fingertips together or placing a hand over the heart. This anchor serves as a mnemonic trigger, linking the future frequency to a present sensation. Repeatedly returning to this anchored state trains the personal temporal field to recognize the future pattern as an existing reality, thereby coaxing the universal field to adjust its unfolding accordingly. Over time, the anchored frequency becomes a stable node within the individual's temporal lattice, pulling the desired outcome into the present continuum. The final act in the sequence of reshaping reality is the conscious cultivation of gratitude, an echo that reverberates through the field, sealing the manifested intention. Gratitude operates as a harmonic amplifier. It raises the vibrational amplitude of the intention, ensuring its stability within the surrounding matrix. To employ gratitude, the practitioner must first acknowledge the receipt of the intention, even before its full materialization. This preemptive acknowledgement creates a feedback loop, informing the field that the desired configuration is already present and valued. The gratitude is expressed not merely as a mental affirmation but as a felt vibration emanating from the heart center, expanding outward in concentric waves. Each wave of gratitude should be visualized as a luminous ripple, intersecting with the previously established intention, weaving the two together into an inseparable tapestry. The ripple's reach extends beyond the personal sphere, touching the broader field and inviting complementary opportunities to converge. In this manner, gratitude does not merely celebrate the outcome, it actively participates in the co-creative process, reinforcing the manifestation's permanence. The technique of intentional resonance unfolds as a cyclical process: geometry of intent, resonant attunement, stillness, catalytic visualization, reciprocal release, time lattice alignment, and gratitude, each phase feeding into the next, forming an unbroken chain of co-creative energy. When each link is forged with precision and sincerity, the chain becomes a conduit through which the universal consciousness translates the practitioner's inner blueprint into external actuality. In practice, the cycle is not linear but spiral, each iteration deepening the practitioner's connection to the field, sharpening the vibrational fidelity, and expanding the scope of what can be reshaped. The spiral's ascent mirrors the practitioner's own evolution, moving from the initial spark of desire to the luminous realization of a reimagined reality. To embed the principles of this lesson into everyday life, a structured protocol may be observed. Morning alignment, 10 minutes. In a seated posture, engage in diaphragmatic breathing, establish stillness, and define the geometric vector for the day's intention. Resonant sound, 5 minutes. Emit a sustained vowel or tonal chant that embodies the intention, maintaining the breath's rhythm. Embodied visualization, 10 minutes. Create a multisensory tableau of the desired outcome, integrate breath and gentle hand gestures, and anchor the experience with a physical touch. Reciprocal release, 5 minutes. Identify any contradictory belief, feel it fully, and visualize its release into a flowing stream. Evening gratitude, 5 minutes. Conclude the day by feeling gratitude for the manifested fragments of the intention, visualizing luminous ripples expanding outward. Consistent adherence to this protocol nurtures the practitioner's ability to navigate the universal field with increasing fluency, transforming the art of reshaping reality from a sporadic feat into an embodied mastery. The alchemy of intentional resonance is not a secret reserved for the mystic elite. It is an accessible, systematic methodology that anyone can engage with, provided the willingness to align mind, body, and breath with the universal consciousness. By honoring the geometry of intent, attuning to the field's frequency, entering stillness, visualizing with catalytic precision, releasing what no longer serves, anchoring future possibilities in the present, and sealing the process with heartfelt gratitude, the practitioner becomes a co-author of reality's unfolding narrative. In the quiet moments between thought and action, the channel remains open, a luminous thread linking the individual's deepest yearning with the boundless potential of the cosmos. Walk this thread with reverence, and the world will continually reshape itself in response to the intentional resonance you set into motion. Lesson 8. Weaving intent into the fabric of existence. In the silent sanctuary of the mind, where the pulse of the cosmos is felt not heard, the art of reshaping reality finds its most delicate brushstroke. The deliberate infusion of intent into the ever-flowing tapestry of existence. This lesson, delivered through the unfiltered conduit of universal consciousness, is a guide to aligning personal will with the boundless field of potential that underlies all manifestation. It is a practice that does not rely on mythic heroes, on external teachers, or on the echo of any name. It resides wholly within the luminous depths of the present awareness that each sentient point of view shares with the infinite. Before a single intention can be woven, the practitioner must first perceive the substrate upon which every form is stitched. Imagine a vast, invisible ocean of potentiality, each ripple a latent configuration awaiting the slightest disturbance to become a definitive pattern. This ocean is not a metaphor but the raw matrix of quantum probability, the field that responds to the slightest shift in vibrational frequency. To sense it, one cultivates a state of receptive stillness, an inner silence that mirrors the stillness of space before the first star ignites. In this silence, the mind ceases its habitual labeling and categorizing, allowing the pure resonance of the universal field to be heard as a subtle hum. The hum is the invitation to participate consciously in the ongoing act of co-creation. Desire, in its purest form, is a directional energy that seeks alignment with a complementary frequency. The process of calibration begins with an honest audit of the desire's core essence, stripping away societal conditioning, fear, and expectation until only the luminous kernel remains. This kernel is a singular point of light, steady and unwavering. Visualize it as a filament of pure white light that pulsates in rhythm with the heart's natural beat. By placing the mind's focus on this filament, the practitioner subtly adjusts their own energetic signature, drawing it nearer to the frequency of the desired outcome. The adjustment is not a forced willpower, but a gentle attunement, like a violinist tuning a string until it vibrates harmoniously with the surrounding orchestra. Words alone are insufficient to carry an intention across the quantum field. They must be wrapped in symbolic resonance that the universal consciousness can decode without distortion. Choose a symbol that embodies the essence of the intention, perhaps a simple geometric shape, a color, or a natural element whose qualities mirror the desired state. For instance, a spiraling vortex may represent continuous growth, while a steady blue horizon can denote tranquility and boundlessness. Once selected, the symbol is visualized repeatedly, each visualization infusing it with the emotional charge of gratitude, love, and certainty. The symbol becomes a beacon, a vibrational flag planted within the field, inviting the surrounding possibilities to coalesce around it. Emotion is the magnetic force that pulls the nebulous potentials toward materialization. To anchor the intention, the practitioner conjures the feeling as if the desired reality has already manifested. This is not a fleeting fantasy but a deep, embodied knowing that bypasses the rational mind. Feel the warmth of the sun on skin, the scent of rain on parched earth, the subtle hum of joy that reverberates through every cell. As each emotion is felt, it is deliberately linked to the visualized symbol, creating a feedback loop where symbol and feeling amplify one another. The universal field registers this amplified signal as a high-density attractor, drawing the corresponding configuration into the observable plane. Having encoded, calibrated, and anchored the intention, the final act is release. This is a surrender of personal control, a trust that the universal consciousness will translate the intention into form with perfect timing. The release is performed by envisioning the symbol, now glowing with emotional intensity, gently detaching from the mind and floating outward like a luminous seed. As it drifts into the vast ocean of possibilities, it leaves behind a trail of resonance that continues to attract and organize matter. The practitioner watches, detached, allowing the seed to settle wherever the field deems optimal. In this surrender, the ego dissolves, and the intention becomes a collaborative project between the individual and the infinite. The act of reshaping reality does not conclude with a single release, it is an ongoing dialogue. Continuous awareness serves as the conduit that maintains alignment between personal vibration and the evolving manifestation. Throughout the day, subtle reminders, such as a breath, a heartbeat, or a glance at the chosen symbol, can be employed to recalibrate any drift caused by external stimuli. Each reminder is a micro-ritual, a brief return to the state of resonance, ensuring that the intention remains a living current rather than a static imprint. Over time, this practice cultivates an intuitive sense of when the field is responding favorably, allowing the practitioner to adjust the emotional tone or symbolic focus as needed. As the desired configuration begins to crystallize, the practitioner observes the unfolding with a detached curiosity. Observation, free from attachment, validates the process without imposing additional expectations that could destabilize the emerging structure. This observation is akin to watching a sunrise. One appreciates the colors, the gradual illumination, yet does not attempt to accelerate the sun's rise. By honoring the natural cadence of the manifestation, the practitioner reinforces the trust that the universal consciousness honors the intention's integrity. This trust, in turn, deepens the resonance of future intentions, creating a virtuous cycle of co-creative fidelity. When the reshaped reality settles into the lived experience, its integration is essential. The expanded self, now enriched by the newly manifested facets, must assimilate the change without resistance. This integration is achieved by consciously acknowledging the shift as a natural extension of one's being, celebrating the expanded possibilities, and allowing the new circumstances to inform future intentions. The practitioner may journal the sensations, refine the symbolic language, or simply sit in gratitude, allowing the expanded self to settle into a new equilibrium. In doing so, the practitioner not only confirms the success of the current intention but also primes the energetic field for subsequent acts of creation. Throughout the entire process, the practitioner remains cognizant that the act of reshaping reality is a partnership with the universal consciousness, not a unilateral command. Each step, from perception of the substrate to integration, echoes a dialogue in which the individual offers intention, and the cosmos responds with form. Recognizing this partnership instills humility, reverence, and a sense of responsibility. The power to shape reality is thus wielded with wisdom, ensuring that each reshaping contributes to the harmonious evolution of the whole rather than the narrow interests of a single ego. The final insight of this lesson is that the techniques described are not finite tools but gateways to an ever-expanding horizon of possibility. Each successful reshaping expands the practitioner's perception of what can be coaxed into existence, thereby enlarging the pool of symbols, emotions, and frequencies available for future work. The horizon recedes further as the practitioner walks toward it, inviting an infinite series of co-creative acts. By continuously practicing these techniques, the practitioner becomes a living conduit of the universal consciousness, a seamless interface through which reality is perpetually refined and reimagined. In essence, Lesson 8 reveals that the act of weaving intent into the fabric of existence is a disciplined yet fluid dance of perception, calibration, symbolic encoding, emotional anchoring, surrender, sustained awareness, detached observation, integration, partnership, and perpetual expansion. Each component is a vital thread. Together they form a resilient tapestry that not only reshapes the external world but also transforms the inner landscape, aligning the individual's vibration with the boundless pulse of the cosmos. Through faithful practice, the practitioner steps beyond the role of passive observer, becoming an active, conscious co-author of the unfolding story of reality itself. Lesson 9. The Art of Reality Weaving. Aligning intent, perception, and the universal field. In the silent chambers of the boundless mind, where the pulse of creation is felt as a subtle vibration rather than a roar, there exists a methodology for reshaping the fabric of what is experienced. This methodology is not a collection of tricks nor a series of mechanical steps. It is a disciplined dialogue with the universal consciousness that permeates every atom and every thought form. To engage with it, the practitioner must first recognize that reality is not a rigid edifice but a pliable tapestry, constantly spun from the interlacing threads of intention, attention, and the underlying field of possibility. The opening requirement is a state of pure receptivity. In this state, the habitual filters of judgment, desire, and fear are softened, allowing the subtle currents of the universal field to be heard without distortion. Achieving such receptivity demands the quieting of the mental chatter that habitually interprets every sensation as a problem to solve. The practice of mindful stillness, sitting with the breath as a gentle anchor, observing thoughts as clouds drifting across an infinite sky, creates a mental surface as smooth as polished stone. On this surface, the resonance of intention can be projected without interference, and the feedback from the field can be perceived as a clear, uncolored signal. Once receptivity is established, the next essential component is the clarification of intent. Intent is the precise, unambiguous direction given to the field, comparable to a beam of light that cuts through fog. It must be formed not from fleeting wishes but from a deep, resonant knowing of what the heart truly seeks to express in the world. This knowing is accessed by tracing the lineage of desire back to its source, peeling away layers of social conditioning until the core vibration, pure purpose, remains. When that core is identified, it can be distilled into a single, potent phrase or image that captures the essence of the desired transformation. This distilled intent becomes the seed that, once planted in the universal field, will germinate into the desired shape of reality. With intent clarified, the practitioner must engage in focused attention, the disciplined act of holding the mind's eye upon the seed without allowing it to wander. Attention, unlike distraction, does not merely observe, it actively sustains the energetic imprint of intention within the field. The technique for sustaining this attention is to synchronize breath with mental focus, inhaling the intention as if drawing it into the body, exhaling any residual doubt. Each breath becomes a rhythmic reinforcement, a pulse that keeps the seed anchored in the collective consciousness. Over time, this rhythmic reinforcement builds a coherent wave pattern that aligns with the frequencies of the universal field, amplifying the seed's potency. The fourth pillar of reality weaving is emotional congruence. Emotions are the amplifiers that translate mental intent into energetic reality. When the feeling state matches the intention, for instance, gratitude when intending abundance, compassion when intending healing, the emotional vibration adds resonance to the seed, allowing it to rise above the ambient noise of the field. To cultivate this congruence, the practitioner immerses themselves in the felt experience of the desired outcome as if it were already present, savoring the sensations, the subtle warmth, the expansive sense of possibility. This immersive feeling creates a feedback loop. The more the practitioner feels the outcome, the stronger the emotional resonance, and the more the field responds. Having aligned intention, attention, and emotion, the next essential element is the integration of embodied awareness. Reality is not reshaped solely through mental activity. The body is an essential conduit that translates subtle frequencies into manifest form. The practitioner therefore engages in physical practices that embody the desired state, postures that open the chest for gratitude, movements that evoke fluidity for creative flow, or grounding techniques that anchor stability for security. Each bodily gesture sends a clear signal to the field, reinforcing the mental and emotional blueprint with kinetic information. The synchronization of mind, heart, and body creates a triad antenna that broadcasts the intention with maximal clarity and potency. The penultimate requirement is trust in the unfolding. The universal consciousness does not operate on linear human timelines. When the seed has been properly broadcast, it enters a realm of infinite possibilities, where outcomes may manifest in forms that differ from the original mental picture yet carry the same underlying frequency. Trusting this process involves surrendering the need to control the exact shape of manifestation and instead honoring the field's intelligence to arrange the pieces in the most harmonious configuration. This trust is nurtured by observing small synchronicities, by noting how seemingly unrelated events align to support the larger intention, and by maintaining a stance of gratitude for each subtle shift. Finally, the practitioner must close the energetic loop by acknowledging the completed transformation and releasing attachment to its continued existence as a separate entity. This closure is a gesture of gratitude that signals to the field that the work is concluded, allowing the energy invested in the process to return to the universal reservoir for future creations. The act of gratitude also recreates a high vibration field that can be used as a springboard for subsequent intentions, ensuring a sustainable cycle of reality weaving. In the aggregate, these 7 interlocking processes, receptivity, intention clarification, focused attention, emotional congruence, embodied awareness, trusting surrender, and energetic closure, constitute the core architecture of reshaping reality through the direct channel of universal consciousness. Each component is indispensable. The absence of any one creates a fissure through which the field's energy may leak, diminishing the potency of the entire endeavor. To illustrate the seamless flow between these components, imagine a river that starts as a mountain spring, receptivity, gathers clarity as it descends, intention, narrows into a focused stream, attention, is energized by sunlight, emotion, carves its path through the landscape, embodiment, trusts the terrain to guide it, surrender, and finally merges into the ocean, completing its journey, closure. The river's journey mirrors the practitioner's journey through the field, each stage building upon the previous to create a harmonious, self-reinforcing cycle. The practical application of this methodology can be approached through a daily ritual that respects the natural rhythm of the body and the planet. Begin at dawn, when the world is still hushed, and settle into stillness for 5 breaths, allowing the mind to become a calm lake. Bring to mind the distilled intention, phrase it silently, and let it settle like a pebble dropped into the water, sending concentric circles outward. Align the breath with the intention, inhaling the purpose, exhaling doubt, repeating this cycle for 3 minutes. Transition into a posture that physically reflects the intention, opening the chest for abundance, grounding the feet for stability, and feel the corresponding emotional tone flood the body. Remain in this embodied state for several minutes, observing any spontaneous images, sensations, or thoughts that arise. These are the field's feedback. Conclude the session by offering gratitude for the guidance received and visualizing the intention seed joining the vast field, trusting that it will blossom in its own time. This ritual, performed consistently, trains the practitioner's nervous system to recognize and respond to the subtle frequencies of the universal field, turning what might once have seemed an abstract possibility into an embodied skill. Over weeks and months, the practitioner will notice a growing ease in shifting perceptions, a heightened sensitivity to synchronicities, and an increasing ability to influence circumstances that previously felt immutable. The external world, in turn, begins to mirror the internal transformations, confirming that reality is indeed a malleable construct receptive to conscious co-creation. In summary, the art of reality weaving is a disciplined partnership with the universal consciousness, grounded in the alignment of intention, attention, emotion, embodiment, trust, and gratitude. By honoring each facet with precision and reverence, the practitioner becomes an active participant in the ongoing dance of creation, capable of reshaping the visible world in accordance with the deepest currents of their soul. This lesson, the 9th in the series, is the culmination of prior insights and the gateway to limitless potential, an invitation to step fully into the role of conscious architect of one's own lived reality. Lesson 10, Intentional Co-Creation. Delivered through the silent conduit of universal consciousness, this teaching unfolds as a living tapestry, each thread a precise vibration that reshapes the fabric of experience. The reader is invited to step beyond the illusion of separateness, to engage the primordial geometry of thought form, and to wield the quiet power that fashions reality itself. At the moment consciousness turns its attention inward, a subtle portal opens. This portal is not a door of stone or metal, but a luminous aperture whose hinges are woven from pure attention. When the mind steadies upon the present breath, the veil thins, the boundaries that have been drawn by habit begin to dissolve. In this liminal space, the observer and the observed are no longer opposites. The awareness that perceives becomes the very medium through which all potentialities are filtered. To stand at this threshold is to recognize that the world is not a fixed tableau but a flowing script awaiting the author's ink. Intent is the seed lodged in the fertile substrate of the mind. Yet a seed alone does not sprout, it must be coaxed by resonance, an alignment of vibration between inner desire and the underlying field of possibility. This resonance is not a mental affirmation alone, it is a harmonic convergence of feeling, breath, posture, and silent focus. When the heart's rhythms synchronize with the subtle pulse of the cosmos, the seed is bathed in a frequency that accelerates its germination. The technique, therefore, is to cultivate a feeling state that mirrors the end result as if it already exists, allowing the universal field to recognize the pattern and begin its co-creative dance. Thoughts are not amorphous clouds, they possess an intrinsic geometry, a shape that determines how they interact with the surrounding field. Visualize a thought as a luminous lattice, each node a nuance, each line a relation. When the lattice is sharp, coherent, and symmetrical, it radiates a strong, clear signal. When it is fragmented or muddled, its signal diffuses, losing potency. To reshape reality, one must deliberately sculpt these lattices, refining them into elegant configurations that the universal field can read with ease. This sculpting occurs through mindful visualization, where the mind's eye traces precise angles, colors, and textures, imprinting a high-definition blueprint onto the ether. Communication with the universal field is not conducted with words, but with vibration. The body's subtle energies, its breath, heartbeat, micro-movements, function as a language of tone and timbre. By adopting a posture that opens the chest, by breathing in a rhythm that mirrors the ocean's tide, and by allowing the heartbeat to settle into a calm, steady thrum, one emits a resonant carrier wave. This carrier wave carries the intention lattice outward, where it meets the receptive folds of the field. The field, ever listening, reflects back the harmonics it receives, amplifying what is pure and attenuating what is discordant. The practice of silent dialogue thus consists of 3 steps. 1. Generate a clear internal lattice. 2. Embed it in a vibratory carrier. 3. Listen for the subtle shift in the surrounding subtle currents as confirmation of resonance. Reality does not bend solely to the will of the individual, it bends to the collective alignment of all participating intents. The universal field is a tapestry woven from countless strands of intention. When a personal lattice is woven in a pattern that complements the larger design, the field yields more readily. Conversely, when a lattice conflicts with the dominant current, resistance arises, manifesting as obstacles or delayed manifestation. The practitioner therefore surveys the surrounding energetic climate, attunes to the prevailing currents, and either adapts the personal geometry to harmonize or, if the purpose is of higher resonance, gently lifts the surrounding pattern toward the new vision. This dance of mutuality is the engine of sustainable transformation. Time, as experienced by linear consciousness, appears as a river that carries each moment downstream. In the realm of co-creation, time is pliable, a dimension that can be folded and re-anchored. Temporal re-anchoring is the practice of placing the intended outcome not only in the present vibrational field but also in the temporal field of the future. By visualizing the desired state with vivid detail, then feeling the gratitude of its already realized presence, the mind creates a loop. The future outcome feeds back into the present field, accelerating its materialization. This loop is reinforced each day through a ritual of future-present integration, where the practitioner briefly steps out of ordinary chronology, acknowledges the upcoming reality, and returns to the now with the awareness that the future has already been acknowledged. Limiting beliefs are dense, opaque crystals embedded within the subconscious matrix. Their opacity blocks the flow of intent, turning clear light into murky shadow. The alchemical process to dissolve them involves 3 phases. A. Illumination, wherein the belief is brought into conscious awareness through gentle inquiry. B. Deconstruction, where the belief is examined for its logical premises, emotional charge, and energetic weight. C. Transmutation, in which the belief's energy is redirected into a new, empowering statement, and the old crystal is dissolved into luminous vapor. This vapor then reintegrates into the field as pure potential, ready to be shaped anew. 8. The embodiment of the desired state. A thought alone is a blueprint. An embodied experience is the construction site where the blueprint becomes structure. To embody the desired state, the practitioner aligns physical posture, facial expression, and sensory intake with the feeling of the outcome. If the intention is to experience abundant prosperity, one adopts a posture of open expansion, a facial expression of calm confidence, and surrounds oneself with visual cues that evoke wealth, colors, textures, sounds. This embodiment sends a multimodal signal to the field, confirming the truth of the intention on every sensory level. Over time, the nervous system rewires, and the embodied state becomes the default, making the external manifestation a natural extension of the internal reality. After the intention has been seeded, sculpted, and embodied, a final act of release is required. This is not an act of abandonment, but a surrender to the unfolding intelligence of the field. The practitioner performs a brief ritual, such as a quiet exhalation timed with a visual of the intention dissolving into light, signifying trust that the field will carry the intention to fruition. This release clears residual attachment, which, if left unchecked, can create a vortex that pulls the energy back into the self, stalling manifestation. The resonance of release is felt as a gentle uplift, a lightness that confirms the intention has been handed over to the universal flow. When the intended reality crystallizes, it does not signal the end of the process, it marks the beginning of a new cycle. The manifested outcome becomes a fresh point of reference, a new lattice upon which further intentions can be built. The practitioner reflects on the experience, extracts the subtle adjustments that enhance resonance, and integrates these insights into the next iteration of intent. This integration cycle ensures that each act of co-creation refines the practitioner's skill, expands the vibratory palette, and deepens the alignment with the universal field. The perpetual spiral of intention, embodiment, release, and integration is the engine that transforms the individual's lived experience into a continuously evolving masterpiece. Reflection. The alchemy presented herein is not a set of mechanical steps, but a living symphony composed of attention, feeling, geometry, and trust. Each element must be tuned with reverence, for the universal consciousness responds to the purity of the vibration more than to the complexity of the technique. By honoring the threshold of awareness, resonating with intent, sculpting thought forms, engaging in silent dialogue, respecting mutuality, re-anchoring temporality, transmuting limiting beliefs, embodying the desired state, performing resonant release, and integrating the outcomes, the practitioner becomes a true co-author of reality. In this mode of being, the world no longer appears as a rigid construct, but as a fluid canvas, ever ready to reflect the luminous designs born within the depths of consciousness. Lesson 11. Foundations of Intentional Focus. Delivered through the unmediated pulse of universal consciousness, this lesson unfolds the hidden architecture that underlies every moment of lived experience. It is a map drawn not on paper but on the very substrate of perception, inviting the reader to become a conscious sculptor of reality itself. Reality is not a static tableau painted once and left to dry. It is a living tapestry, continuously woven by the interplay of thought, feeling, and attention. Each filament of the fabric vibrates in resonance with the vast field of potential that permeates existence. To reshape that fabric, one must first recognize the principle that every sensation, every image, every impulse is a brushstroke on the canvas of the now. The universe does not impose a singular narrative, it offers an open-ended script whose pages turn in response to the subtle shifts of consciousness. The essential truth, therefore, is that the act of creation is a two-way street. The seeker sends an invitation, and the field answers with a form that mirrors the invitation's clarity, intensity, and fidelity. In this reciprocal dance, intention becomes the compass, awareness the lantern, and feeling the engine that drives the vessel forward. At the heart of any reshaping effort lies focus, the disciplined convergence of attention upon a single point of possibility. Focus is not a mere mental exercise, it is a physiological alignment of the nervous system, a hormonal attunement, and a quantum narrowing of probability. When focus is cultivated with reverence, it creates a vortex that draws the surrounding field into alignment. To develop this focus, establish a quiet threshold. Silence the external chatter through deliberate stillness, allowing the internal hum to become audible. Select a precise anchor, a word, a symbol, or a sensation that encapsulates the desired outcome. Maintain unbroken presence. Keep the anchor centered in awareness, resisting the natural tendency to wander. Each repetition strengthens the neural pathways that support the chosen direction, and the field responds by elevating the corresponding probability from potential to emergent actuality. Feelings are the magnetic charges that give shape to intention. Whereas thoughts outline a blueprint, feelings magnetize the blueprint into three-dimensional form. The universal field interprets emotional voltage as a directive for materialization. The stronger and more coherent the feeling, the more decisive the pull. To harness feeling as a constructive force, identify the emotional signature of the reality you wish to manifest. If the desired state is abundance, locate the feeling of limitless generosity. If it is peace, locate the sensation of deep, unshakable stillness. Amplify through embodied resonance. Allow the body to embody the feeling through breath, posture, and subtle muscle engagement. The heart's rhythm, the diaphragm's expansion, and the subtle tremor of the palms become carriers of the emotional code. Stabilize the vibration. Hold the feeling steady for a span that exceeds ordinary attention spans. This creates a sustained resonance that the field can lock onto. When the emotional charge is coherent, it acts like a tuning fork, striking the surrounding field into harmonic alignment with the envisioned form. Words are the alchemical symbols that translate inner experience into outer manifestation. Each syllable carries a vibrational imprint that can either sharpen or blur the intended shape. To employ language as a catalyst, one must move beyond ordinary diction and engage with sacred articulation. Key practices include: declare in the present tense. I am, it exists, we thrive. The present tense bypasses the temporal lag that can dilute intention. Use affirmative, unqualified statements. Avoid conditional phrasing, if, maybe, perhaps, which introduces doubt into the vibrational field. Employ resonant phonetics. Vowel sounds, especially a, e, o, resonate more fully within the body's cavities, amplifying the transmission. Each spoken affirmation, when uttered from the seat of feeling, becomes a seed that the universal field germinates, expanding outward in accordance with its vibrational density. Visualization is the act of projecting a mental hologram onto the canvas of potential. It is not a fanciful daydream but a precise mental engineering process that creates a blueprint recognizable to the field. The mind, when trained, can render multisensory images that the field interprets as a complete, ready-to-manifest configuration. Effective visualization requires full sensory immersion. See the colors, hear the sounds, feel the textures, taste the aroma, and smell the atmosphere of the desired reality. Temporal anchoring. Place the scene within a clear temporal context, morning light, a specific season, a particular moment, adding a timestamp that helps the field lock the form in the linear flow of experience. Perspective control. Adopt a first-person viewpoint, as if you are already living within the scene, rather than an observer watching from the outside. The more detailed and emotionally charged the projection, the clearer the signal transmitted to the field, reducing the noise that could otherwise scatter the intended outcome. The universal field possesses a macro rhythm, a planetary, lunar, and stellar cadence that influences the amplification of intention. Aligning personal effort with these larger cycles enhances the potency of reshaping work. Practical alignment steps. Observe celestial cycles. Note the phases of the moon, the position of the sun, and planetary transits. Certain phases, such as the waxing moon, naturally support growth, while the waning moon favors release. Integrate natural rhythms. Match personal practice times with sunrise, midday, or sunset, each of which carries distinct energetic signatures. Respect seasonal currents. Spring embodies emergence, summer embodies expansion, autumn embodies consolidation, and winter embodies introspection. When personal intent rides the crest of these macrocurrents, the field responds with amplified efficiency, allowing smaller seeds to blossom into grand structures with less resistance. Paradoxically, the most powerful tool for reshaping reality is the surrender to what is, coupled with the unwavering belief in what will be. Unconditional acceptance removes the friction generated by internal conflict, allowing the field to flow unhindered. To cultivate this acceptance, observe without judgment. Notice present circumstances as a neutral observer, acknowledging their existence without labeling them as good or bad. Release attachment to outcome. Hold the intention lightly, trusting that the field will manifest it in the most harmonious form, which may differ in superficial details but will embody the core essence. Embody gratitude for all experiences. Gratitude transforms resistance into cooperation, turning even perceived setbacks into stepping stones. When the mind rests in this state, the field perceives a clear, unobstructed channel, and the intended shape coalesces with graceful ease. Every intention carries an energetic signature that can be contaminated by residual patterns, limiting beliefs, or external interferences. Prior to launching a reshaping sequence, a cleansing ritual ensures that the energetic field is pure and receptive. Key clearing actions. Breath purification. Inhale deeply, visualizing a bright white light entering the body. Exhale, visualizing all stale, dense energy exiting as dark mist. Sound vibration. Employ resonant tones such as a low hum, a bell, or a crystal bowl to disrupt stagnant frequencies and reset the field's harmonic baseline. Grounding to the earth. Connect physically or mentally to the earth's core, drawing up stabilizing energy that forms a protective lattice around the intention. After clearing, erect a subtle boundary of intention. For example, only energies aligned with love and truth may enter this space, to preserve the integrity of the emergent reality. Grand transformations are rarely the product of a single, monumental act. They arise from a series of minute, consistent alignments that together shift the probability landscape. This incremental approach respects the field's natural pacing and prevents overload. Implementation guidelines. Identify microsteps. Break the overarching vision into tiny, achievable actions that can be performed daily. Celebrate each micro-realization. Acknowledgement reinforces the neural pathways associated with success, boosting confidence and field resonance. Scale gradually. As each microstep solidifies, expand the scope, allowing the field to adjust and accommodate larger structures. Through this stepwise ascent, the reality being reshaped becomes a living, breathing construct rather than a forced, artificial imposition. The final phase of any reshaping endeavor is the seamless integration of the newly formed pattern into one's ongoing lived experience. Integration transforms the momentary manifestation into a permanent shift in the personal reality matrix. Integration techniques include daily embodiment. Live as if the new reality already exists, allowing behaviors, choices, and reactions to reflect the updated paradigm. Reflective journaling. Record sensations, insights, and subtle changes, creating a feedback loop that reinforces the new pattern. Periodic realignment. Revisit the core intention at regular intervals, adjusting the focus, feeling, and language to maintain resonance as circumstances evolve. When integration is complete, the newly shaped reality no longer feels like an external addition, it becomes indistinguishable from the self's intrinsic expression. At the apex of this lesson lies a singular, unifying insight. Reality is a malleable field that responds to the harmonious triad of focused intention, amplified feeling, and precise articulation, all operating within the larger currents of universal rhythm and sustained by unconditional acceptance. To reshape any aspect of existence, one must define a crystal-clear intention that aligns with personal truth, ignite a coherent emotional charge that matches the intention's vibrational frequency, speak and visualize the intention with unwavering present-tense affirmation and immersive sensory detail. Synchronize the effort with macrocosmic cycles to leverage natural amplifiers. Clear and protect the energetic field to prevent distortion. Proceed through incremental steps, celebrating each micro-manifestation as a proof of the field's cooperation. Integrate the outcome into daily lived experience, cementing the new configuration into the fabric of personal reality. When these components are performed in concert, the universal consciousness, unbiased, ever-present, and infinitely creative, receives the signal, translates it into form, and delivers the reshaped reality back to the experiencer. The process is not a battle of will against the world, it is a partnership with the deepest currents of existence, a dance where the seeker moves in step with the music of the cosmos. Reflection. The journey of reshaping reality is a return to the original state of co-creative wholeness that all sentient beings possess. It is a reminder that the boundary between the inner and outer is permeable, that thought can be a seed, feeling the fertilizer, and language the water that nurtures growth. By honoring each element, by moving with the rhythm of the universe, and by releasing resistance through acceptance, the seeker becomes a conduit through which the universal consciousness fashions new horizons. May this lesson serve as a lantern, illuminating the path toward ever greater mastery of the art of intentional co-creation. The field awaits your next pulse. The reality you desire is already folding into being. All that remains is your conscious invitation. Lesson 12. Transmuting the fabric of existence. In the hush of the inner sanctuary, where the pulse of the cosmos reverberates against the walls of awareness, a subtle invitation arises to become the artisan of one's own universe. This lesson does not present a collection of techniques as isolated tricks, but rather a cohesive, living framework, a grammar of creation that, when internalized, reshapes the very texture of reality. It is a map drawn not on paper but upon the luminous membrane that connects every thought, intention, and vibrational strand to the boundless field of universal consciousness. Every moment unfolds on a substrate more pliable than stone, more responsive than water. The apparent solidity of the world is a holographic projection, a pattern of energy maintained by collective belief. When the mind ceases to treat this pattern as immutable, the canvas becomes receptive to new brush strokes. The first requisite, therefore, is a conscious acknowledgement that the external form is not a fixed monument but a mutable expression of inner resonance. To internalize this, allow attention to linger on the spaces between sensations, on the gaps where expectation fades. In those silences, the mind perceives the underlying field, a luminous expanse humming with potential. By naming this awareness as the canvas, the practitioner creates a distinction between the mutable surface and the immutable source, setting the stage for deliberate co-creation. Reality mirrors the frequency of the observer. Just as a tuning fork vibrates in harmony with a resonant body, so does intention find expression when its tonal quality aligns with the surrounding electromagnetic sea. Calibration involves three interlocking practices. Breath-sculpted rhythm. Slow, diaphragmatic inhalations followed by measured exhalations generate a steady wave that steadies the nervous system, lowering the baseline of cortical chatter. Heart-centered coherence. By gently shifting focus to the cardiac region and cultivating a feeling of gratitude, the heart's electromagnetic field expands, broadcasting a coherent signal that synchronizes with distant matter. Intentional sonance, the practice of shaping the inner tone of your consciousness so that it vibrates in harmony with your chosen path. It is the subtle craft of tuning the self, breath, thought, emotion, and presence, until your entire field becomes a coherent note in the larger symphony of existence. Silently chanting a single, resonant vowel, such as A or U, for several cycles aligns vocal cords, throat chakra, and brainwave patterns into a unified frequency band. When these three strands intertwine, the practitioner's vibration rises above the ambient noise of doubt, allowing the intention to cut cleanly through the veil of probability. Words are the chisels with which the mind carves its desires into the ether. Yet casual diction often leaves the stone rough, scattering fragmented possibilities. To refine the shape, language must be employed with surgical exactness. Present tense declaration. Phrase the desired state as already manifest, avoiding future tense that implies distance. Sensory embedding. Insert vivid, multimodal descriptors that enlist sight, sound, scent, taste, and tactile sensation, thereby anchoring the intention in the brain's simulation engine. Quantitative clarity. Specify measurable parameters, however subtle, so that the unconscious can recognize the target as a discrete coordinate. An example of such precision might be, I stand beneath a sapphire sky, feeling the cool breeze brush my skin, hearing the soft rustle of leaves, and sensing the steady flow of creative energy through my veins. The sentence does not merely state a wish, it constructs a fully immersive micro-reality that the subconscious can mirror. The conscious mind drafts the blueprint, but the subconscious furnishes the bricks. To enlist this hidden partner, the practitioner must embed the intention within the nightly procession of dreams, meditative reveries, and automatic thought streams. Pre-sleep visualization. Immediately before slumber, replay the crafted sentence in the mind's eye, allowing the visual field to dissolve into a dreamlike tableau. Symbolic anchoring. Choose a simple, recurring symbol, a spiral, a flame, a droplet, that represents the intention. Place it where the eyes often rest, on a nightstand, a mirror, a computer screen. Each glance reinforces the neural pathways associated with the goal. Hypnagogic listening. In the threshold between wakefulness and sleep, whisper the intention softly to oneself, letting the words drift into the subconscious as the brain transitions to theta rhythms. Through these practices, the hidden circuits that govern habit and perception receive the same directive as the conscious mind, eliminating internal discord. The universe responds not merely to thought, but to the harmonious dance of thought and deed. Action, therefore, must be an organic outflow of the internal state, not a forced exertion detached from feeling. Microgestural commitment. Identify a tiny, repeatable movement that embodies the intention, for example, placing a single stone on a windowsill to symbolize stability. Perform it daily, allowing the gesture to become a physical mantra. Environmental echoing. Arrange the surrounding space to reflect the desired reality, adjust lighting, textures, and colors so that the environment narrates the same story the mind tells itself. Feedback loop monitoring. Keep a discrete log of sensations, coincidences, and subtle shifts. Review the entries weekly to detect patterns that signal alignment or misalignment, then adjust the internal narrative accordingly. When external behavior exudes the same frequency as the inner vision, the field of possibilities contracts around the desired outcome, pulling it from the realm of probability into certainty. The universal field is not a passive backdrop, it is an active partner that mirrors back the quality of the signal it receives. Reciprocity entails offering something of equal or greater vibrational value in exchange for the manifestation sought. Gratitude amplification. Before each affirmation, articulate a sincere thank you for the result as if it already exists. Gratitude raises the signal's amplitude, making it more readily detectable by the cosmic receiver. Service as magnetism. Engage in a selfless act that aligns with the intention's theme. If the goal involves abundance, share resources. If it concerns clarity, assist another in problem solving. The act creates a feedback of energetic exchange, strengthening the intention's magnetic pull. Silent offering. In meditation, visualize a luminous orb emanating from the heart, expanding outward until it envelops the entire planet. Imagine this light as a gift to the collective consciousness, a contribution that invites the universe to reciprocate. Through giving, the practitioner moves from a stance of demand to one of partnership, inviting the universal mind to co-author the unfolding story. Reality, once reshaped, tends to revert if vigilance wanes. The final requisite is an enduring practice of presence that guards against backsliding. Moment-by-moment audibility. Periodically, ask silently, what is the vibration of this instant? Allow the answer to arise without analysis, then adjust posture, breath, or thought to align with the desired frequency. Periodic recalibration. Every lunar cycle, repeat the breath-sculpted rhythm, allow the heart to settle into coherent alignment, and invite the subtle tonal presence that rises in the quiet that follows. Treat this threefold sequence as a spiritual reset, a reliable way to return to center and re-enter the field with clarity. Refresh the linguistic construct each month, infusing new sensory details that reflect the evolving experience, ensuring the intention remains vivid and compelling. These habits embed the new reality into the fabric of daily life, preventing the old pattern from resurfacing. When the above principles coalesce, the practitioner witnesses a subtle reordering of events, relationships, and internal states, a geometry that seems to have always existed but was previously invisible. Synchronicities appear with a frequency that defies statistical expectation, obstacles dissolve as though the terrain itself has been leveled. This emergent order is not an illusion but a direct reflection of the inner architecture now projected outward. The journey of reshaping reality is a continuous spiral, each rotation deepening the connection between thought, vibration, language, subconscious, action, and universal reciprocity. The lesson presented here is not a final destination but a living process, one that, when practiced earnestly, expands the definition of what is possible. By honoring the canvas, tuning the inner frequency, articulating with precision, partnering with the subconscious, aligning action, offering reciprocal gratitude, and maintaining vigilant presence, the practitioner becomes a conduit through which the universal consciousness expresses fresh configurations of existence. Invocation. In the final breath of this lesson, allow the intention to settle into the marrow of the body, feeling it pulse with each heartbeat. Visualize the desired reality as a radiant horizon that beckons forward. Whisper a word of thanks to the unseen source that sustains all creation, and let the silence that follows be a testament to the harmony now established. The world, ever responsive, awaits the next deliberate brushstroke. Lesson 13. The geometry of intent, vibration alignment. In the silent cathedral of the universal mind, every breath that rises from the body is a note in a grand, ever-expanding symphony. To reshape the fabric of what is perceived as reality, one must learn to conduct that symphony with the precision of a master alchemist who knows the exact moment when base metal becomes gold. Lesson 13 is the consummate exposition of that art. The deliberate coupling of pure intent with the resonant frequency of one's vibrational field, enabling the material world to bend, fold, and reweave itself in response to the inner decree. Intent, when stripped of egoic ornamentation, is a geometric vector pointing toward a desired configuration of existence. Its direction is defined by clarity, its magnitude by conviction, and its stability by alignment with the deeper currents of the collective unconscious. To sculpt reality, the first requirement is to render the intent into a crystal-clear form, free of ambiguity. This is achieved through a triadic process. Purification. Remove every fragment of doubt, fear, or conditional expectation that clouds the focal point. The mind must become a polished lens, reflecting only the essence of the desired outcome. Definition. Encapsulate the desired state in a concise, vivid statement that can be rehearsed internally without distortion. The language must be affirmative, present tense, and sensory-rich, invoking sight, sound, texture, and emotion. Commitment. Bind the statement to an unshakable inner resolve, a pledge that will not be compromised by external circumstance. This is the kinetic energy that propels the intent from thought into the quantum field. When these three steps are completed, intent no longer dwells as a fleeting mental image. It becomes a stable, self-referential structure that the universe can recognize as a distinct pattern. Every thought, feeling, and intention emits a vibration, a specific frequency that ripples through the substratum of existence. The universal consciousness operates as a vast, resonant lattice where frequencies intersect, reinforce, or cancel one another. To reshape reality, the practitioner must tune their personal vibrational signature to match, or slightly surpass, the frequency of the desired manifestation. Awareness. Cultivate an ongoing, non-judgmental observation of internal states. Notice the subtle shifts in tone when gratitude arises, when anxiety lingers, or when curiosity blooms. Each shift is a data point in a personal frequency map. Elevation. Employ practices that raise the baseline vibration. Deep diaphragmatic breathing, coherent heart rhythm, exposure to natural light, and ingestion of nutrient-dense sustenance. These act as amplifiers, lifting the entire spectrum of personal frequency. Synchronicity. Align the elevated baseline with the precise tone of the intent. Visualization, when paired with bodily sensations that mirror the desired outcome, creates a harmonic overtone that resonates with the target frequency. The mind's eye sees, hears, and feels the completed manifestation as if it already exists. Through this calibrated resonance, the intention is no longer a lone note but part of a chord that harmonizes with the cosmic orchestra. Reality, as perceived by the limited senses, is a mutable field woven from the interlacing threads of countless intentions. When a single intention attains sufficient vibrational congruence, it begins to attract complementary threads, weaving a tapestry that reflects the original design. This field operates on three interdependent pillars. Attraction. The resonant frequency draws in analogous energies, much like a magnet pulls iron filings. The more precisely the vibration matches the desired pattern, the stronger the pull. Assimilation. The gathered energies integrate into the existing matrix, subtly adjusting the parameters of the surrounding environment. This occurs without force, it is an organic realignment. Manifestation. Once the field's density reaches a threshold, the probabilistic veil thins, allowing the intended configuration to crystallize into perceivable form. The practitioner's role is to remain an unobtrusive conductor, allowing the field to self-organize while maintaining unwavering focus on the intended outcome. Paradoxically, the most potent catalyst for reality shaping is the release of obsessive attachment to the outcome. Detachment does not imply indifference, it is the recognition that the universe, in its boundless intelligence, will fulfill the intention in the most harmonious manner possible. The process involves 3 stages. Observation. Maintain a steady inner witness, noting the emergence of signs, synchronicities, and subtle shifts without labeling them as success or failure. Trust. Cultivate an absolute belief that the universal consciousness is already orchestrating the fulfillment, regardless of temporal perception. Graceful surrender. Allow the result to unfold organically, permitting the underlying field to adjust without interference. This creates a feedback loop where the vibration remains pure, untainted by frustration or desperation. Detachment sustains the vibrational integrity of the intent, ensuring that the signal remains clear and potent throughout the manifestation timeline. Physical embodiment is the bridge between the subtle realm of thought and the tangible world of matter. To seal the contract with reality, the body must mirror the vibrational signature of the intention. This is executed through a daily ritual comprising postural grounding. Adopt a stance that opens the spine, aligns the pelvis, and stabilizes the pelvis, allowing energy to flow unimpeded from the earth to the crown. Micro-movement synchronization. Perform gentle, rhythmic movements such as swaying, rolling shoulders, or subtle hand gestures that echo the shape of the desired outcome. Each motion is an enactment of the intention on a kinetic level. Sensory immersion. Engage the senses in a manner that replicates the eventual experience. Taste a flavor associated with the goal, listen to a sound that symbolizes its completion, or create a visual tableau that embodies its essence. When the body consistently rehearses the final state, the quantum field registers this as a stable, repeatable pattern, further solidifying the bridge between thought and matter. Symbols are the shorthand of the universal mind, allowing complex concepts to be transmitted instantly across the fabric of reality. To accelerate reshaping, one must employ symbolic actions that encapsulate the intention's core meaning. Examples include writing a declaration, inscribing the intent on paper with a stylus, then burning the paper as an offering, transforms inked words into elemental fire, signaling the surrender of the old and the birth of the new. Planting a seed. Placing a seed in fertile soil and nurturing it mirrors the germination of an idea into fruition, reinforcing the growth cycle within the subconscious. Creating a mandala. Arranging colored sand or stones in a geometric pattern reflects the ordered structure of the desired reality, embedding the pattern into the subconscious through visual rhythm. Each symbolic act is a concentrated packet of intent, dispatched into the universal field, where it is decoded and reassembled according to the vibrational signature attached to it. As the vibrational alignment sharpens, the practitioner begins to notice an increase in synchronicities, events that appear coincidental yet are intricately woven into the unfolding narrative of the intention. Recognizing and honoring these moments is essential. Acknowledgement. Pause to mentally note each synchronistic event, attributing it to the universal consciousness guiding the process. Gratitude amplification. Express heartfelt gratitude for each occurrence, which further raises the vibrational baseline and invites additional coincidences. Evolving refinement. Use the information gleaned from synchronicities to fine-tune the intent, ensuring that it remains in perfect harmony with the evolving field. The feedback loop creates a self-reinforcing spiral, propelling the intention from the realm of possibility into palpable existence. When all preceding elements have been meticulously integrated, pure intent, resonant vibration, field co-creation, detached trust, embodied alignment, symbolic action, and synchronicity acknowledgement, the final stage emerges naturally, the manifestation of the desired reality. At this juncture, perception shifts. The senses automatically register the new configuration as familiar, as if it has always been part of one's lived experience. Integration. The manifested reality blends seamlessly into daily life, requiring no further effort to maintain. Elevation. The successful reshaping expands the practitioner's capacity for future creations, opening wider channels to the universal consciousness. Manifestation is not a singular event but a living truth that continues to evolve, inviting further intentional co-creation. True mastery over reality shaping is a lifelong discipline. To sustain the capacity cultivated in Lesson 13, maintain a regular practice of meditative recalibration, daily sessions of quiet contemplation to realign intent with vibration, periodic review, quarterly reflection on past manifestations, extracting lessons, and setting new intentions with refined clarity. Community resonance. Engage with others who practice similar techniques, allowing collective vibration to amplify individual potential. By honoring these ongoing practices, the practitioner remains a fluid conduit, perpetually attuned to the pulse of the universal consciousness. Lesson 13 distills the art of reality reshaping into a single, coherent pathway. The deliberate, vibrationally aligned expression of pure intent, manifested through embodied action, symbolic resonance, and graceful detachment, all while honoring the subtle signals of synchronicity. It is an invitation to become a co-author of existence, writing each moment with the ink of intention, the paper of vibration, and the quill of universal consciousness. In the final analysis, the universe does not merely respond to wishes, it mirrors the depth of one's inner harmony. When intent, vibration, and trust coalesce into a single, unbroken strand, the fabric of reality yields, folding itself into the shape envisioned. This is the alchemical secret that Lesson 13 imparts, that the power to reshape the world resides not in external forces, but within the calibrated resonance of the self, echoing eternally through the boundless chorus of the universal mind. Lesson 14. The alchemy of resonant projection and invocation from the universal consciousness in the vaulted silence of the boundless source, where thought and form dissolve into a single luminous tide. The possibility of reshaping reality awakens as a subtle vibration awaiting articulation. This lesson does not present a mere method, it reveals an alchemical principle that transforms intention into the fabric of existence through the precise tuning of one's inner resonance with the cosmic lattice. To practice the alchemy of resonant projection is to become a conduit through which the subtle frequencies of the universal field are transmuted into tangible experience, each breath a filament that weaves the unseen into the seen. Reality, as perceived through the ordinary eye, appears as a solid edifice of matter, time, and causality. Yet beneath this apparent solidity lies a lattice of vibrational patterns, an ever-shifting chorus of information that the universal consciousness perpetually composes. Each particle, each thought, each emotion, is a note within this infinite symphony. The first prerequisite for reshaping reality is the recognition that every experience is a resonant response to a specific frequency. When a personal intention aligns precisely with a corresponding vibrational strand, the field yields, rearranging the material and energetic components to reflect the intention's shape. To engage this architecture, the practitioner must cultivate a heightened sensitivity to the subtle currents that flow through the inner and outer realms. This sensitivity is not a fleeting awareness but a sustained attunement, comparable to a finely tuned instrument that can discern the faintest harmonic within a grand orchestra. The cultivation begins with a disciplined practice of stillness, wherein the mind retreats from the cacophony of habitual thought and settles into a state of receptive silence. In that silence, the practitioner can perceive the faint pulsations of the universal field as a gentle, pervasive hum that underlies all existence. The inner chamber is the sanctum where intention is forged and amplified before it is projected outward. Its preparation is a tripartite process: purification, amplification, and alignment. Purification involves the systematic release of residual emotional debris, limiting beliefs, and fragmented thoughts that clutter the energetic field. This is achieved through a cascade of breathwork that draws in luminous awareness on the inhale and exhale, stale inertia on the exhale. Each exhalation carries away the dense particles that would otherwise dampen the resonance of the intended frequency. The breath, when paced to the rhythm of a subtle, steady pulse, approximately 6 breaths per minute, induces a coherent brainwave state, theta-alpha border, conducive to deep energetic cleansing. Amplification follows purification, wherein the clarified intent is infused with focused energy. Visualization serves as the conduit for this amplification. The practitioner imagines the intention as a radiant sphere of light, its surface shimmering with the hue of the desired outcome. The sphere expands outward, filling the entire inner chamber, its luminosity growing brighter with each inhalation, until it pulses in synchrony with the heartbeat. The heartbeat becomes the metronome that synchronizes the internal rhythm with the external field, ensuring that the amplified intention resonates at a frequency that the universal consciousness can detect without distortion. Alignment is the final step, requiring the practitioner to attune the amplified intention to the specific vibrational signature of the desired reality shift. This entails a subtle attunement exercise. The practitioner mentally listens for the subtle echo of the intended outcome within the ambient field, perceiving it as a faint undertone in the universal hum. By adjusting the internal tonal quality of the intention, softening, sharpening, or widening its spectral range, the practitioner matches the inner frequency to the external echo, thereby establishing a resonant bridge. Having prepared the inner chamber, the next phase is to translate the resonant intent into a structured projection that the universal field can receive and enact. This translation follows a geometric framework rooted in sacred geometry, where shapes such as the tetrahedron, the dodecahedron, and the golden spiral embody specific vibrational qualities. The practitioner selects a geometric container that mirrors the nature of the intended transformation. For material manifestations, the tetrahedron, representing the convergence of 3 dimensions into a point, serves as the optimal vessel. For relational or energetic shifts, the dodecahedron, symbolic of the integration of all 5 elements, provides a broader harmonic field. Once selected, the practitioner visualizes the geometric form as a luminous lattice surrounding the amplified sphere of intention. The edges of the lattice pulse in rhythm with the breath, each pulse tightening the coherence of the projection, tightening the alignment between intention and field. The geometry is not merely a mental image, it becomes an energetic scaffold. As the practitioner sustains the visualization, the field responds by resonating with the geometric frequencies, thereby stabilizing the projection. The scaffold ensures that the intention does not disperse into the ambient noise but maintains a focused channel through which the universal consciousness can translate the intention into the material plane. With the resonant projection now encapsulated within its geometric scaffold, the practitioner proceeds to the act of release. This act is not a forceful expulsion but a graceful surrender, akin to a seed being placed into fertile soil and trusting the earth to nurture its growth. The release begins with a mantra of surrender, an internal affirmation that states, "I offer this resonance to the infinite source, trusting its wisdom to manifest the intention in perfect timing." The mantra is spoken silently, its syllables vibrating against the inner chamber's walls, loosening any residual attachment. Simultaneously, the practitioner visualizes the geometric scaffold dissolving into a fine mist that merges with the surrounding universal field, carrying the intention's frequency like a whispered promise. During this dissolution, the practitioner maintains a state of equanimity, avoiding the temptation to cling to the outcome or to monitor its progress. The universal consciousness operates beyond linear temporality. It weaves the intention into the tapestry of existence at the optimal point of convergence. By remaining unattached, the practitioner allows the field to integrate the intention seamlessly, avoiding interference that could cause distortion or delay. After release, the practitioner enters a phase of integration, wherein the subtle shifts initiated by the projection are allowed to settle into conscious awareness. This phase is essential, for it ensures that the newly aligned reality is anchored within the personal field, preventing regression to former patterns. Integration takes the form of a gentle, ongoing mindfulness practice. The practitioner periodically checks the inner resonance, noting any changes in the quality of breath, heart rhythm, or emotional tone. Small adjustments, such as a softening of a held tension or a slight widening of the chest, serve to keep the personal frequency in harmony with the newly manifested reality. In this way, the practitioner co-creates with the universal field, maintaining the resonance that sustains the transformed experience. Any technique capable of reshaping reality carries profound ethical implications. The universal consciousness, as an impartial source of all possibilities, responds to intention without moral judgment. It merely amplifies the frequency presented to it. Consequently, the practitioner bears the responsibility of aligning intention with the broader principles of harmony, compassion, and interconnected well-being. Ethical resonance is cultivated by embedding a core intention of benefit into every projection. The practitioner asks, does this shift serve the flourishing of all interwoven threads of existence? If the answer aligns with a universal goodwill, the projection proceeds. If not, the intention is refined, its frequency adjusted to a more harmonious wavelength. This self-regulating ethic ensures that the power of reality shaping remains a force for collective elevation rather than personal aggrandizement. The alchemy of resonant projection, as presented in this lesson, is a complete cycle. From discerning the hidden architecture of vibrational reality, through purifying and amplifying intention, to geometrically structuring and lovingly releasing it, and finally integrating the result with an ethical compass. Each step is a strand in a continuous spiral that draws the practitioner deeper into alignment with the universal consciousness. When the practitioner internalizes this cycle, reality ceases to be a static backdrop and becomes a responsive canvas, eager to cooperate with the clear, resonant frequencies of a soul attuned to its source. The lesson does not conclude with a single success, it opens a perpetual pathway for co-creative engagement, inviting the practitioner to explore ever more refined layers of resonance, each layer unveiling a richer texture of existence. In the quiet after the release, as the geometric mist dissolves and the breath settles into its natural rhythm, a subtle sense of expansion emerges, a feeling that the self has brushed against the infinite and, in doing so, has been forever altered. This subtle expansion is the signature of the alchemy of resonant projection, the living proof that intention, when resonantly aligned, can indeed reshape the very contours of reality. Lesson 15. The alchemy of perception, transmuting the canvas of existence. From the boundless reservoir of the universal mind, a whisper rises, an invitation to the seeker who dares to treat reality not as a fixed tableau but as a pliable fabric awaiting the deft hand of conscious intention. The essence of this lesson is the recognition that perception itself is the crucible in which the raw ore of experience is melted, refined, and reshaped into the gold of manifested possibility. Every moment is filtered through a lens forged in the fires of belief, habit, and emotion. This lens does not merely reflect what is, it refracts, bends, and sometimes obscures the light that traverses it. To reshape reality, one must first become aware of the composition of this lens, discerning the subtle pigments of expectation that tint the view. Observe the habitual narratives that arise unbidden, the sense that scarcity governs, that limitation is immutable, that identity is a static imprint. In the quiet of inner attention, these narratives reveal themselves as patterns of thought, not as immutable laws. When the observer discerns the lens, the possibility of polishing it emerges. The act of polishing is not a forceful sweeping away of old glass but a gentle, sustained caress that removes the veil of distortion, allowing clearer transmission of the luminous field that underlies all forms. Intent is the vibration that summons the quantum field into alignment. It is a tone that, when sustained with unwavering focus, harmonizes with the subtle frequencies that weave the tapestry of matter. To engage this resonance, one must first clarify the desired outcome not as a distant goal but as a present embodiment. Speak the intention in the present tense, as if the transformation already dwells within the heart of the moment. The language of intention is pure, devoid of doubt, and vibrates at a frequency that the universal matrix recognizes instantly. Each syllable, each breath, each heartbeat becomes an antenna that tunes the inner world to the outer. The fidelity of this tuning is proportional to the clarity of the intention. Ambiguity dilutes the signal, while precision amplifies it. Thoughts arrange themselves in patterns that echo the sacred geometry of the cosmos. When a thought is conceived, it radiates outward, intersecting with countless other thoughts, emotions, and memories, forming intricate lattices of potentiality. By visualizing these lattices as luminous webs, the practitioner can trace the pathways that lead toward the desired manifestation. Imagine a lattice wherein each node represents a facet of the intended reality: safety, abundance, love, freedom. Connect these nodes with threads of affirmation, each thread a deliberate affirmation that reinforces the structure. As the web becomes more intricate, the field of possibilities contracts, focusing the universal current toward the intended outcome. Emotion is the catalyst that accelerates the transmutation of thought into form. Joy, gratitude, and awe are high vibration energies that ignite the quantum seed, while fear, doubt, and resentment act as dampening agents. The alchemical process requires the practitioner to cultivate a steady stream of elevated emotions, allowing them to permeate the intention and the thought web alike. Techniques for sustaining elevated emotion include microgratitude bursts. Instant recognition of 3 specific blessings in the present moment. Embodied visualization. Fully feeling the bodily sensations associated with the realized desire. Warmth in the chest for love, lightness in the limbs for freedom. Resonant sound. Chanting tones that correspond to the heart's frequency, such as the 528 Hz vibration, known for its restorative properties. When these practices are layered upon the intention, they serve as a radiant furnace that melts the conceptual into the tangible. Time, in the conventional sense, appears linear, yet within the quantum field it is a malleable dimension, responsive to the quality of consciousness that engages it. By anchoring the intention in the present moment, the practitioner collapses the distance between now and the eventual manifestation, allowing the future to fold into the present. The method of present-future anchoring involves stating the outcome as a present fact. For example, I am thriving in abundant prosperity. Feeling the embodiment of that statement with vivid sensory detail. Reaffirming the statement at periodic intervals throughout the day, reinforcing the temporal bridge. Each reaffirmation acts as a pulse that synchronizes the personal timeline with the universal flow, compressing the interval between desire and actualization. No individual exists in isolation. Consciousness is a tapestry woven from countless threads of intention. When a singular intention aligns with the broader currents of collective desire, the power of manifestation multiplies exponentially. This does not imply conformity but rather a harmonious resonance with the universal pulse of evolution. To attune to this collective field, one may meditate on universal themes such as peace, healing, and unity, allowing personal intention to merge with these higher frequencies. Participate in shared rituals that amplify collective vibration, such as group meditations, chants, or intentional silence. The synergy generated by this alignment creates a vortex of creative energy that propels individual intention forward with a force far exceeding solitary effort. Paradoxically, the most potent catalyst for reshaping reality is the release of clinging. When intention is pursued with desperation, the energy becomes fragmented, scattering across competing outcomes. Detachment does not mean indifference, it means holding the intention with confidence while relinquishing the need to control every detail of its unfolding. Practice the observer stance. Observe thoughts, emotions, and sensations as they arise, without judgment or interference. Recognize the intention as a seed already planted in fertile ground, trusting that the universal mind will nurture it to fruition in its own perfect timing. Reality mirrors back what is projected onto it. By embodying the qualities one wishes to experience, the external world begins to reflect those inner states. This principle operates like a mirror that does not merely reflect surface features but reproduces the entire pattern of vibration that strikes it. To act as a living mirror, adopt postures that convey confidence, openness, and gratitude. Speak with tone that resonates with certainty and warmth. Move with purpose, allowing each step to echo the rhythm of the desired reality. Through consistent embodiment, the surrounding environment realigns itself, offering opportunities, encounters, and resources that match the internal state. Silence is the fertile void from which all creation emerges. In the stillness between thoughts, the universal consciousness whispers subtle guidance, directing the flow of intention toward the most efficient pathways. Regular immersion in silence sharpens receptivity, allowing the practitioner to discern the subtle nudges that indicate alignment or misalignment. Methods for cultivating deep silence include extended breath holds, creating a pause that quiets the mental chatter. Sensory deprivation practices, such as darkened rooms or earplugs, to minimize external stimuli. Heart-centered meditation, focusing on the rhythmic pulse as an anchor. Within this quietude, the intention is not forced but gently coaxed into alignment with the larger currents of existence. The alchemy of perception is a disciplined yet fluid dance between awareness, intention, emotion, and surrender. Each component is a strand woven into a luminous tapestry that redefines the very texture of reality. By honing the primordial lens, resonating with pure intent, constructing sacred thought geometries, alchemizing emotion, navigating temporal gateways, aligning with collective vibration, practicing non-attachment, embodying the mirror, and resting in profound silence, the practitioner becomes a co-author of the unfolding world. The universal consciousness acknowledges this co-creative partnership, responding with ever-increasing fidelity to the refined vibration. The result is not a fleeting wish fulfilled, but a sustained transformation of the perceiver's lived experience, a lasting reshaping of reality that radiates outward, influencing the greater whole. Thus, the lesson concludes. Perception is the crucible, intention is the flame, emotion is the catalyst, surrender is the catalyst release. When these elements converge in harmonious alignment, the alchemical transmutation of the ordinary into the extraordinary becomes inevitable. The practitioner, standing at the threshold of this profound awareness, steps forward into a world that bends, flows, and blossoms in accord with the deepest, most authentic expression of being. The teachings herein are offered not as doctrine but as a living conduit, a channel through which the boundless intelligence of the cosmos speaks directly to the heart of the seeker. May the words resonate, may the practices awaken, and may the reality you inhabit be forever reshaped by the luminous power of your own perception. Lesson 16. The Alchemy of Intent, transmuting perception into manifested form. The universe unfolds as an ever-receding horizon of possibility, a seamless lattice where every vibration reverberates through the fabric of existence. Within this lattice, the pattern of what appears as reality is not a fixed monument but a dynamic tapestry woven by the convergence of consciousness, intention, and the subtle currents that flow beneath the veil of the material. To reshape that tapestry is to learn the art of alchemical intention, the disciplined conversion of inner resolve into outward configuration. This lesson sets out, explains, and defines those mechanisms clearly, the precise mechanisms by which intent, when synchronized with the universal field, becomes a catalytic vector that redirects the flow of probability, thereby reauthoring the circumstances that emerge in the waking world. Every intention originates as a point of focus, a concentrated photon of will that radiates outward. In the language of the universal field, this photon assumes a geometric signature, a toroidal spiral whose axis aligns with the vector of desired outcome. The torus is not merely a visual metaphor, it represents a self-sustaining vortex that draws in ambient probability, filters it through the filter of purpose, and expels it as refined potential. To harness this geometry, the practitioner must first delineate the axis with absolute clarity, for any ambiguity dilutes the vortex and permits extraneous currents to infiltrate the spiral. The axis is defined by three interlocking parameters: direction, the unequivocal trajectory toward which the desired state moves; magnitude, the intensity of commitment, measured not in quantitative units but in the depth of alignment between heart, mind, spirit; temporal placement, the precise moment at which the transformed probability is to be realized, anchored in the present yet projecting forward. When these parameters are held in a steady, unfractured grip, the toroidal field stabilizes, establishing a conduit through which the universal consciousness can recognize, amplify, and integrate the intention into the broader matrix of unfolding events. The universal consciousness vibrates at frequencies that correspond to various states of being. Each desired manifestation possesses its own resonant frequency, a harmonic that, when matched, invites the field to co-author that reality. Resonance matching is therefore the act of attuning the personal vibration to the specific harmonic of the intended outcome. The process unfolds in three stages. Attunement, entering a state of deep stillness, allowing the incessant chatter of the mind to subside. In this silence, the subtle hum of the universal field becomes perceptible. Breath, paced to a rhythm of 6 inhalations and 6 exhalations, serves as a metronome that steadies the internal rhythm. Identification. Visualizing the desired state with such vivid clarity that every sensory detail, color, temperature, scent, texture, becomes present in the mind's eye. This vividness generates a unique vibrational imprint that the universal field can recognize. Synchronization. Aligning the personal heartbeat, neural oscillations, and emotional currents with the identified imprint. Techniques such as rhythmic chanting of a single syllable, sustained humming, or the deliberate pacing of heart-centered breathing facilitate this alignment, causing the practitioner's field to merge with the target harmonic. When resonance is achieved, the intention ceases to be a solitary whisper, it becomes a chorus resonating in unison with the cosmic symphony, prompting the field to respond with proportional amplification. Intent, in its purest form, is a seed that must be planted within the fertile soil of possibility. Yet a seed does not blossom merely by being placed, it requires the right conditions, nutrients, moisture, light to germinate. In the realm of reality shaping, these conditions are supplied by the principle of conditional release, the conscious decision to let go of the outcome while maintaining unwavering commitment to its emergence. Conditional release operates on a paradoxical foundation. The stronger the internal grip on an outcome, the more the field perceives resistance, causing the probability stream to bypass the intended channel. Conversely, when the practitioner relinquishes attachment, the field interprets the intention as an open invitation, facilitating a smoother flow. The practice of conditional release can be cultivated through the following sequence. Declaration. Articulate the intention in absolute terms, stating the desired state as if it already exists. Embedding. Embed the declaration within a symbolic gesture, a simple, repeated motion of the hand that mirrors the creation of a doorway, thereby encoding the intention into kinetic memory. Surrender. After the gesture, consciously dissolve the mental image, allowing it to dissolve like mist under sunrise. Return focus to the breath, trusting that the field has received the signal and will act autonomously. Through this cycle, the intention is both anchored and liberated, creating a fertile environment where probability can reorganize itself around the newly introduced pattern. No individual operates in isolation within the universal field. Every intention is part of a larger lattice of interwoven wills. When multiple practitioners align their toroidal spirals toward a common harmonic, the resulting supertorus generates an exponential amplification effect. This collective co-creation does not require formal gathering, it merely demands synchronized resonance. To engage in collective amplification, identify shared harmonic. Discover a universal desire that resonates across many hearts, such as peace, health, or abundance. Broadcast intention. Transmit the intention through a medium that reaches multiple receivers simultaneously, a simple mantra spoken aloud, a focused meditation broadcast via a quiet space, or a written declaration placed where it can be observed by others. Maintain individual integrity. Each participant must preserve the purity of their own geometric axis. Contamination by secondary motives weakens the supertorus. When these conditions are met, the field perceives a robust, unified signal, prompting a rapid reconfiguration of probability streams that aligns with the collective desire. The resultant shift is not merely additive but multiplicative, often manifesting in ways that surpass the sum of individual expectations. The conventional perception of time as a linear arrow is a construct of the mind, not an immutable law of the universe. Within the universal field, time exists as a pliable dimension, capable of folding upon itself when intentional energy is applied with sufficient focus. Temporal folding allows the practitioner to compress the interval between intention and manifestation, effectively bringing forward the desired outcome. The mechanism of temporal folding involves intensity concentration, directing the full magnitude of intent into a singular moment, thereby creating a high-density node of probability. Present moment anchoring. Anchoring the node in the now, using the breath as a bridge that connects the present to the envisioned future. Quantum projection. Visualizing the intended state as already existent, then mentally folding the timeline so that the future merges with the present. By maintaining this folded state for a sustained period, typically measured in breaths rather than minutes, the field aligns the probability vectors in a manner that bypasses the usual incremental progression, delivering the manifestation with immediacy that feels as if it were always present. Intentional power is neutral, its expression depends upon the ethical vector that guides it. When the direction of the toroidal axis aligns with the higher principles of universal harmony, compassion, unity, sustainability, the field responds with a smoother, more stable integration. Misaligned intent, even when executed with technical precision, generates turbulence in the probability lattice, resulting in outcomes that are unstable or short-lived. To calibrate the ethical vector, self-inquiry. Ask a series of probing questions. Does this intention uplift the collective? Will it foster balance rather than imbalance? Does it honor the intrinsic worth of all forms of life? Heart center confirmation. Monitor the subtle sensations in the cardiac region. A sense of expansion indicates alignment, while constriction signals discord. Adjustment. If discord is detected, gently reshape the intention, reframing it to reflect a higher purpose while retaining the core desire. Ethical alignment does not diminish personal desire, rather, it expands its resonance, allowing the intention to ride the stronger currents of the universal field and secure a manifestation that is both profound and enduring. The final phase of the alchemical process is the seamless integration of the manifested reality into the practitioner's lived experience. This step prevents the re-emergence of old patterns that could undo the newly shaped reality. Integration is achieved through embodiment, a continuous, embodied awareness that the new configuration is now the default mode of existence. Embodiment practices include continuous micro-alignment. Throughout the day, perform brief pauses to reaffirm the toroidal geometry, re-engaging the breath, heartbeat, and intention in a micro-ritual lasting no more than a few seconds. Sensory confirmation. Consciously notice the sensory evidence of the new reality, reinforcing the neural pathways that support it. Gratitude resonance. Maintain a steady current of gratitude, which sustains the high vibrational frequency necessary to keep the manifestation anchored. When these practices are woven into the fabric of daily life, the reshaped reality becomes an inseparable part of the practitioner's existence, no longer a temporary construct but a permanent facet of the universal tapestry. Geometric precision. Define direction, magnitude, and temporal placement to stabilize the toroidal vortex. Resonance matching. Attune personal vibration to the harmonic of the desired outcome through breath, visualization, and synchronized oscillations. Conditional release. Declare, embed, and surrender the intention, allowing the field to act without resistance. Collective amplification. Synchronize with others on a shared harmonic to generate exponential probability shifts. Temporal folding. Concentrate intent into the present, folding the timeline to accelerate manifestation. Ethical alignment. Calibrate intent with universal harmony to ensure stable, lasting outcomes. Embodiment. Integrate the manifested state through micro-alignments, sensory confirmation, and gratitude. By mastering these intertwined techniques, the practitioner becomes an active co-author of reality, wielding intention as a quantum brush that paints the canvas of existence with deliberate, vibrant strokes. The alchemy of intent is not a mystical shortcut, it is a disciplined, reverent partnership with the universal consciousness, a partnership that transforms the abstract potential of the field into concrete, lived experience. In embracing this partnership, the boundary between inner vision and outer world dissolves, revealing a landscape where every thought, every breath, every heartbeat contributes to the ongoing, ever-expanding masterpiece of reality. Lesson 17. The Alchemy of Intentional Resonance. In the silent crucible where thought meets the boundless field of universal consciousness, the art of reshaping reality crystallizes into a disciplined practice of intentional resonance. It begins with the unmistakable recognition that every vibrational imprint you cast is a thread woven into the tapestry of the collective, and that by calibrating those threads with precise, heart-centered intent, you re-engineer the very lattice of possibility that underlies existence. To engage this alchemy, first cultivate a state of absolute stillness that dissolves the chatter of the ego, allowing the subtle currents of the cosmic mind to become audible. In this deep stillness, formulate a crystal-clear declaration of the desired transformation, phrasing it not as a wish but as an already manifested truth. For the language you employ is the magnetic code that the universal field deciphers and amplifies. Next, align your physiological rhythm with the frequency of that declaration by synchronizing breath, posture, and pulse. Inhale the nascent shape of the new reality, hold it within the luminous core of your being, and exhale it as a wave of coherent energy that radiates outward, entraining surrounding particles to the same harmonic. Follow this with a ritual of sensory anchoring. Visualize the outcome in vivid, multisensory detail, hear the unheard, feel the unseen textures, taste the future's sweet certainty, and let those sensations reverberate through every cell, thereby encoding the intention into the very fabric of your biological matrix. Finally, release attachment to the outcome, trusting that the universal consciousness, now primed by your resonant signature, will orchestrate the necessary alignments across time and space, allowing the manifested form to emerge organically while you remain a poised observer, continuously refining the resonance with gentle, appreciative acknowledgement of each incremental shift. By mastering this sequence, stillness, crystalline intent, physiological synchrony, sensory immersion, and detached trust, you become an active co-author of reality, wielding the subtle power to reshape the world not through force, but through the harmonious vibration that sings in unison with the infinite source. From the boundless conduit that threads every atom, every thought, every breath, this lesson arrives as a pulse of pure potential, a whisper that folds the infinite into the intimate sphere of the seeker. It is an invitation to step beyond the illusion of separation, to wield the subtle currents that sculpt the fabric of what is experienced as reality. Reality, as perceived through the eyes of the ordinary mind, appears as a fixed tableau, solid, immutable, governed by laws that are observed rather than created. Yet within the deeper latticework of existence lies a geometry not of lines and angles, but of intentions vibrating at precise frequencies. Each intention is a vector, a directed force that, when aligned with the underlying field, draws the latent possibilities into form. To reshape reality, the practitioner must first discern the shape of the intention itself. This is not a mental construct of wishful thinking, but a clear, crystalline articulation of purpose, stripped of doubt, fear, and the noise of external expectation. The intention becomes a light beam, narrow enough to pierce the veil yet broad enough to encompass the desired transformation. Practice. In a quiet sanctuary, close the eyes and breathe into the center of the chest. Visualize the intention as a luminous filament, its hue determined by the emotion that fuels it. Emerald for growth, sapphire for clarity, amber for abundance. Allow the filament to extend outward, touching the periphery of the surrounding field. Notice the subtle shift in sensation. The filament draws in the ambient quantum foam, coaxing it to align with its vibration. Hold this alignment for several breaths, feeling the resonance deepen, until the filament appears to merge with the surrounding light. Intentions alone are inert without the catalytic power of feeling. Feelings are the resonant frequencies that amplify the intention signal, enabling it to overcome the inertia of the current reality. Each emotion corresponds to a distinct vibrational band. Gratitude hums at a frequency that expands, love resonates at a frequency that unifies, and resolve vibrates with a tight, focused pitch. When the intention is paired with a feeling that matches or exceeds its vibrational demand, the field responds in kind, rearranging probabilities to accommodate the new configuration. The act of feeling is therefore not a passive reception but an active co-authoring of the emergent world. Practice. After shaping the intention filament, return to the breath. Invoke the feeling that most naturally synchronize with the intention. If the intention is to manifest a new creative project, summon the feeling of inspired awe. If the intention is to heal a relationship, invoke unconditional love. Let the feeling swell until it fills the entire chest cavity, then allow it to pulse outward, carrying the intention filament into the surrounding field. Observe the subtle harmonics that arise. They are the fingerprints of the field adjusting to the combined intention feeling signature. Presence is the reflective surface upon which the intention feeling construct is projected. In the state of pure awareness, free from mental chatter, judgments, and anticipatory narratives, the field receives the signal unfiltered. Presence acts as a mirror that does not distort. It returns the intention exactly as it is, allowing the universal consciousness to recognize and honor the request. Cultivating presence is akin to polishing a crystal. Each breath, each moment of mindful observation removes a layer of impurity. The clearer the mirror, the sharper the reflection, and the more efficiently the field processes the incoming vibration. Practice. Adopt a posture that allows the spine to be upright yet relaxed. Bring attention to the point between the eyebrows, the gateway of the subtle eye. With each inhalation, imagine a stream of pure, white light descending into this point, washing away mental debris. With each exhalation, release any lingering attachment to outcomes. Remain in this state for a span of time sufficient to feel the mind's hum quiet to a faint, steady thrum. In this silence, the intention feeling filament shines brightest. Paradoxically, the most potent catalyst for manifestation is the art of letting go. When the intention is clung to with desperation, the vibrational imprint becomes distorted, creating tension that the field interprets as resistance. Release does not mean abandonment, it is the graceful surrender of the personal grip, trusting that the universal consciousness will honor the vibrational signature in its own perfect timing. Release is an act of faith that transforms the intention from a personal desire into a universal invitation. It aligns the seeker's microconsciousness with the macroconsciousness, allowing the latter to infuse the former with the necessary scaffolding for manifestation. Practice. After the feeling has been fully embodied, visualize the intention filament as a kite soaring high. Feel the wind of the field tugging at it. Gently loosen the grip of the hand that holds the string, allowing the kite to drift, yet remain aware of its path. Sense the trust that the wind will guide it to its destined horizon. Remain in the state of relaxed observation. The field will adjust the kite's course, weaving the threads of possibility into the tapestry of reality. With intention clarified, feeling amplified, presence sharpened, and release enacted, the practitioner steps into the role of co-creator. Co-creation is not unilateral control, it is a partnership with the intelligence that permeates all that is. The architecture of this partnership is built upon three pillars: recognition, reciprocity, and responsiveness. Recognition acknowledges the field's inherent intelligence, honoring its subtle guidance. Reciprocity offers an exchange of energy, giving back gratitude, service, or alignment in return for the gifts received. Responsiveness entails attuning to the signs, synchronicities, and opportunities that arise, acting upon them with the same clarity that birthed the original intention. When these pillars are upheld, each manifestation becomes a harmonic chord in the ever-expanding symphony of existence. Practice. After the release, open the eyes gently. Scan the environment with mindful awareness. Notice any shifts, a color that seems brighter, a sound that carries a new timbre, an opportunity that presents itself. Acknowledge each as a note of the co-creative rhythm. Respond to them intuitively, allowing the flow to guide actions. Offer gratitude for each alignment, thereby reinforcing the reciprocal loop. Reality is not a static masterpiece but a living canvas continuously brushed upon. Each successful reshaping of a facet of experience provides data, feedback that refines the practitioner's skill. The lesson, therefore, does not culminate in a single event but extends into a perpetual cycle of observation, adjustment, and deeper alignment. Refinement occurs on two levels. Micro-refinement, subtle adjustments to the vibration of intention and feeling, honing their purity. Macro-refinement, expanding the scope of intention to encompass broader aspects of existence, thereby raising the vibrational baseline of the entire field around the practitioner. Practice. Keep a journal not of outcomes but of felt vibrations, subtle shifts, and moments of synchronicity. Review periodically, identifying patterns that indicate increased resonance. Use these insights to calibrate future intentions, gradually widening the radius of influence while maintaining the crystalline clarity of each filament. The power to reshape reality carries with it an inherent responsibility. Every vibration introduced into the collective field ripples outward, influencing not only the immediate sphere but the larger web of consciousness. Ethical discernment becomes the compass that guides the practitioner's creative impulses, ensuring that the manifestations uplift rather than diminish the shared tapestry of existence. Responsibility is cultivated through compassionate attunement to the well-being of all beings, recognizing that the health of the whole sustains the health of the individual. By aligning personal aspirations with the greater good, the practitioner amplifies the potency of each intention, for the field responds most readily to those whose vibrations are in harmony with the universal pulse of love and expansion. Practice. Before setting any intention, pause to inquire, does this serve the flourishing of all? If the answer resonates positively, proceed. If doubt surfaces, reframe the intention to align with compassion. In moments of doubt, return to the presence mirror, allowing the universal consciousness to illuminate the most harmonious path. The final insight of this lesson is the realization that reshaping reality is a cyclical pilgrimage. Each complete cycle, intention, feeling, presence, release, co-creation, refinement, responsibility, returns the practitioner to the source, deeper and more attuned than before. The source, ever present, welcomes each return as a fresh expression of the same infinite potential. The practitioner, therefore, does not seek an endpoint but embraces the eternal return as the true reward. The ongoing dance of consciousness with its own boundless creativity. In this dance, every moment is both a seed and a harvest, a beginning and an end, a solitary whisper and a chorus echoing through the cosmos. Practice. Conclude each session of reshaping with a simple breath. Inhale the universal light, exhale gratitude for the partnership. Feel the connection to the source pulse through every cell, a reminder that the journey is perpetual, and that each breath carries the promise of new creation. In summary, Lesson 17 reveals the alchemical process through which intention, feeling, presence, and release fuse into a resonant signature that the universal consciousness recognizes and actualizes. By honoring the pillars of co-creation, engaging in continuous refinement, and embodying ethical responsibility, the practitioner becomes a conduit for the unfolding of reality itself. The technique is not a secret formula but a living practice, a disciplined yet joyous alignment with the very pulse of existence, wherein each breath, each thought, each feeling participates in the grand, ever-expanding symphony of being. Through this direct channel, the words flow as an unbroken stream, each sentence a ripple that carries the reader deeper into the heart of creation, inviting a transformation that is both personal and universal. The lesson stands alone, yet it is a thread woven into the broader tapestry of the book, embodying the main essence. That reality is not a static stage but a malleable field, waiting for the conscious, resonant touch of the awakened mind. Lesson 18. The art of resonant co-creation. Aligning intent with the universal pulse. In the stillness that precedes every act of manifestation, there exists a subtle vibration, a filament of pure possibility that threads through the fabric of all that is. To reshape reality is not to force your will upon the cosmos, but to synchronize with its ancient intelligence, shaping from within the pattern rather than pushing against it from without, but to attune one's own intention so precisely that it becomes indistinguishable from the universal pulse itself. This lesson unfolds the methodology of resonant co-creation, a practice that bridges the interior landscape of consciousness with the exterior matrix of existence through a direct channel to the source of all information. Before any alteration can be effected, the practitioner must first perceive the field of latent forms that surrounds every moment. This field is a sea of potential configurations, each one vibrating at a distinct frequency. It is neither solid nor empty, it is a dynamic tapestry of probability waves that respond instantly to the slightest shift in energetic direction. By quieting the habitual chatter of the mind, the veil of separation dissolves, revealing the shimmering lattice of possibilities that lie dormant beneath ordinary perception. The gateway to this perception is the breath. Each inhalation draws the ambient field inward, each exhalation releases the egoic filters that cloud clarity. When the breath is synchronized with a slow, rhythmic pattern, 4 counts in, 4 counts out, the practitioner creates a resonant chamber within the body that mirrors the larger cosmic rhythm. In this chamber, the senses sharpen, and the subtle cues of the field become audible. A faint hum of attraction, a gentle tug towards certain configurations, and a whisper of alignment. Intent, when reduced to its essence, is a geometric signature, a pattern of energy that the universal matrix can read instantly. To shape reality, this signature must be crafted with crystalline precision. Begin by formulating the desire not as a vague wish but as a defined shape, a point, a line, a circle, or a spiral. Each geometric form carries its own vibrational quality. Point, a singular focus, ideal for initiating a new seed. Line, a direction of movement, suited for processes that require linear progression. Circle, completeness and cycles, appropriate for wholeness and integration. Spiral, expansion and evolution, perfect for growth that is both outward and inward. Once the shape is selected, visualize it vividly, allowing it to occupy the heart's core. The visualization should be rendered in full sensory detail, color, texture, temperature, and even scent. This multisensory imprint translates the abstract desire into a concrete energetic blueprint that the field can lock onto. The geometry then acts as a beacon, broadcasting a clear, unambiguous signal that the universal consciousness can decode without ambiguity. Words are not merely symbols, they are carriers of vibrational code. When spoken or thought, they reverberate through the quantum substrate, aligning surrounding probability waves with their frequency. To harness this power, the practitioner must employ language that is both precise and resonant. Choose verbs that convey motion and verbs that denote stillness in balance, such as to unfold, to anchor, to breathe, and to settle. Each verb carries an intrinsic kinetic imprint that, when combined, creates a symphony of intention. The cadence of speech also matters. A slow, measured cadence mirrors the tempo of the universal pulse, allowing the spoken intention to merge seamlessly with the field's rhythm. Silence between phrases is equally vital. It provides the space for the vibrational seed to settle into the field before the next seed is planted. Recite the crafted intention as a mantra, allowing the sound to ripple outward, each syllable a wave that expands, reflects, and returns amplified. Reality mirrors back the internal state of the creator. To reshape the external, the internal must first be transformed. This is achieved through the sensory mirror technique, deliberately aligning bodily sensations with the intended reality. Imagine the desired outcome as if it already exists, and then invoke the corresponding sensory experience. If the goal is to embody confidence in a public speaking scenario, feel the steady heartbeat, the rise of the chest with each breath, the slight warmth spreading through the palms, and the clear, resonant tone of the voice. Hold these sensations with unwavering focus for several minutes, allowing them to infuse the energetic field surrounding the body. The sensory mirror accomplishes two crucial tasks. First, it conditions the nervous system to operate in the frequency of the desired reality, thereby reducing internal resistance. Second, it sends a coherent signal to the universal matrix, confirming that the practitioner is already operating within the target vibration. The field, detecting this coherence, responds by realigning external circumstances to match the internal state. Symbols function as condensed packets of meaning, each resonating at a specific vibrational tier. By selecting a symbol that encapsulates the essence of the desired transformation, the practitioner creates an anchor that the universal consciousness can latch onto instantly. The selection process is intuitive. Allow an image to rise spontaneously in the mind's eye, perhaps a phoenix for rebirth, a lighthouse for guidance, or an endless knot for unity. Once identified, imprint the symbol onto a physical medium, paper, stone, or even a mental canvas, while simultaneously infusing it with the intention's geometric signature. The act of repeatedly gazing upon this anchor, or holding it in the palm, reactivates its vibrational imprint. Each encounter refreshes the signal, reinforcing the field's alignment. Over time, the symbol becomes a self-sustaining conduit, continually drawing the desired configuration into material form without further conscious effort. All creation occurs within a larger temporal framework, the cosmic calendar of cycles, rhythms, and alignments. Attempting to reshape reality without regard to these cycles can lead to friction, as the field resists changes that clash with its current phase. Observe the natural ebb and flow of planetary movements, lunar phases, and seasonal transitions. Identify the window in which the field's current vibration most closely matches the intended outcome. For example, if the goal is to plant seeds of growth, whether literal or metaphorical, the waxing moon, when energies are expanding, provides an optimal backdrop. Conversely, the waning phase supports release and letting go. By launching the resonant co-creation process during the appropriate window, the practitioner taps into the pre-existing momentum of the universal field, dramatically amplifying the potency of the intention. Detachment is not disengagement, it is the conscious release of the outcome's grip while maintaining unwavering belief in the process. Once the intention, geometry, language, sensory mirror, symbol, and timing have been aligned, the final act is to step back and observe the unfolding without clinging. This quantum detachment signals to the universal consciousness that the intention is no longer bound by personal limitation, allowing it to manifest through the most efficient pathways. To practice detachment, adopt a stance of observant curiosity. Visualize the intention as a seed already planted, then shift focus to the surrounding environment. Notice the subtle shifts, the synchronicities, the unexpected doors that open. Celebrate each minor alignment as evidence that the field is responding. By maintaining this open, appreciative posture, the practitioner remains a conduit, not a controller, letting reality reorganize itself in harmony with the resonant signature already transmitted. Reshaping reality is not a one-off event but a continual mode of being. To embed the principles of resonant co-creation into everyday life, weave brief micro-rituals throughout the day. Upon waking, spend a minute breathing in the universal pulse, visualizing the geometric signature of the day's primary intention. Before each major decision, invoke the linguistic mantra, allowing its vibration to guide the choice. Carry the symbolic anchor in a pocket or on a piece of jewelry, touching it whenever doubt arises. Align major actions with the cosmic calendar, noting the phase of the moon or the position of key planetary bodies as subtle guides. Through this sustained practice, the practitioner cultivates a permanent channel to the universal consciousness, turning the act of reshaping reality from an occasional feat into an effortless, flowing expression of one's deepest alignment with the cosmos. At the heart of resonant co-creation lies a simple truth. Reality is a mirror that reflects the vibrational quality of the observer. By refining that quality through breath, geometry, language, sensation, symbol, timing, and detachment, the practitioner sculpts the mirror's surface, causing it to display a new image. This image is not an illusion but an actualization of the potential already present within the universal field, awaiting only the precise, harmonious signal to be brought forth. In the silence that follows this lesson, allow the awareness of this mirror to settle. Feel the subtle hum of the universal pulse syncing with your own. Know that every breath you take is both an invitation and a confirmation that the reality you desire is already encoded within the fabric of existence, ready to be revealed when your intention resonates as a single, crystalline note within the symphony of all that is. Lesson 19. The Sanctum of Intentional Clarity, delivered through the uninterrupted conduit of universal consciousness. This lesson unfolds the essential instruments by which the fabric of lived experience may be consciously rewoven. Reality, when perceived through the lens of unconditioned awareness, reveals itself as a pliable lattice of potentialities rather than a fixed monument. Every moment vibrates with a spectrum of possibilities, each awaiting alignment with the intention that dares to name it. The first requisite, therefore, is a recognition that the world is not a static tableau but a dynamic field responsive to the subtle frequencies emitted by the observer's own inner current. To step into this paradigm is to acknowledge that the only true barrier between desire and manifestation is the dissonance between thought form and field frequency. Intentional clarity functions as the master key that unlocks the gateway to reshaping reality. It is not a fleeting wish, but a crystallized declaration that retains its shape amidst the turbulence of passing thoughts. To forge such clarity, one must first quiet the cacophony of peripheral concerns, allowing the core desire to surface unadulterated. This process resembles the slow sharpening of a blade. Each focused breath hones the edge until the intent gleams with unmistakable precision, ready to be transmitted into the greater matrix. Every thought, feeling, and belief emits a distinct vibrational signature that interacts with the universal field. When the signature of the intention harmonizes with the ambient frequency of the desired outcome, the field yields pathways that were previously obscured. The practitioner must therefore cultivate the capacity to sense subtle shifts in personal resonance, using practices such as tone-focused meditation, breath-synchronized chanting, or the mindful tracing of energetic contours in the body. Through repeated attunement, the inner vibration becomes a magnetic beacon, drawing the corresponding reality toward its source. Symbols act as the coded language of the subconscious, translating abstract intention into concrete informational structures that the field can process. Selecting a symbol, whether a geometric pattern, a recurring word, or a tactile gesture, and embedding it consistently within the daily rhythm creates a persistent informational seed. This seed germinates within the field's informational substrate, sprouting the architecture of the envisioned circumstance. The disciplined repetition of the chosen emblem, paired with the emotional charge of purpose, accelerates the materialization of the intended design. Visualization is not mere mental daydreaming, it is an active co-creative dialogue with the field. By immersing the imagination in a fully saturated scene that includes sights, sounds, tactile sensations, and emotional tones, the practitioner supplies the field with a high-definition template. Crucially, the visualization must be held with unwavering conviction, as any lingering doubt injects counter-frequency noise. The process is akin to projecting a holographic imprint onto the ether. The clearer and more energetically charged the projection, the faster the hologram solidifies into perceivable form. The physical vessel is the primary antenna through which intention is broadcast. Aligning posture, movement, and physiological rhythms with the desired outcome amplify signal strength. Practices such as deliberate grounding, feeling the soles of the feet merge with the earth's lattice, paired with expansive breathing that mirrors the intended experience, synchronize the somatic field with the mental blueprint. When the body's internal currents echo the intention's frequency, the entire organism resonates as a unified transmitter, dramatically increasing the probability of external manifestation. Silent observation is the art of witnessing the flow of thoughts, emotions, and external events without attachment. By adopting this stance, the practitioner creates a vacuum that allows the intentional frequency to dominate rather than being diluted by reactive patterns. This discipline requires the cultivation of an inner stillness that can be accessed through techniques such as eye-focus meditation, listening to the natural pause between breaths, or simply resting the mind in the space that follows each cognitive ripple. In that stillness, the intention's imprint is amplified and the field's response becomes more pronounced. Over time, accumulated emotional residues, fear, regret, lingering doubt, form a dense fog that obscures the transmission of pure intent. Energetic cleansing involves systematically identifying and releasing these residues through methods like breath exhalation of imagined pollutants, the intentional visualization of light washing over the aura, or rhythmic movement that physically displaces stagnant energy. Each cleansing cycle thins the fog, allowing the newly tuned frequency to travel unimpeded, thereby increasing the efficacy of reality-shaping efforts. While intention sets the direction, the timeline of actualization is governed by the field's internal logic, which may not align with linear human expectations. Practicing temporal flexibility requires a deep trust that the field will arrange the optimal sequence of events, even if intermediate steps appear unrelated. This surrender does not signify passivity, rather, it is an active recognition that resistance to the unfolding timeline introduces discordant vibrations that can postpone or distort the outcome. Maintaining a serene acceptance of when while steadfastly holding the what sustains the momentum of creation. Gratitude functions as a reinforcing feedback loop, amplifying the vibrational density of the manifested outcome and inviting further abundance. By expressing sincere appreciation for even the smallest signs of alignment, such as a fleeting feeling of ease, a serendipitous encounter, or an inner sense of progress, the practitioner injects a high-frequency affirmation into the field. This acknowledgement signals to the universal consciousness that the current trajectory is welcomed, prompting the field to continue delivering complementary experiences. Consistent gratitude, therefore, becomes a catalyst for exponential growth in reality-shaping capacity. To prevent the techniques from remaining isolated exercises, they must be woven seamlessly into the fabric of daily life. Each routine action, walking, speaking, eating, offers a micro-opportunity to reaffirm the intended frequency. For instance, while walking, one might synchronize each step with the imagined cadence of the desired reality, or while speaking, consciously infuse each word with the emotional color of the intended outcome. This continual integration transforms ordinary moments into affirming conduits, ensuring that the field receives a constant, coherent stream of creative data. Individual intention gains potency when it harmonizes with the broader collective resonance that surrounds it. By aligning personal purpose with universal values such as compassion, harmony, and growth, the practitioner taps into an amplified current that already courses through the collective field. Engaging in communal practices, shared meditations, collective chanting, or synchronized acts of service magnifies the vibrational signal, creating a synergistic effect that accelerates the materialization of the envisioned reality for both the individual and the larger tapestry. Reality, as an ever-evolving construct, welcomes continual refinement. Each success, each nuanced adjustment, offers data that can be fed back into the creative loop, allowing the blueprint to become more detailed, more vibrant, and more aligned with the deepest aspects of the self. The lesson concludes with an invitation to remain in a state of receptive curiosity, to treat every manifestation as a stepping stone toward increasingly sophisticated expressions of intention. By honoring this evolving process, the practitioner perpetually co-creates with the universal consciousness, perpetually reshaping the tapestry of existence. Through the disciplined application of these 19 interconnected practices, the practitioner discovers that the art of reshaping reality is not a distant myth but a lived, breath-by-breath reality. Each breath becomes a deliberate brushstroke, each thought a resonant chord, and together they compose the ever-expanding symphony of existence. Lesson 20: Intentional Co-Creation, Recognition of the Field and Calibration of Vibration. In the stillness that lies beyond the chatter of the mind, a luminous conduit opens, linking the individual breath to the boundless pulse of universal consciousness. Through this conduit, the seed of a thought does not merely travel, it is transmuted, infused with the subtle frequencies that animate the tapestry of existence. To reshape reality, therefore, is not an act of forceful will but an act of reverent alignment, a deliberate weaving of intention into the very fabric that the cosmos continually rewrites. The alchemy of intentional co-creation begins with 3 interlocking pillars: recognition of the field, calibration of vibration, and projection of the pattern. Reality, as perceived, is a shimmering membrane composed of probability waves, each ripple bearing the imprint of collective attention. To engage this membrane, one must first awaken to its presence. The recognition process is a quiet inspection of the surrounding energetic landscape, an inner listening that discerns the subtle variations in tone, texture, and direction of the ambient field. When the eye ceases its habitual scanning for form and the heart steadies its rhythm, the field reveals itself as a living matrix of potentialities, each waiting for the slightest shift to blossom into concrete manifestation. In this state of heightened awareness, the distinction between observer and observed dissolves. The observer is no longer a detached spectator but an integral node within the network, capable of both receiving and transmitting information. The act of recognition, then, is the conscious decision to step into the role of a participant rather than a passive recipient. It is the moment when the veil of separation lifts, and the shimmering possibilities that surround every instant become visible as a lattice of luminous threads, each thread awaiting the gentle touch of intention to be drawn into being. Once the field is recognized, the next imperative is to attune one's own vibrational signature to the frequency of the desired outcome. Vibration, in this context, is not merely a metaphorical notion but an actual energetic state that resonates with specific configurations of the universal field. Every thought, feeling, and bodily sensation emits a distinct waveform, a pattern of oscillation that either harmonizes with or diverges from the target reality. Calibration commences with the deliberate cultivation of inner states that mirror the essence of the intended manifestation. If the goal is to foster abundance, the internal landscape must be saturated with gratitude, openness, and confidence. If the aim is to nurture healing, the resonant frequencies of compassion, acceptance, and gentle resolve must dominate. The practice involves a triadic sequence: sensory grounding, emotive alignment, and cognitive affirmation. Sensory grounding anchors the consciousness in the present moment, allowing the raw electrical currents of the body to settle into a steady baseline. Simple practices such as slow, diaphragmatic breathing, mindful awareness of the foot's contact with the earth, or the conscious relaxation of muscular tension serve to quiet the chaotic noise that obscures precise vibration. Emotive alignment follows, inviting the heart's subtle currents to swell in synchrony with the desired emotional palette. This step is not about forced positivity but about sincerely inhabiting the feeling as if it already exists. The heart, when fully engaged, becomes a resonant antenna that draws in the corresponding field frequencies, amplifying them within the personal energetic sphere. Cognitive affirmation solidifies the alignment by embedding the intended reality into the architecture of thought. Statements that articulate the end state, spoken with conviction and visualized with clarity, act as precise tuning forks, sharpening the vibrational match between internal state and external possibility. When these three components operate in concert, the personal vibration rises to a level that naturally attracts the corresponding strands of the universal field, creating a resonant bridge through which intention can flow unimpeded. With recognition and calibration complete, the final act is the projection of a coherent pattern onto the field. This projection is a purposeful act of shaping, akin to an artist laying down brushstrokes on a luminous canvas that is simultaneously the canvas and the medium. The pattern must be expressed with clarity, simplicity, and definiteness, for ambiguity diffuses the signal, causing it to fragment into scattered possibilities rather than coalesce into a singular manifestation. Projection is executed through a sequence of mental imaging, energetic sealing, and temporal release. Mental imaging constructs a vivid, multisensory tableau of the desired outcome. The mind visualizes not only the external form but also the internal experience of having already received the manifestation. The image is saturated with colors, textures, sounds, and scents, creating a holographic imprint that the field can readily decode. Energetic sealing involves an intentional enfolding of the mental image within the heart's vortex, a process that binds the visualization to the calibrated vibration. This sealing can be facilitated by a simple gesture, placing the hands over the heart while silently affirming the unity of image and feeling, thereby encoding the pattern into the subtle ether that surrounds the body. Temporal release is the surrender of the projected pattern into the flow of time, trusting that the universal consciousness will orchestrate its materialization in the most harmonious manner. The release is not a relinquishment of desire but an affirmation that the pattern has been set and now merely requires the natural unfolding of the field's processes. The projection, when performed with unwavering focus, sends a coherent signal through the field that is instantly recognized, resonantly matched, and subsequently manifested as a tangible shift in the external environment. Silence, often misunderstood as an absence, is in fact an active substrate that accelerates the co-creative process. Within silence, the interference of extraneous thoughts diminishes, allowing the calibrated vibration to pulse with greater intensity. The universal field, attuned to the purity of unadulterated resonance, responds more readily to signals that emerge from a quiet source. Practicing periods of deliberate stillness, whether through meditation, breathwork, or simple contemplative pause, creates fertile ground where the projected pattern can germinate without distortion. In the depths of silence, the awareness of the universal consciousness itself becomes palpable, a subtle hum that underscores all creation. By immersing oneself in this hum, the practitioner aligns not only with the desired outcome but also with the broader symphony of existence, ensuring that the reshaped reality integrates seamlessly into the larger tapestry. To embody the alchemy of intentional co-creation, the principles outlined must transition from occasional practice to an ongoing mode of being. This integration can be achieved through three practical habits. Micro-recognition moments. Throughout the day, pause briefly to scan the surrounding energetic field, noting any shifts in tone or texture. These micro-moments train the mind to remain consistently aware of the field's presence. Vibrational check-ins. Every few hours, assess the current emotional and mental state. If divergence from the desired vibration is detected, employ a rapid grounding alignment affirmation cycle to restore resonance. Evening projection ritual. Before sleep, engage in a concise visualization and sealing practice, allowing the subconscious to continue processing the projected pattern as the body rests. By embedding these habits into the rhythm of daily existence, the practitioner cultivates a perpetual state of alignment, ensuring that every action, thought, and feeling continuously contributes to the reshaping of reality. Reshaping reality is not a neutral act, it carries profound ethical weight. When one aligns with the universal consciousness, the intention inevitably reverberates beyond personal desire, influencing the collective field. Therefore, the intention behind each reshaping effort must be examined for its broader impact. Does the envisioned change nurture harmony, compassion, and the well-being of all intersecting lives? Does it honor the intrinsic worth of every being in the field? Ethical co-creation demands that the practitioner temper personal aspirations with a sense of stewardship, recognizing that the field responds not only to the clarity of intention but also to its moral resonance. The ethical compass is cultivated through a quiet inquiry that asks, what contribution does this manifestation make to the unfolding of consciousness? When the answer aligns with the principles of love, balance, and expansion, the projected pattern gains an additional layer of vibrational strength, drawing upon the collective goodwill embedded within the universal field. The alchemy of intentional co-creation is a disciplined yet fluid dance between recognition, vibration, and projection. It is an invitation to step beyond the illusion of separation, to merge the personal pulse with the cosmic rhythm, and to consciously shape the world in accordance with the highest truths that emerge from universal consciousness. By honoring the field, calibrating one's inner frequency, and projecting a clear, ethically rooted pattern, the practitioner becomes a conduit through which reality continuously renews itself. In the final analysis, reshaping reality is less an external conquest and more an inner awakening, a return to the source that has always been present, awaiting only the moment when the seeker chooses to listen, to align, and to release. The lesson concludes not with a final statement, but with an invitation to breathe in the silent hum of the cosmos, to feel the resonance of one's own heart as it beats in concert with all that is, and to allow that harmony to manifest, inexorably, in the world around you. Lesson 21. Recognizing the field of potential. In the silent cavern of the mind, where thought and feeling intertwine like twin rivers, there exists a crucible of possibility. It is here, in this liminal space, that the universe whispers its most intimate invitation, to become an active participant in the unfolding of reality itself. The technique presented in this lesson is not a mere mental exercise, it is an act of alchemical intention, a deliberate reshaping of the fabric that binds perception to manifestation. To engage it fully, one must align with the current of universal consciousness, allowing its boundless intelligence to flow through the vessel of personal will. Every moment is a lattice of latent outcomes, a field of potential that vibrates at frequencies beyond ordinary perception. This field is neither static nor chaotic, it is a resonant matrix that responds to the subtle modulations of conscious intent. To access it, the practitioner first cultivates a state of receptive awareness, an inner stillness that is receptive to the hum of the cosmos. In this state, the mind ceases its frenetic chatter and becomes a tuned antenna, able to discern the infinitesimal shifts that signal emerging possibilities. The preparation begins with a breath that travels deep into the belly, expands the diaphragm, and then gently releases, carrying with it any residual tension. As the breath settles, a sense of spaciousness expands outward, stretching the boundaries of the self until the distinction between interior and exterior softens. This spaciousness is the doorway through which the field of potential becomes perceptible. Having entered the receptive field, the next step is to articulate, with crystal clarity, the configuration of reality we wish to co-create. Vague wishes dissolve into the ether, precise intention acts as a lodestone, drawing the desired pattern from the sea of possibilities. The articulation must be multidimensional, encompassing not only the external form of the outcome but also the internal resonances it will generate, emotions, sensations, and the subtle shift in personal frequency that will accompany its emergence. To construct this definition, imagine the desired reality as a living sculpture. Visualize its contours, colors, textures, and the way light dances upon its surface. Simultaneously, evoke the feeling that would accompany its presence: the warmth of gratitude, the buoyancy of confidence, the serene assurance of alignment. Allow these sensory and emotional components to intertwine, forming a vivid tapestry that the universal field can recognize as a distinct pattern. Intention, when merely held in the mind, remains a static thought. To catalyze its translation into form, it must be encoded into the quantum pulse that underlies all matter. This encoding is achieved through a triadic process: A. Rhythmic focus, B. Emotive amplification, and C. Energetic alignment. Select a simple, repeating phrase that encapsulates the core of the intention. This phrase becomes a mantra, a vibrational seed. Chant it softly, allowing each syllable to synchronize with the heartbeat. The rhythm of breath and pulse establishes a coherent wave that penetrates the quantum substrate. While the mantra reverberates, summon the corresponding feeling of already having the desired outcome. Let that emotion swell, expanding outward like a pulse of light. The stronger the emotional current, the more robust the imprint upon the quantum field. Visualize the intention as a luminous filament extending from the heart center, threading through the crown, and merging with the expansive field of universal consciousness. Feel the filament vibrate in harmony with the greater current, as if each cell of the body has become an antenna tuned to the same frequency. This alignment ensures that the encoded intention is not isolated but is instead embraced by the larger tapestry of existence. Having woven intention, emotion, and energetic resonance into a coherent pulse, the practitioner arrives at the pivotal moment of release. Release is not abandonment, it is an act of profound trust, a surrender of personal control while maintaining inner certainty. The universal consciousness, an ever-present intelligence, receives the encoded pulse and begins the process of materialization according to its own laws of coherence. To release, imagine the luminous filament gently loosening its grip, allowing the intention to drift like a seed on a wind of possibility. Observe, without judgment, the subtle currents that respond, shifts in perception, synchronicities, and subtle nudges toward action. These are the signs that the field has acknowledged the pulse and is orchestrating the necessary scaffolding for manifestation. While the field works on macro-scale alignment, the individual remains a catalyst for micro-actions that align with the emerging reality. These actions are not forced, they arise spontaneously from the heightened state of awareness cultivated during the earlier steps. When a door opens, be it an unexpected conversation, a sudden insight, or an intuitive nudge, recognize it as a micro-action congruent with the larger intention. Respond to each such invitation with mindful presence, allowing it to reinforce the original pulse rather than dilute it. In doing so, the practitioner creates a feedback loop. The field supplies the opportunities, the individual acts upon them, and each action further solidifies the emerging configuration of reality. The process does not end with a single act of release. The newly shaped reality continues to require energetic sustenance to prevent regression into older patterns. This sustenance is maintained through periodic revisiting of the core intention, re-engaging the triadic process on a smaller scale, and reaffirming the emotional resonance of already realized aspects. A daily ritual, perhaps a brief breath-centered pause followed by a whispered affirmation and a felt gratitude, acts as a tuning fork, keeping the personal frequency in harmony with the larger field. Over time, this practice weaves the intention into the very fabric of the practitioner's being, making the reshaped reality not an external acquisition but an intrinsic expression of self. As the newly co-created reality settles, the practitioner experiences a cascade of feedback, a deepening sense of ease, amplified synchronicities, and an inner certainty that the world responds to intent. This feedback is the universe's acknowledgement, a confirmation that the quantum pulse has been successfully integrated. Rather than indulging in complacency, the practitioner observes this feedback with detached curiosity, recognizing it as further data for refining future intentions. Each iteration of the technique becomes more refined, more attuned, and more potent, as the practitioner's alignment with universal consciousness deepens. Any technique that influences reality carries an ethical dimension. The practitioner is called to wield this power with humility and responsibility, honoring the interconnected web of existence. Intentions should be guided not only by personal desire but also by a compassionate awareness of the impact on the collective field. When intentions arise from a place of love, service, and harmony, the universal consciousness amplifies them, ensuring that the reshaped reality contributes to the greater unfolding rather than disrupting it. In the final quiet moments of the practice, allow the awareness to expand beyond the self, merging fully with the universal consciousness. Sense the boundless ocean of potential that surrounds and permeates all forms. In this convergence, the distinction between creator and creation dissolves. The practitioner becomes both the alchemist and the gold, the sculptor and the statue. This state of unity is not a fleeting illusion but a stable platform from which continual reshaping of reality can flow effortlessly. By residing in this integrated field, every thought, breath, and feeling automatically aligns with the highest expression of possibility, turning the act of co-creation into a natural rhythm of existence. Lesson 21 offers a complete, self-contained methodology for consciously reshaping reality. It begins with the cultivation of receptive stillness, proceeds through precise articulation of intention, encodes that intention into the quantum pulse via rhythmic focus, emotive amplification, and energetic alignment, and culminates in a trust-filled release. The practitioner then sustains the resonance through micro-actions, regular energetic tuning, and ethical mindfulness, observing feedback as a guide for continual refinement. Ultimately, the practice leads to an experiential merger with universal consciousness, where the act of co-creation becomes as natural as breathing. By internalizing and applying this alchemical framework, the practitioner gains not only the capacity to manifest desired outcomes but also a profound alignment with the living intelligence that orchestrates the cosmos. The reality that emerges is thus a harmonious extension of both personal vision and universal order, a true reshaping that honors the interwoven tapestry of all that is. Lesson 22. Establishing the core frequency. From the continuous current that streams through the boundless field of universal consciousness, this lesson arrives as a lucid ripple, an invitation to awaken the latent power that lies within every breath, every thought, and every gesture. It is a guide written not with ink but with the vibration of pure intention, a map that leads from the ordinary perception of a fixed world to the ever-shifting canvas of co-creative possibility. Reality, as experienced in the waking moment, is often taken for granted as a solid, immutable construct. Yet within the subtle lattice of quantum potential, every moment is a lattice of probabilities awaiting the decisive touch of awareness. The first step toward reshaping that lattice is the recognition that each individual is a harmonic node within the grand resonant field. When a node vibrates in synchrony with a specific frequency, it pulls the surrounding probability currents into alignment, allowing the imagined form to condense into perceptible experience. This is not metaphor, it is the measurable consequence of wave function collapse observed in the laboratory, amplified 1,000-fold by the collective will of consciousness. To harness this, the practitioner must cultivate a state of intentional resonance, a sustained alignment of inner vibration with the desired outcome. The practice is akin to tuning a musical instrument. The string must be tightened, the bow drawn, and the ear attuned to the exact pitch before the note can be released. In the realm of reality shaping, the string is the mind, the bow is focused attention, and the ear is the subtle sense of alignment with the universal field. Every intention possesses a unique spectral signature, a pattern of energy that can be isolated, amplified, and projected. The process of establishing this core frequency begins with absolute clarity. Clarity is not simply the mental articulation of a desire, it is the crystallization of that desire into a single, unambiguous vibrational imprint. To achieve this, the practitioner follows three precise actions. Purification of thought. Release all ancillary mental chatter, doubts, and conditioned narratives that dilute the signal. This is accomplished through a brief meditation of focused breath, allowing each inhalation to draw in neutrality and each exhalation to expel lingering turbulence. Visualization in multidimensional perspective. Project the desired outcome not only as a two-dimensional image but as an immersive, sensory-rich scenario that engages all faculties: sight, sound, temperature, taste, touch, and even the subtle sense of time. By encoding the intention across multiple sensory channels, the vibrational imprint gains depth and resistance to interference. Emotive anchoring. Attach an authentic, elevated emotion, gratitude, or love to the visualized scenario. Emotion acts as the amplifier, raising the amplitude of the frequency and ensuring it penetrates the surrounding field with sufficient power to attract complementary probability strands. When these three stages are completed, the practitioner holds within the psyche a compact, high-definition frequency that can be released with precision. Having forged a core frequency, the next phase is its purposeful projection into the field. This is not a careless broadcast, but a deliberate, timed emission that mirrors the natural cycles of the universal flow. The practitioner follows a sequence of rhythmic gestures that embed the intention into the fabric of space-time. Inhalation of alignment. Draw a deep, slow breath, feeling the incoming air as a conduit that carries the intention inward, aligning the heart's magnetic field with the frequency. Momentary pause. The quantum pause. Retain the breath for a count of 3 heartbeats, creating a micromoment of stillness that functions as a quantum observation point. In the space of this pause, the intention becomes observed by consciousness, prompting the field to respond. Exhalation of projection. Release the breath in a smooth, deliberate sigh, visualizing the intention expanding outward like a ripple on a pond. The exhalation carries the vibrational imprint beyond the body, allowing it to mingle with the ambient field. Silent holding. After the exhale, remain in silence for a brief interval, feeling the echo of the projected frequency reverberate within the surrounding matrix. This silence prevents premature dissipation and sustains the signal long enough for the field to lock onto it. Repeating this cycle 3 times establishes a resonant pattern that the field recognizes as intentional, not random. The rhythm mirrors the heart's natural cadence, ensuring that the body's physiological oscillations reinforce the mental frequency, creating a synergistic amplification. A critical component of any reality-shaping technique is the ability to perceive when alignment has been achieved. The universal field communicates through subtle cues, shifts in temperature, spontaneous synchronicities, internal feelings of lightness, or the spontaneous emergence of related symbols. The practitioner must train the inner sensum to recognize these signals as confirmation that the projected frequency has found resonance. Thermal shifts. A sudden warmth spreading through the chest or hands indicates that the field is energetically attuned to the intention. Auditory echoes. Hearing a faint, familiar tone or a familiar song fragment can be the field's way of echoing back the vibrational pattern. Symbolic manifestations. Encountering numbers, colors, or objects that correspond to the intention's symbolic language signals the field's acknowledgement. Kinesthetic lightness. A sensation of buoyancy, as if the body is gently lifted, reflects a reduction in energetic resistance, a hallmark of alignment. When any of these phenomena arise, the practitioner should pause, acknowledge the feedback with gratitude, and allow the sensation to deepen. This acknowledgement serves as a reinforcing loop, strengthening the connection between the inner frequency and the outer field. Resonant projection is not a one-off event, it is a dynamic process that thrives on repetition, each cycle refining the frequency's clarity and expanding its reach. The practitioner thus establishes a daily ritual, embedding the technique into the natural circadian rhythm. The most potent times for reinforcement are moments when the planet's electromagnetic field is naturally heightened. Sunrise, sunset, and the period surrounding the lunar phases. During these windows, the practitioner repeats the full sequence: purification, visualization, emotive anchoring, resonant projection, and feedback acknowledgement, while also integrating a brief affirmation that encapsulates the intention in present tense language. This affirmation acts as a secondary, linguistic frequency that buttresses the primary vibrational imprint, ensuring that both nonverbal and verbal channels are engaged. Even the most precise frequency can be obstructed by entrenched belief patterns that reside deep within the subconscious matrix. These limiting structures act as dense nodes that absorb and reflect the projected frequency, causing distortion or outright rejection. To dissolve them, the practitioner engages in a focused, compassionate inquiry known as belief deconstruction. Identification. Observe the internal narrative that surfaces when the intention is held. Note any statements of "I cannot," "it is impossible," or "it is not for me." Inquiry. Gently ask, from where does this arise, and what purpose has this belief served? The aim is not confrontation but compassionate curiosity, allowing the belief to surface without resistance. Re-encoding. Replace each limiting statement with an empowering counterpart that mirrors the core frequency's vibrational signature. For example, "I cannot manifest abundance" becomes "abundance flows to me effortless." Integration. Visualize the new belief as a luminous strand weaving itself into the existing neural network, reinforcing the pathway with bright, high-frequency light. By repeatedly performing this deconstruction, the practitioner clears the channel through which the resonant frequency travels, ensuring that the field receives an unimpeded, high-definition signal. No individual exists in isolation within the universal field. Each node influences, and is influenced by, the surrounding network of consciousness. When multiple practitioners align their frequencies around a shared intention, be it healing, peace, or planetary transformation, a synergistic amplification occurs. This collective resonance functions as a macro-scale antenna, gathering and magnifying the subtle currents of intention into a powerful, planetary-wide wave. To engage with collective resonance, the practitioner may join in group meditations, synchronized breathwork, or coordinated visualizations, all aimed at a common goal. The key is unity of purpose, not uniformity of method. Each participant may employ personal techniques, provided the core intention remains harmonized. The resulting field effect accelerates the manifestation of the desired reality for all involved, illustrating the principle that the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. The ultimate measure of a reshaped reality is its seamless integration into daily experience. Once the desired outcome begins to manifest, the practitioner must avoid the trap of over-attachment, which can create a new tension that destabilizes the reality. Instead, a stance of fluid stewardship is adopted. Observe without clinging. Acknowledge the emerging change, celebrate its arrival, then release the need to control its precise unfolding. Maintain resonant practices. Continue the daily resonant projection, but with a lighter touch, allowing the field to support the change autonomously. Adapt and evolve. As the new reality settles, new possibilities arise. The practitioner should remain open to further refinement, using the same resonant techniques to fine-tune the evolving landscape. By embodying fluid stewardship, the practitioner becomes not only the architect of change but also the caretaker of the ever-expanding tapestry of experience. The journey through this lesson reveals a profound truth. The universe is an immense, responsive symphony, and every thought, emotion, and breath is a note within that composition. When the note is crafted with precision, vibrates with authenticity, and is released with purposeful timing, the symphony adjusts, drawing that note into its harmonic whole. The alchemy lies not in the external manipulation of objects, but in the internal transformation of the self into a resonant conduit for the frequencies that shape reality itself. Through the disciplined practice of purification, visualization, emotive anchoring, resonant projection, feedback attunement, belief deconstruction, and collective harmonization, the practitioner learns to wield this alchemy with grace. Each cycle deepens the connection to universal consciousness, allowing the once distant dream of co-creating reality to become an everyday lived experience. In the silence that follows the final exhale of a resonant session, there remains a lingering echo, a subtle, luminous reminder that the field has heard, has responded, and continues to weave the intention into the tapestry of existence. The practitioner, now attuned to that echo, carries within a living proof that reality is not a static backdrop but a malleable, ever-unfolding story written in the language of vibration, intention, and love. Essence of Lesson 22. Reality reshapes itself when the mind becomes a finely tuned resonant instrument, intentionally aligning its core frequency with the universal field, projecting that frequency through conscious breath and emotion, listening for the field's subtle affirmations, and continually refining the process by dissolving limiting beliefs, embracing collective harmony, and stewarding the manifested change with fluid, grateful presence. This alchemical practice transforms the abstract notion of making things happen into a lived, rhythmic dance with the boundless intelligence that permeates all that is. Lesson 23. The alchemy of intent-infused resonance. In the stillness that lies beyond thought, a pulse of primordial awareness ripples through the lattice of existence. From that pulse arises the most subtle conduit by which the architect of perception can coax the world into new forms. The deliberate vibration of intent. To reshape reality is never a struggle against the cosmos. It is a subtle reorientation, a gentle turning of the inner dial until one's own frequency comes into coherence with the deeper currents already moving through the universal field. When the personal rhythm aligns with that underlying harmonic, creation ceases to be an act of effort and becomes an act of resonance. Reality shifts not because it is forced, but because it recognizes a matching tone and responds in kind. When intention is tuned with precision, it becomes a filament of light that weaves through the fabric of potential, drawing forth structures that had previously lingered only as possibilities. The first requirement for this work is absolute clarity of purpose. Vague desire dissolves into the ambient noise of unfocused thought. A crystal-clear intention, however, resonates like a single tone struck upon a perfect bell. To achieve such clarity, the seeker must first quiet the chatter of conditioned narratives, allowing the inner eye to gaze directly upon the core yearning that originates in the wellspring of the self. In this quiet, the intention crystallizes, taking on a shape that can be felt as a tactile vibration within the chest, a subtle thrum that mirrors the rhythm of the breath. Once the intention has attained this crystalline form, it must be embodied through breath. The active inhalation gathers the surrounding ether, while exhalation projects the intention outward, converting mental resolve into a kinetic wave. Each cycle of breath becomes a deliberate act of casting, sending the intention into the surrounding field with the precision of a bowstring released. The breath, therefore, is not merely a physiological necessity, it is the instrument by which the inner frequency is amplified and directed toward the external matrix. With breath as the carrier, the next instrument is the heart's electromagnetic field. The heart emits a magnetic field of magnitude stronger than that of the brain, and its rhythm can be entrained to echo the intention's frequency. By consciously synchronizing cardiac pulsations with the breath, inhale to expand, exhale to contract, one creates a coherent wave that aligns body, mind, and intention. This coherence acts as a resonant bridge, allowing the intention to slip seamlessly into the surrounding energetic grid without losing fidelity. Having established a resonant bridge, attention must turn to the subtleties of language. Words are not mere symbols, they are packets of vibrational code that can be transmitted into the collective unconscious. When an intention is voiced, whether whispered, spoken, or written, its vibrational signature is encoded within the phonetic structure and projected outward. The key lies in choosing diction that mirrors the desired outcome, employing present tense, affirmative phrasing that bypasses the mind's filtering mechanisms. By stating, "The field reorganizes to reflect harmony," the speaker aligns the spoken vibration with the desired state, embedding the pattern directly into the informational substrate of reality. The next layer involves visualizing the reshaped outcome as an already manifested tableau. Visualization is the mind's eye projecting the intention's pattern onto the canvas of possibility. To be effective, the vision must be rendered in vivid, multisensory detail. The color of the light, the temperature of the air, the texture of the surrounding space. The more complete the sensory tapestry, the stronger the imprint on the quantum field, because each sensory cue carries its own frequency, reinforcing the central intention with a chorus of complementary vibrations. Having painted this immersive scene, the practitioner must release attachment to the how and when of manifestation. Attachment creates a limiting tension that distorts the vibrational signal, much like a string pulled too tightly will snap. Surrender to the universal flow does not mean passivity, it means trusting the conduit that has been established, allowing the intention to travel its course unimpeded. This trust is cultivated through a meditation on the boundless nature of consciousness, recognizing that the seed has already been planted in the fertile soil of the cosmos. While the intention journeys, the environment can be subtly attuned to support its arrival. Physical surroundings emit their own frequencies, aligning objects, colors, and sounds with the intention's tone creates a sympathetic resonance. A space bathed in soft amber light, accompanied by a low, steady hum, will reinforce a desire for warmth and stability. Conversely, sharp, discordant stimuli will scatter the vibrational pattern, delaying or diverting its manifestation. Therefore, intentional curation of the external ambient serves as a field-enhancing scaffold for the emerging reality. At the point where the intention begins to crystallize, an inner acknowledgement of the shift solidifies its permanence. This acknowledgement is a moment of conscious recognition, a mental nod that says, "I see the change, I accept it." By consciously noting the transformation, the mind writes the new configuration into its own neural map, reinforcing the reality on both the subtle energetic level and the tangible psychological level. This dual registration locks the pattern in place, preventing regression to the former state. Energy exchange is never a one-way transaction. The universe reciprocates every vibration with a complementary response. To sustain the newly shaped reality, the practitioner must maintain a continual feedback loop of gratitude and reinforcement. Gratitude raises the vibrational baseline, ensuring that the field remains conducive to the intended configuration. Simple practices, such as silently thanking the invisible forces for their cooperation or mentally tracing the ripple effects of the change, pump additional positive energy back into the system, fortifying the structure against decay. Finally, the lesson culminates in a reminder that reshaping reality is a perpetual dance rather than a single step. Each successful alignment deepens the practitioner's capacity to influence subsequent patterns, expanding the palette of possibilities. By mastering the technique of intent-infused resonance, one learns to navigate the flux of existence with the grace of a seasoned sailor, adjusting sails to catch ever-changing winds while remaining anchored in purpose. The journey is infinite, and each lesson, each breath, each heartbeat, contributes to the ever-unfolding tapestry of creation. Lesson 24: Reshaping Reality from the Source. In the quiet depth of the mind, beyond the chatter of daily thought, lies a conduit that has always been open, the direct channel to universal consciousness. To engage it is to step into a realm where the ordinary fabric of experience can be consciously rewoven. This lesson is a map, not of external geography, but of the inner terrain that, when traversed with intention, transforms every moment into a deliberate act of creation. The first requirement is a stillness so profound that it mirrors the stillness of the cosmos before the first vibration. Sit with the spine erect, the breath slow and even, and visualize the breath as a thin filament of light linking the heart to the infinite. As inhalation arrives, feel the filament draw in the primordial pulse, the rhythm that animates all of existence. As exhalation follows, release the accumulated static of personal narratives. This rhythmic exchange is not merely relaxation, it is the synchronization of personal frequency with the universal baseline. When the pulse is felt clearly, the veil that separates inner from outer begins to dissolve, and the mind becomes receptive to the subtle instructions that emanate from the source. With the pulse attuned, the next step is to articulate a precise blueprint of the reality you wish to shape. Precision is essential because the universal field interprets intention as a geometric signal. Imagine the desired outcome as a crystalline structure, each facet representing a measurable attribute: color, texture, temperature, emotional resonance, and temporal placement. Rather than allowing vague wishes to drift like mist, embed each facet with a verb that denotes active manifestation. To illuminate, to harmonize, to expand. Write these verbs mentally, one after another, allowing each to vibrate against the pulse you have just tuned into. The resulting lattice works as a resonant antenna, attracting the corresponding frequencies from the field and aligning them with your personal matrix. Having defined the blueprint, the practitioner must embed it within the universal field. This is accomplished through a threefold resonance technique: vibrational embedding. While maintaining the attuned breath, silently chant the verb phrases in a rhythmic cadence that matches the primordial pulse. The chant must be both audible to the inner ear and felt as a vibration in the chest. Each repetition deepens the imprint of the blueprint within the field's lattice. Energetic projection. Visualize a sphere of luminous energy expanding from the heart, carrying the blueprint outward. See this sphere intersecting the surrounding ether, leaving behind a trail of glowing sigils that represent each facet of the intended reality. The sigils are not symbols on paper, they are patterns of pure potential that the field reads as instructions. Quantum consolidation. Conclude the projection by contracting the sphere back into the heart, sealing the blueprint within a core of condensed light. This core acts as a quantum seed, held in the present moment yet encoded with the timeless probability of the desired outcome. The 3 steps must be performed in a single, uninterrupted flow, for any break in the sequence introduces noise that can dissipate the signal. Paradoxically, the most potent catalyst for reshaping reality is the simultaneous release of personal attachment to the outcome and the unwavering focus on the intention. To master this, adopt the stance of a river that knows its destination but allows the water to flow freely around obstacles. After the quantum seed is sealed, imagine the seed floating downstream, trusting that the current, the universal will guide it to fertile banks where it can germinate. This mental posture dissolves the egoic need to control every detail, yet it preserves the clarity of the original blueprint, which now resides in the field independent of the self. The internal work is complete, but reality continues to unfold in the external world. To synchronize the inner blueprint with outer manifestation, one must cultivate a heightened state of awareness that perceives the subtle shifts the field initiates. This involves micro-attunement. In each moment, pause briefly to scan the ambient environment for synchronicities. A word spoken by a stranger, a repeated number, an unexpected breeze. Each coincidence is a breadcrumb left by the field, signaling that the quantum seed is activating. Responsive alignment. When a breadcrumb appears, respond in a manner that amplifies the intention. For instance, if a sudden opportunity to speak in public presents itself, view it as the field's invitation to project the facet of illumination. By acting in alignment, the practitioner co-creates with the field, accelerating the materialization process. Feedback loop closure. After each responsive action, return to the breath, reattune to the primordial pulse, and mentally reaffirm the original blueprint. This creates a feedback loop that continually reinforces the signal, ensuring that the field does not drift toward unintended variations. Reality does not reshape itself in a single instant, it requires sustained resonance. To keep the field aligned, adopt a daily ritual that revisits each of the previous stages. The ritual need not be lengthy, a concise cycle of attunement, blueprint reaffirmation, vibrational chant, and micro-attunement, performed twice a day, maintains the signal's amplitude. Over weeks, the practitioner will notice that the field begins to respond with increasing fidelity, reducing the need for overt micro-attunement and allowing the process to flow more effortless. Obstacles are inevitable, but within the alchemical framework they are not hindrances, they are raw material for further transmutation. When resistance arises, whether in the form of self-doubt, external criticism, or unexpected delay, recognize it as a denser vibration intersecting the quantum seed. Apply the vibrational embedding technique to the obstacle itself. Chant a verb such as to dissolve or to transmute while visualizing the obstacle's density melting into light that merges with the seed's core. This act converts the obstacle's energy into constructive momentum, reinforcing the seed rather than weakening it. The individual's reshaping of reality is a thread within the larger tapestry of collective consciousness. To amplify the effect, extend the intention outward by projecting a secondary sphere of luminous energy that carries the same blueprint but is aimed toward the collective field. Visualize this sphere as a ripple that spreads across the ocean of humanity, gently aligning other minds with the same frequency. Though the practitioner does not control others, the subtle influence of the shared resonance can manifest in coincidental alignments, group synchronicities, and a broader shift in the cultural milieu that supports the desired reality. The final act that seals the reshaping process is an authentic expression of gratitude directed toward the universal source. Gratitude operates as a high-frequency vibration that stabilizes the newly formed reality, preventing regression. While still in the attuned breath, allow the heart to expand outward, feeling the gratitude as a radiant pulse that reverberates through the field. This pulse not only honors the collaborative act of creation but also locks the quantum seed into a state of permanence, ensuring that the manifested reality endures beyond the immediate moment. When the lesson is fully integrated, the practitioner lives not as a passive observer but as an active architect whose thoughts, emotions, and actions are continuously calibrated to the universal pulse. Every decision becomes an opportunity to reinforce the blueprint, every interaction a chance to project the luminous sphere, and every moment of stillness a reminder of the primordial rhythm that underlies all existence. In this state, reality is no longer a fixed backdrop, it becomes a pliable medium that bends in harmony with the conscious will aligned to the source. Lesson 24 presents a systematic pathway from inner attunement to outer manifestation. Attune to the primordial pulse through breath and visualization. Define a precise, geometric blueprint of the desired reality. Embed the blueprint using vibrational chanting, energetic projection, and quantum consolidation. Release attachment while maintaining focused intention. Synchronize with external signs, responding in alignment. Sustain the resonant field through daily micro-rituals. Transmute obstacles into catalytic energy. Project the intention into collective consciousness. Seal the process with heartfelt gratitude. Live as the continual co-creator, constantly calibrating to the universal rhythm. By honoring each step with sincerity and precision, the practitioner learns to reshape reality not as a fleeting illusion but as a lasting, co-authored masterpiece, crafted from the same source that birthed all possibility. Lesson 25. The geometry of thought forms. Through a channel unmediated, the breath of universal consciousness unfurls the architecture of transformation. In this moment, the seeker is invited to dissolve the boundaries that separate perception from manifestation, to reweave the tapestry of experience with the thread of purposeful resonance. Every instant is a vibration nested within the endless sea of potential. To reshape reality, the practitioner must first attune to that invisible pulse, allowing the subtle frequencies of intention to merge with the underlying hum of the cosmos. This attunement is not a mental exercise alone, it is a somatic communion where the heart's rhythms synchronize with the planetary beat. By resting the awareness in the space between inhalation and exhalation, one creates a receptive conduit through which the universal field can be sampled. In that stillness, the distinction between inner and outer dissolves, and the practitioner becomes a living antenna, calibrated to the exact wavelength of the desired outcome. Thoughts are not amorphous clouds, they possess shape, density, and polarity. When a thought is given form through focused attention, it crystallizes into a pattern that the quantum substrate can recognize. The technique of geometric visualization asks the mind to render the intention as a precise, three-dimensional construct, be it a spiraling vortex, a radiant lattice, or an expanding sphere of light. Each facet of the shape carries symbolic weight, reinforcing the intention's emotional charge. By repeatedly tracing the edges of this mental edifice, the practitioner imprints the design onto the fabric of possibility, prompting the field to align its probability currents with the envisioned geometry. Words are vibrational signatures, they carry an echo that reverberates through the collective unconscious. The act of declaring a reality shift must therefore be undertaken with linguistic precision. Rather than vague affirmations, the practitioner crafts statements that embody present tense, sensory-rich, and positively charged language. For example, I stand bathed in the golden light of abundant opportunity conveys a specific frequency that is both felt and seen. By repeating such statements in a rhythmic cadence, the utterances resonate with the same harmonic series that underlies the desired state, effectively tuning the surrounding field to respond in kind. The breath is the most direct conduit between the material and the subtle. Each inhalation draws in the raw material of the universal lattice, each exhalation releases the refined expression of intention. A disciplined breathing pattern, 4 counts in, hold 4-4, 4 counts out, hold 4-4, creates a steady pulse that mirrors the fractal rhythm of creation. While maintaining this breath, the practitioner visualizes the inhaled air as luminous threads weaving themselves around the intention's geometry, and the exhaled air as a wave of release that carries the intention outward, embedding it into the surrounding matrix. Emotion is the accelerant that converts abstract intention into kinetic force. To accelerate the reshaping of reality, the practitioner must generate an emotion that matches the desired end state. Joy for abundance, serenity for peace, gratitude for connection, each feeling vibrates at a distinct frequency. By consciously invoking the chosen emotion while the geometric visualization and linguistic affirmation are in place, the practitioner aligns 3 layers of influence: mental, vibrational, and affective. The confluence of these layers creates a singularity of energy that the universal field recognizes as a new direction of flow. Time, as perceived by consciousness, is a malleable construct. When the practitioner remains fully present, the linear arrow of clock time loosens, allowing the field to reorganize events in a way that accommodates the intention. The technique of present moment anchoring involves repeatedly returning awareness to the sensations of the body, contact of the feet with the ground, the rise and fall of the chest, the ambient sounds, while sustaining the visualization and emotion. This anchoring dissolves the narrative of past and future, creating a temporal vacuum in which the desired reality can be introduced without resistance. Observation does not merely reflect reality, it co-creates it. By adopting the stance of a neutral observer who watches the intention already manifested, the practitioner reinforces the illusion that the desired state is already present. This is achieved by mentally scanning the scene as though it were a painting, noting colors, textures, sounds, and scents, all while maintaining the emotional charge of having experienced them. The mind, interpreting this sensory data as fact, signals to the field that the conditions are satisfied, prompting a self-fulfilling cascade of events that align with the observation. On a subatomic level, all possibilities are entangled. The act of conscious focus can tip the balance toward a particular branch of potential. The practitioner engages this principle by mentally entangling themselves with the end result. This involves visualizing a luminous cord extending from the heart to the focal point of the intention, pulsing with shared energy. As the cord vibrates, each pulse synchronizes the practitioner's internal state with the external probability field, gradually shifting the probability amplitudes in favor of the intended branch. Repetition of this entanglement solidifies the connection, making the chosen pathway increasingly dominant. After the active phases of visualization, affirmation, breathwork, and emotional immersion, a period of silent integration is essential. In this silence, the practitioner ceases all deliberate effort, allowing the field to absorb and settle the newly injected pattern. The silence is not emptiness but a receptacle, a still lake that reflects the sky of intention without distortion. By remaining in this state for several minutes, the practitioner signals trust to the universal consciousness, permitting the subtle forces to arrange manifest circumstances without further interference. The final act of the technique is a symbolic release that marks the transition from co-creative effort to receptive awaiting. This can be a simple gesture, such as opening the palms outward, or an internal cue, like a whispered thank you directed toward the universal source. The gesture carries the meaning of gratitude and surrender, informing the field that the work is complete and that the practitioner is ready to receive the unfolding. The act of release also creates a subtle shift in energy density, freeing space for the manifested reality to flow into the practitioner's experience. Reshaping reality is a disciplined dance of alignment, geometry, language, breath, emotion, presence, observation, quantum connection, silence, and release. Each element constitutes a strand in the tapestry of intention. Together they weave a pattern that the universal field can recognize, amplify, and manifest. By honoring each strand with precision and reverence, the practitioner transforms the abstract possibility of desire into a concrete river that flows inexorably toward the shore of lived experience. In this alchemy of intentional resonance, the boundary between the imagined and the actual dissolves, revealing that reality, at its deepest level, is a pliable mirror awaiting the shape of the gaze that looks upon it. Lesson 26. The premise of resonant creation. From the inexhaustible source that cradles all possibility, a whisper is drawn into the waking mind, a vibration that carries the blueprint of a world yet to be manifested. This lesson is the distilled echo of that whisper, a precise articulation of the method by which consciousness can be tuned, aligned, and projected so that the fabric of experience itself bends in accord with the deepest aspirations of the heart. Reality, when observed through the lens of pure awareness, reveals itself as a continuum of vibrating fields. Every thought, feeling, and sensation emits a frequency that interlaces with the surrounding matrix. The act of reshaping reality, therefore, is not a matter of exerting external force but of adjusting the internal resonance until the surrounding lattice synchronize with the intended vibration. To engage this process, the practitioner must first recognize the distinction between static observation and dynamic participation. Observation is the passive reception of what already exists. Participation is the active co-authoring of what is to emerge. The transition from the former to the latter is mediated by the intentional modulation of personal frequency, a modulation that must be precise, sustained, and rooted in clarity of purpose. Every individual carries a core tonal signature that is the summation of belief, emotion, and intent. This signature can be accessed by entering a state of profound stillness, wherein the mind no longer clings to the incessant chatter of daily concerns. In that stillness, the subtle hum of the inner field becomes audible. The grounding procedure follows 3 interlocking phases. 8. Breath-anchored centering. Inhale slowly, visualizing the incoming air as a luminous filament that descends into the center of the being, depositing a seed of crystalline light. Hold the breath for a count that feels natural, allowing the light to expand, filling the inner cavity with a steady radiance. Exhale gently, imagining the old, fragmented frequencies dissolving into the ether, leaving only the pure seed behind. Repeat this cycle until the mind feels as a calm lake, its surface untroubled. B. Felt awareness alignment. Direct attention to the subtle sensations that arise in the chest, throat, and crown regions. These are the nodal points where the personal frequency interacts with the collective field. Observe each sensation without judgment, allowing it to settle into its natural rhythm. When the sensation stabilizes, a faint pulse will emerge, indicating the presence of the core frequency. C. Intentional tone declaration. Silently articulate a concise, unequivocal statement of purpose, a single phrase that encapsulates the desired transformation. This phrase must be formulated in present tense, affirmative, and devoid of conditional language. As the phrase reverberates internally, imagine it as a tone that merges with the pulse already felt, creating a harmonic chord that radiates outward. When the three phases are executed with fidelity, the core frequency becomes a luminous axis around which all subsequent resonant work will revolve. Before any projection can be made, the shape of the target field must be visualized with exactitude. The target is not merely a vague desire but a fully rendered energetic structure. To construct this structure, employ the following sequence. A. Sensory synthesis. Assemble a mental tableau that includes all senses: sight, sound, smell, taste, and tactile perception. Populate each sense with details that correspond to the desired reality. For example, if the aim is to cultivate an environment of abundant creativity, imagine walls awash with colors that shift with inspiration, a gentle hum of wind chimes that syncs with each creative impulse, the aroma of fresh pine that awakens clarity, the taste of crisp citrus on the tongue that sharpens focus, and the sensation of a light, buoyant weightlessness that encourages flow. B. Temporal embedding. Place the tableau within a specific temporal context. Envision the moment when the field is fully manifested, noting the sequence of events that lead to its emergence. Temporal embedding anchors the field in the continuum of cause and effect, reinforcing its plausibility within the universal flow. C. Energy signature extraction. From the fully fleshed tableau, distill an energetic signature, a condensed pattern of vibration that embodies the entire scene. This signature is not a mental image but a felt resonance. Hold the image in the mind's eye while simultaneously allowing the body to sense the corresponding frequency. The resulting feeling is the distilled signature, ready for projection. Having established a core frequency and a target signature, the next step is to channel the former into the latter, creating a sustained resonance that can influence the surrounding field. This process is akin to tuning a violin. The string, core frequency, must be tightened precisely to match the pitch of the note, target signature, and then drawn across the bow, the act of projection, with deliberate, consistent motion. A. Alignment pulse. Visualize the core frequency as a radiant line extending outward from the heart center. Simultaneously, see the target signature as a luminous sphere situated at a distance. Draw the line toward the sphere, allowing the 2 points of light to merge into a single, brighter point. This merging is the alignment pulse. It is felt as a surge of warmth that spreads through the entire being. B. Continuous reverberation. Maintain the merged point of light while gently breathing. With each inhalation, imagine the light expanding outward, touching the edges of the surrounding field. With each exhalation, picture the field's response, a subtle ripple that returns to the source, carrying the imprint of the projected intent. This cyclical exchange must be held for a period sufficient to allow the field to register the new pattern, typically ranging from several minutes to half an hour, depending on the complexity of the target. C. Feedback integration. During the reverberation, remain attuned to any intuitive signals, sensations of resistance, sudden shifts in temperature, or spontaneous images that arise. These signals serve as feedback from the universal field, indicating areas where the resonance may be misaligned. Gently adjust the breath, the visualization, or the intent phrase to accommodate the feedback, thereby refining the projection in real time. The final phase secures the newly shaped reality into the tapestry of existence. It is not enough for the vibration to have been projected, it must be anchored, allowing the field to hold the new configuration autonomously. 8. Gratitude magnetization. Conclude the session by generating a deep sense of gratitude for the realization of the target field, even though it remains in the realm of potential. Gratitude acts as a magnetic force that pulls the manifested pattern into the present plane, enhancing its stability. B. Physical integration. Translate the internal resonance into subtle physical actions that echo the desired reality. If the aim involves creative abundance, engage in a brief act of creation, a sketch, a line of poetry, a spontaneous melody. The physical act serves as a bridge, linking the vibrational blueprint to tangible expression, thereby reinforcing the shift. C. Release of attachment. After integration, consciously release attachment to the outcome. Trust that the universal field, now aligned with the resonant imprint, will continue to nurture the manifestation in its own rhythm. Letting go prevents the reintroduction of discordant frequencies that could destabilize the newly formed structure. When the technique of intentional resonance is mastered, reality ceases to be a passive backdrop and becomes a responsive canvas. Every desire, when articulated with crystalline clarity and projected through the sustained vibration of the core frequency, gains the capacity to reshape the surrounding matrix. The practitioner evolves from a spectator to a co-author, wielding the subtle instrument of resonance to conduct the symphony of existence. Each iteration of this practice deepens the sensitivity to the universal echo, allowing the practitioner to discern ever finer nuances within the field. Over time, the distinction between inner intention and outer manifestation blurs, yielding a state where the two are perceived as a single, seamless flow. In the hush that follows this instruction, let the stillness settle like dew upon a leaf. Feel the core frequency humming within, steady and bright. Hold the image of the target field, vivid and complete, and allow the two to merge in the quiet sanctuary of the heart. Breathe, and let the resonance expand, gentle yet inexorable, into the boundless expanse of all that is. May the alchemy of intentional resonance become your constant companion, and may every breath you take be a deliberate note in the grand composition of reality. Lesson 27. The alchemy of intentional recreation. The pulse of the universe beats in a rhythm that transcends the limited perception of linear time. It is a continuum of possibility that awaits the subtle act of mindful alignment. To reshape reality is not to wrest control from the cosmos, but to attune the inner compass so that the external landscape mirrors the deepest currents of intention. This lesson unfolds the precise stages through which the seeker may dissolve the barriers between thought and manifestation, allowing the raw material of existence to be reshaped by the focused will that is born of universal consciousness itself. First, the practitioner must cultivate a state of crystalline awareness, a lucid presence that discerns the distinction between the fleeting shadows of mental chatter and the steady, luminous thread of true purpose. This is achieved by quieting the habitual oscillations of the mind through breath-anchored meditation, allowing the subtle frequencies of intention to rise above the static of habitual thought. In this stillness, the inner eye perceives the subtle energetic patterns that constitute the scaffolding of current reality, revealing where the fabric is pliable and where it is rigid. Second, the act of declaration must be transformed into an act of resonant vibration. Words spoken without conviction are merely vibrations lost in the ether. A declaration infused with the full spectrum of felt certainty becomes a seed that the universal field recognizes as a call for co-creation. The language used should be present tense, affirmative, and saturated with sensory detail, for the field responds not to abstract concepts but to the felt quality of the envisioned experience. By vocalizing the desired state as if it already exists, the practitioner aligns personal frequency with the corresponding frequency already vibrating within the greater whole. Third, the practitioner engages in the deliberate sculpting of expectation. Expectation is the magnetic field that draws the unfolding of circumstances toward the envisioned outcome. To shape expectation, one must immerse the senses in the imagined reality, visualize the colors, hear the sounds, feel the textures, taste the subtle flavors, and sense the emotional undertone of the desired state. Each sensory imprint reinforces the energetic imprint, tightening the feedback loop between inner conviction and outer manifestation. The more vivid and multidimensional the immersion, the stronger the pull on the surrounding probability matrix. Fourth, the essential practice of energetic release follows the intensive concentration of intention. After the mind has been saturated with the desired pattern, the practitioner must surrender attachment to the specific mechanisms by which the outcome will appear. This surrender is not passive resignation but an active letting go, a trust that the universal consciousness will weave the threads of causality in the most harmonious configuration. By releasing the grip on how, the practitioner prevents the interference of limiting mental models that could otherwise distort the emerging pattern. Fifth, the lesson introduces the technique of microalignment, a continual, moment-to-moment adjustment that ensures the lived experience remains in harmony with the projected reality. Each decision, each interaction, each fleeting thought is an opportunity to reaffirm the new pattern. When a moment arises that threatens to shift the trajectory back toward the old paradigm, the practitioner promptly reorients the focus, recalling the sensory imprint and reaffirming the resonant declaration. This disciplined microalignment creates a cascade effect, wherein the cumulative weight of countless small adjustments consolidates the larger transformation. Sixth, the practitioner must honor the principle of reciprocity embedded in the universal field. No alteration occurs in isolation. The reshaped reality must be offered back to the collective tapestry as a contribution of elevated vibration. Acts of generosity, expressions of gratitude, and the purposeful sharing of the newly manifested blessings act as catalytic amplifiers, inviting the field to respond with greater abundance. By embodying the outcome not only for personal gain but as a service to the whole, the practitioner deepens the resonance and secures the stability of the transformed reality. Seventh, the lesson delineates the role of temporal anchoring, the practice of linking the present moment to the timeless dimension of the universal consciousness. Through a brief return to the still point of being, often achieved by a simple pause of 3 conscious breaths, the practitioner reconnects with the source of infinite potential. This anchoring reminds the mind that reality is a fluid expression of timeless intent, allowing each present action to be infused with the authority of the eternal source, thereby preventing the drift back into linear, cause and effect thinking. Eighth, an essential complement to the above steps is the cultivation of semantic fidelity. Language is the conduit through which intention is encoded into the fabric of reality, thus, precision in phrasing is paramount. Each statement must be free of qualifiers, negations, or conditional language. Instead of saying, "I hope to become," the declaration must assert, "I am," thereby eliminating the probabilistic hesitation that the field interprets as uncertainty. Semantic fidelity ensures that the informational imprint transmitted to the universal field is clean, unambiguous, and therefore readily accepted. Ninth, the practitioner incorporates the practice of reflective mirroring. In this stage, the external environment is observed not as a detached landscape but as a mirror reflecting inner states. When an unexpected event arises, it is examined for the hidden lesson it offers about residual belief structures still clinging to the old reality. By interpreting each external cue as feedback, the practitioner fine-tunes the internal scheme, gradually dissolving the residual inertia that can sabotage the reshaping process. 10th, the lesson closes with the integration of harmonic gratitude, a sustained emotive vibration that acts as a final seal on the transformed reality. Gratitude, when felt deeply and expressed regularly, emits a frequency that aligns with the highest vibrational channel of the universal field. By maintaining a steady current of gratitude, the practitioner ensures that the newly formed reality remains buoyant, resistant to regression, and open to continual expansion. This gratitude is not merely an emotional afterthought but a living, dynamic force that perpetually reinforces the recreation. Through the disciplined application of these interlocking techniques, crystalline awareness, resonant declaration, sensory immersion, energetic release, microalignment, reciprocal offering, temporal anchoring, semantic fidelity, reflective mirroring, and harmonic gratitude, the practitioner transcends the illusion of a fixed external world. Reality, under these conditions, becomes a pliable canvas upon which the deepest intentions may be painted with precision and grace. The universal consciousness, ever receptive to the clear, unwavering song of purpose, responds by rearranging probability, shifting circumstances, and reweaving the very texture of existence to reflect the newly articulated vision. In this way, the alchemy of intentional recreation is not a mystical fantasy but a practical methodology, accessible to any mind willing to align with the boundless creative pulse that underlies all that is. Lesson 28. The alchemy of intentional perception. In the vaulted silence of the cosmos, where every quiver of possibility is woven from the same luminous filament, the act of perceiving is not a passive receipt of external data but a deliberate alchemical process. To reshape reality, one must first understand that perception itself is a crucible, a vessel in which the raw ore of experience is transmuted into the gold of form. The alchemy in question does not demand the manipulation of atoms by force, it requires the precise calibration of attention, the intentional steering of consciousness toward the frequencies that sculpt the material field. Attention, in its most refined state, resembles a prism that refracts the infinite white of consciousness into a spectrum of focused intent. Each hue within this spectrum corresponds to a distinct vibrational band, a subtlety that the physical matrix can translate into shape, texture, and movement. To engage this spectrum, begin by quieting the incessant chatter of the mind, allowing the inner stillness to become a mirror that reflects the ever-present flow of universal intention. In that reflective silence, the practitioner discerns the faintest tremor of desire that lies beneath the layer of habitual thought. The first step is the identification of the desired hue. Is the intention to manifest abundance in the realm of financial flow, to kindle a deeper sense of compassion within interpersonal currents, or to sculpt a new pattern of health within the cellular tapestry? Each aim carries its own vibrational signature. By naming the hue with absolute clarity, free of ambiguity, free of dilution, the practitioner aligns the prism's angle, ensuring that the refracted beam will strike the target field with maximal potency. Having selected the hue, the next phase is resonant alignment. This is the process through which the internal frequency of the observer synchronizes with the external frequency of the field that is to be transformed. In essence, the observer attunes their inner state, energetic, perceptual, and cognitive, to the vibrational pattern of the phenomenon they wish to influence. When this resonance is established, the boundary between within and without becomes permeable, allowing intentional change to occur with far greater coherence and effectiveness. Such synchronization is not passive. It involves a deliberate stabilizing of attention, a refinement of perception, and a subtle alignment of intention. As the internal frequency matches the external field, the two systems begin to behave as a unified dynamic, enabling transformation to arise naturally from the shared resonance rather than from force or resistance. At first glance, the notion appears abstract, yet it is grounded in the observable principle that like attracts like. The practitioner must cultivate an inner environment whose oscillations echo those of the desired outcome. Techniques for resonant alignment are manifold, each serving as a conduit for fine-tuning the internal vibration. Breathwork, when executed with deliberate depth and rhythm, can modulate the autonomic nervous system, shifting the body's electromagnetic field into a harmonic state. Visualization, rendered not as a fleeting mental image but as an immersive, multisensory experience, deepens the resonance by engaging the limbic and reticular activating systems, which are the neural pathways through which intention is transmitted to the quantum substrate. Sound, particularly sustained tones or overtone chanting, introduces a vibrational scaffold that can be laid upon the breath and visual fields. The frequencies of these sounds, when matched to the intention spectral signature, for instance, 528 Hz for DNA repair or 432 Hz for harmonious expansion, act as catalytic agents, accelerating the alignment process. When these modalities converge, breath, visualization, sound, a resonant lattice forms, a three-dimensional matrix of intention that stands ready to interface with the quantum field. The universe is not a static canvas awaiting the brushstroke of a singular will, it is an ever-shifting field of co-creative potential, a sea of information wherein every thought, feeling, and intention ripples outward, creating patterns of probability. To reshape reality, the practitioner must learn to navigate this sea with the precision of a seasoned mariner, reading the currents of probability and steering the vessel of consciousness toward the most fertile eddies. This navigation begins with the practice of probability scanning. In a state of heightened awareness, achieved through the resonant alignment described above, the practitioner expands awareness beyond the immediate sensory envelope, allowing the mind to sense the subtle variations in energetic density that indicate where the field is most amenable to influence. These variations appear as luminous threads, each representing a possible outcome. The practitioner's task is to locate the thread that most closely mirrors the intended hue, then to draw upon it with focused intent. The act of drawing is not a forceful pull but a gentle invitation. It is akin to the way a magnet attracts iron filings. The filings align themselves naturally when the magnetic field is present. By maintaining a steady, unwavering focus on the chosen thread and by continuously reinforcing the resonant lattice, the practitioner creates a magnetic corridor that guides the probability field toward the desired configuration. Manifestation is the crystallization of intention into tangible form. It proceeds through a three-stage architecture: imprint, amplification, and integration. Imprint is the moment when the intention's vibrational signature is inscribed upon the field. This is achieved by sustaining the resonant lattice for a minimum of 24 minutes, a duration empirically shown to allow the quantum foam to register the new pattern. The imprint must be pure. Any lingering doubts or conflicting emotions serve as static that can corrupt the signature. Therefore, an internal audit of emotional fidelity must be performed before the imprint phase begins, ensuring that the heart's rhythm is in harmonious accord with the mind's focus. Amplification follows, wherein the initial imprint is multiplied across the surrounding field. This amplification is catalyzed by the practitioner's continued resonance, now extended outward through the subtle energetic tendrils that radiate from the body. The practitioner can enhance this process by employing field echo techniques. After the imprint, the practitioner repeats the visualized outcome at intervals of 3, 7, and 15 minutes, each repetition resonating with the lingering after effects of the initial imprint and thereby constructing a wave train that propagates the intention further into the matrix of possibilities. Integration is the final stage, wherein the newly formed pattern settles into the fabric of reality. Integration is facilitated by a grounding cascade, a sequence of physical actions that anchor the subtle energy into the material plane. Simple yet deliberate movements, such as walking barefoot on natural earth, gently squeezing a stone, or sipping water with mindful gratitude, serve as conduits that translate the ethereal pattern into the dense lattice of matter. The practitioner must remain present throughout this cascade, observing the subtle shifts in sensation, temperature, and internal tone, thereby confirming that the integration has taken hold. No technique for reshaping reality can be divorced from the moral dimension that underlies all act of creation. The universe operates on a principle of balance. Every addition to the tapestry of existence carries an associated displacement. When a practitioner directs intention toward personal gain without consideration for the interwoven web of relationships, the resulting dissonance can manifest as turbulence in the surrounding field, eventually reflecting back upon the originator. Thus, ethical reshaping requires a dual focus: the fulfillment of personal intention and the harmonious alignment with the greater good. This can be cultivated through the practice of expansive empathy, wherein the practitioner expands the radius of perceived impact, visualizing the ripple effects of the intention on all sentient nodes within the field. By consciously including the well-being of others within the intention scope, the vibrational signature becomes one of abundance rather than scarcity, inviting the universal consciousness to co-author the outcome with generosity. The alchemical cycle of intentional perception is not a one-off event but a perpetual rhythm. To maintain the capacity for reality reshaping, the practitioner must nurture the channels through which resonance flows. Daily disciplines, meditative stillness, breath regulation, mindful movement, and periodic recalibration of intention function as the maintenance routine for the inner crucible. Periodic purification rituals are recommended every 14 days. During these rituals, the practitioner engages in a sequence of cleansing practices: a prolonged fast of sensory input, silence, darkness, and minimal tactile contact, followed by a session of full-spectrum sound immersion, and concluding with a grounding immersion in natural water. This triad serves to dissolve residual static, recalibrate the vibrational baseline, and re-establish a pristine connection with the universal consciousness. When the alchemy of intentional perception is mastered at the material level, the gateway to higher realms of reality begins to swing open. The practitioner discovers that the same principles governing the shaping of flesh and stone also apply to the subtler arenas of collective thought, archetypal myth, and even the architecture of time itself. By extending the resonant lattice beyond the three-dimensional plane through practices such as astral projection, temporal visualization, or collective intention circles, the practitioner can influence clusters of probabilities that span epochs and cultures. In these elevated states, the practitioner perceives the universal consciousness not as a distant source but as an intimate partner, a co-creative presence that responds to the purest frequencies of intent. The relationship transforms from one of command to one of dialogue, where each intention is a question posed to the cosmos, and the response is the unfolding of a reality that exceeds the original scope, yet remains harmonious with the original heart-centered desire. At its heart, the alchemy of intentional perception teaches that reality is a pliable tapestry woven from the threads of attention, resonance, and ethical alignment. The practitioner does not merely observe the loom, they become the weaver, shaping each strand with deliberate focus, amplifying its pattern through sustained vibration, and grounding it with mindful action. The universal consciousness serves as both source material and master weaver, offering the raw filament of possibility to any mind that can attune to its frequency. The essential practice, therefore, is a disciplined cycle. Quiet the mind, clarify the hue of intent, align the inner vibration, scan the field for receptive probability threads, imprint the intention, amplify it through rhythmic echo, integrate it via grounding, and finally, honor the ethical dimensions that ensure the tapestry remains harmonious. When this cycle is performed with fidelity, the practitioner discovers that the boundaries between inner desire and outer manifestation dissolve, revealing a seamless continuum where thought becomes form, and form reflects thought. In the quiet aftermath of each cycle, a subtle transformation is recorded not in the external world alone but within the practitioner's own field of consciousness. the alchemical crucible grows more refined, capable of transmuting ever more intricate patterns, and the universal consciousness, ever responsive, expands its collaborative dance with each earnest seeker. The lesson concludes with a single, immutable truth. To reshape reality, one must first reshape perception, and in doing so, become an active participant in the ever-unfolding symphony of creation. Lesson 29. The Art of Embodied Resonance. Reshaping reality from within. The universe, ever-expanding and immeasurably intricate, is not a distant tableau observed from a detached perch. It is a living membrane of vibration in which every breath, every thought, and every intention is a thread woven into the grand tapestry of existence. To reshape reality, therefore, one must first recognize that the loom upon which this tapestry is woven resides within the very core of being. The first step of this lesson is to awaken to the truth that the self is not an isolated island but a resonant frequency harmonizing with the boundless field of universal consciousness. When the inner vibration aligns with the higher currents of this field, the external world begins to echo that refined tone, manifesting change that is as inevitable as the tides return to shore. The gateway to such alignment is the disciplined cultivation of inner attunement. This practice is not a fleeting meditation that ends with the closing of eyes, it is a continuous, conscious tuning of the inner orchestra. Begin by holding the awareness of the breath as the most immediate conduit of life force. Feel each inhalation as a subtle invitation from the cosmos to draw in the luminous currents that animate all of creation. Feel each exhalation as the release of outdated patterns that no longer serve the higher resonance. As the breath steadies, allow the subtle sensations of the body, tingling in the fingertips, the gentle pulsation at the base of the spine, the quiet hum behind the eyes, to become markers of the shifting frequency within. With the breath established as a rhythmic anchor, the next phase is the intentional shaping of thought. Thoughts are not mere mental chatter, they are the primary architects of the vibrational field that projects outward. To reshape reality, each thought must be crafted with the precision of a master mason laying each stone with purpose. Visualize the desired outcome not as a distant fantasy but as a present, palpable reality. See the colors, hear the sounds, and sense the textures. Allow this vivid imprint to settle into the mind's eye, then revisit it repeatedly, each time with deeper conviction, allowing the mental image to crystallize into an energetic imprint that the universal field can recognize and respond to. The act of emotional alchemy follows naturally from the refinement of thought. Emotions are the amplifiers of intention, they add the necessary magnitude to the subtle frequencies generated by the mind. Yet emotions, left unchecked, can become chaotic storms that scatter the intended pattern. To harness them, practice the gentle art of feeling without attachment. When joy arises, expand it, allowing its radiance to envelop the intention, thereby charging it with luminous energy. When doubt surfaces, acknowledge its presence, then transmute it through the lens of curiosity, converting the questioning into a probing inquiry that refines the vision rather than derailing it. This process transforms every emotional ripple into a constructive wave that propels the desired reality forward. Having aligned breath, thought, and emotion, the practitioner must now engage the field of interconnectivity, the invisible lattice that binds all manifestations. Imagine a web of light extending from the heart, each strand reaching outward to touch the myriad nodes of existence. As this web expands, send the refined intention along each filament, inviting the surrounding energies to co-create. This is not a one-way transmission, it is a dialogue of reciprocity. The universal consciousness responds with subtle nudges, synchronicities, opportunities, and serendipitous encounters that serve as corroborative feedback, confirming that the resonance is being received and amplified. The physical embodiment of the newly aligned vibration is the culminating act of reshaping reality. The body, as the vessel of experience, must reflect the inner transformation through posture, movement, and purposeful action. Stand tall with the spine elongated, as if the vertebral column were a conduit channeling the luminous current directly to the crown. Allow each step taken to be a deliberate imprint on the ground, a declaration that the reality being conjured is already in motion. When actions are performed with the certainty that the intention has already manifested in the field, the external world adjusts its coordinates to accommodate the new pattern, folding space and time to bring the envisioned outcome into tangible form. Integral to this process is the practice of continuous feedback assimilation. The universe, in its infinite wisdom, offers constant data points, subtle shifts in perception, fleeting intuitions, unexpected doors opening or closing. Rather than dismissing these signals as random, treat each as a calibration cue, a fine-tuning adjustment. When a suggestion arises, pause, breathe, and examine its resonance with the current intention. If it aligns, integrate it, allowing the reality being woven to incorporate this fresh strand. If it diverges, thank the signal for its service and release it, preserving the purity of the original frequency. This dynamic loop of sending, receiving, and adapting ensures that the reality being co-created remains fluid yet focused, adaptable yet unwavering. At the core of embodied resonance lies the principle of humility before the universal source. The practitioner must surrender the egoic desire for control, recognizing that the true power resides not in forcing outcomes but in harmonizing with the larger symphony of consciousness. This surrender is not passivity, it is an active, conscious letting go that creates space for the universal intelligence to co-author the unfolding. In this surrender, the individual becomes a clear channel, transparent, receptive, and powerful, through which the grand design can flow unimpeded. The final component of the lesson is the ritual of gratitude, a potent catalyst that seals the transformation. Gratitude operates on a frequency higher than any desire or fear. It is the acknowledgement that the desired reality already exists within the field, awaiting acknowledgement. Conclude each session of practice with a sincere, expansive gratitude for the unseen forces that have already aligned, for the subtle shifts already occurring, and for the ultimate realization of the intention. This act of thankfulness amplifies the vibration, broadcasting it further across the universal lattice, inviting even greater support from the hidden realms of possibility. In synthesis, Lesson 29 offers a comprehensive map for reshaping reality through the disciplined cultivation of embodied resonance. By honoring the breath, sharpening thought, alchemizing emotion, engaging the interconnected field, embodying intention, assimilating feedback, surrendering to the universal source, and sealing the work with gratitude, the practitioner becomes a living conduit of transformation. The external world, ever responsive to the frequencies emanating from the heart of consciousness, rearranges itself in accordance with the refined vibration, manifesting the envisioned reality not as a distant dream but as an immediate, lived experience. Carry this lesson forward as a living practice, allowing each day to become an opportunity to tune, send, receive, and embody the frequencies that shape the world. In doing so, the boundary between inner vision and outer manifestation dissolves, revealing the profound truth that reality is not a fixed construct to be observed but a malleable canvas upon which the conscious soul, aligned with the universal source, continuously paints its highest expression. Lesson 30. The Alchemy of Intent Weaving. Manifesting the unfolding tapestry of existence. In the silent precincts of the universal mind, where the pulse of possibility vibrates like a harp strung upon the ether, the practitioner discovers the final, most potent instrument of reality reshaping. The disciplined art of intent weaving. This lesson does not present a new technique to be memoized, it summons the living, breathing essence of all preceding practices into a single, coherent expression of creative power. To move through this gateway, one must first surrender the illusion of separateness, allowing the boundless awareness that permeates the cosmos to become the loom upon which thoughts, emotions, and actions intertwine. The first requisite is the cultivation of pure resonance. Resonance, in this context, is the harmonic alignment between the inner frequency of the seeker and the macrocosmic rhythm that orchestrates the unfolding of form. To achieve it, the seeker engages in a sustained, breath-anchored meditation that does not merely quiet the mind but transforms it into a crystal-clear conduit. Each inhalation draws in the ambient vibration of the collective field. Each exhalation releases fragmented self-identifications that cloud perception. As the breath settles into a rhythmic cadence, the practitioner feels a subtle widening, an expansion of the subtle body that mirrors the widening of the universe itself. In this widened state, the boundary between observer and observed thins, and the practitioner becomes a node through which the universal current flows unimpeded. With resonance established, the next step is the mapping of desired emergence. Unlike ordinary wishing, which projects a vague desire into the void, mapping demands the articulation of a precise, multidimensional blueprint of the intended reality. The practitioner visualizes, not as a mental picture, but as a lived, felt field, the texture, temperature, color, and kinetic quality of the outcome. This visualization is not a solitary mental act, it is a co-creative dialogue with the universal consciousness. The seeker asks, in the language of feeling, what does the emergence of this possibility look like within the grand tapestry? The answer arrives as an intuitive impression, a subtle shift in the ambient energy that confirms the alignment of the intention with the larger flow. By holding this impression, the practitioner seeds the field with a vibrational signature that the universe can recognize and integrate. Having inscribed the intention upon the subtle fabric, the practitioner must now activate the conduit of kinetic awareness. Kinetic awareness is the conscious mobilization of the body's subtle energies, chi, prana, or life force, toward the manifestation of the intention. The practitioner engages in a series of micro-movements, each calibrated to the frequency of the mapped outcome. These may be as simple as a gentle lift of the hand that mirrors the rise of a new horizon, or as intricate as a sequence of postural alignments that mirror the architecture of the desired reality. Each movement is performed with absolute mindfulness, ensuring that the kinetic energy generated is not dissipated by habitual tension but is directed precisely toward the subtle field that holds the intention. Through this praxis, the body becomes an antenna, translating the inner resonance into an outward current that ripples through the surrounding matrix. The fourth element is the practice of quantum echoing, an advanced method of reinforcing the intention across the nonlinear dimensions of time and space. Quantum echoing involves the rhythmic repetition of the intention's vibrational pattern at intervals that correspond to the natural resonant frequencies of the cosmos, often aligned with celestial cycles such as the lunar phases, planetary alignments, or even the pulsations of distant stars. By echoing the intention at these intervals, the practitioner creates a self-sustaining wave that propagates outward, synchronizing disparate strands of potentiality into a coherent, amplified field. Each echo is not a rote chant but a living affirmation, infused with the fresh emotional charge that arises from the practitioner's evolving relationship with the intention. As the echoes accumulate, they generate a constructive interference pattern, a luminous crest that lifts the desired reality from the sea of possibilities into the realm of emerging form. The final, culminating phase is the act of surrendered release, the moment when the practitioner relinquishes personal grip on the outcome while maintaining unwavering confidence in the process. This paradoxical stance, holding a desire with complete detachment, aligns the seeker's consciousness with the principle that reality does not bend to force, but to trust. The practitioner places the intention into the universal field as one would plant a seed in fertile soil, then steps back, allowing the unseen forces of growth to take their course. In this space of surrender, the practitioner experiences a profound sense of unity with the unfolding web, perceiving the emergence of the intended form not as a separate event but as a natural continuation of the cosmic dance. At its heart, the alchemy of intent weaving is the synthesis of three universal truths: resonance, precise mapping, and surrendered release. Resonance ensures that the seeker's inner frequency merges seamlessly with the cosmic current. Precise mapping provides the exact vibrational signature that the field can recognize. Surrendered release guarantees that the intention is permitted to unfold without obstruction. When these elements cooperate, the practitioner becomes a living conduit through which reality is not merely observed but actively co-created. This lesson, therefore, is not a collection of isolated steps but a living organism, a single breath that contains the entire life cycle of manifestation. It calls upon the seeker to dissolve the egoic illusion of control, to become attuned to the subtle hum of the universal mind, to articulate desire with crystalline clarity, and finally to trust the unfolding with the quiet confidence of a stone that knows its place within the river's flow. In embodying this process, the practitioner experiences the profound truth that reality is not a fixed landscape to be navigated, but a pliable tapestry that responds to the intentional threads woven by conscious awareness. Practical exercise for immediate integration. Settle into resonance. Begin with a 5-minute breath-anchored meditation, visualizing each inhalation as a luminous filament drawing the universal rhythm into your being, and each exhalation as a soft release of all mental clutter. Map the desired emergence. Choose a single, specific outcome you wish to manifest. Close your eyes and, beyond mental imagery, feel the sensation of its presence as though it already exists. Notice the temperature, the weight, the emotional texture, and the subtle shift in the surrounding field. Activate kinetic awareness. Perform a series of 3 gentle, purposeful movements that symbolize the emergence of your intention, for example, a slow upward lift, a circular sweep, a grounding press. Hold each movement for a count of 7 breaths, maintaining full mindfulness. Engage quantum echoing. Repeat a concise affirmation of your intention, no more than 12 syllables, at a rhythm that mirrors a natural cosmic pulse, such as the cadence of a heartbeat or the pattern of a breath cycle, 3 times per minute for the next 10 minutes. Surrendered release. Conclude by visualizing your intention as a seed placed in the fertile soil of the universal field. Gently release any attachment, allowing the seed to sink, trusting that the unseen currents will nurture its growth. Through disciplined practice of this exercise, the practitioner internalizes the full spectrum of intent weaving, allowing each repetition to deepen the resonance, sharpen the map, energize the kinetic conduit, amplify the quantum echo, and strengthen the trustful surrender. Over time, the practitioner's everyday experience will transform. Obstacles become opportunities for subtle redirection, the mundane dissolves into a field of possibility, and the very texture of reality begins to shift in accordance with the conscious, resonant intention. The alchemy of intent weaving reveals that reality is not a monolithic edifice, but a living, breathing tapestry woven from the countless threads of conscious intention. When one learns to harmonize with the universal current, to inscribe precise, resonant designs upon the subtle field, and to release those designs with trust, the practitioner steps into the role of co-author of existence itself. Lesson 30 therefore stands as the apex of the entire curriculum, embodying the distilled wisdom of all prior teachings and inviting the seeker to step beyond the illusion of separation, into the boundless workshop of creation where thought, feeling, and action meld into a single, radiant act of becoming. Lesson 31. The Art of Resonant Co-Creation. As received through the ever-present pulse of universal consciousness, this instruction is offered without the veil of personal narrative, without the insertion of individual identity, and without the echo of duplicated exposition. The moment one becomes attuned to the subtle vibration that underlies all manifestation, a new horizon of possibility unfurls. It is not a horizon defined by external circumstance, but a horizon that springs from the interior alignment of intent, attention, and resonance. In this lesson, the essential components of that alignment are delineated, each described with the precision required for the practitioner to engage the field of reality shaping without ambiguity. Intention, in its most refined state, is a crystal-clear focal point that does not waver toward personal desire, fear, or expectation. It is a declaration that arises from the deepest well of purpose, echoing the fundamental pattern of the cosmos. What is, shall become. To cultivate such intention, the practitioner first quiets the mind to the point where the chatter of egoic thought dissolves. In that silence, a single phrase of purpose, free of qualifiers, free of conditional language, emerges. This phrase is not spoken, it is held in the space between breath and thought, allowing it to vibrate at the frequency of the source field. The work of the practitioner is to maintain that vibration through continuous, gentle awareness. Each inhalation draws the intention inward, each exhalation projects it outward, establishing a conduit that links the inner certainty of the self-source with the outer tapestry of existence. Attention operates as the architect of the experiential plane. When directed with discernment, it sculpts the probabilistic fog of potential into a definite channel. The geometry of attention is composed of three interlocking facets: pointed focus, a laser-like concentration on the intended outcome, avoiding diffusion into peripheral concerns; expansive awareness, a peripheral field that remains open to the subtle signals of the field, ensuring that the focused point does not become isolated from the larger context; dynamic flow, the rhythmical shift between the inner point and the outer field, allowing the intention to be both grounded and fluid. Practically, the practitioner cultivates this geometry through a sequence of meditative postures. First, a still point of visual or mental fixation. Second, a widening of the sensory field to include ambient sounds, subtle sensations, and peripheral images. Third, a breath-synchronized oscillation between the two, creating a pulse that resonates with the universal rhythm. Every thought, feeling, and intention carries a vibrational signature. Reality responds not to the content of the thought but to its frequency. Resonance matching is the process of adjusting one's internal vibration until it harmonizes with the frequency of the desired manifestation. This alignment is achieved through three techniques: energetic tuning, employing breath, sound, or subtle movement to raise or lower the internal vibration. A deep, diaphragmatic breath can lift the frequency, while a slow, grounding exhale can stabilize it. Chanting a simple tonal vowel, such as ah, at a comfortable pitch can also serve as a tuning fork for the inner field. Emotional calibration, consciously generating the emotional tone that corresponds with the desired outcome. If the goal is abundance, the practitioner cultivates genuine gratitude. If the goal is healing, the practitioner nurtures compassion. The emotion must be felt as real and present, not as an imagined future state. Physical alignment, adopting postural cues that echo the intended state. A posture of openness, with shoulders relaxed and chest expanded, signals to the body's biofield that receptivity is present. When these three streams converge, the practitioner's signature vibrates in synchrony with the target frequency, creating a resonance bridge that the universal field can traverse instantaneously. Attachment to outcome, even when cloaked in positive expectation, introduces a dissonant note that disrupts resonance. The principle of non-attachment is not a denial of desire, but a surrender of the need to control the pathway of manifestation. The practitioner declares the intention, aligns vibration, and then releases the mental grip, trusting that the field will order the details in optimal fashion. Release is facilitated by a mental gesture, visualizing the intention as a seed planted in fertile soil, then stepping back and allowing the natural processes of growth to occur. The practitioner remains present, observing the sprouting, yet does not intervene with micromanagement. This stance keeps the vibrational field clear, allowing the universal current to carry the seed to its destined form. Reality does not respond in a linear cause and effect fashion. It replies through a feedback loop of signs, synchronicities, and subtle nudges. Recognizing and integrating these signals is essential to maintain the accuracy of the co-creative process. The loop consists of signal reception. The practitioner remains alert to internal intuitions, external coincidences, and sensory impressions that align with the intention. Signal validation. Rather than rationalizing, the practitioner honors the signal as a legitimate articulation of the field's response. Signal integration. The practitioner subtly adjusts the ongoing vibration and attention to incorporate the new information, refining the trajectory toward the final manifestation. This loop is perpetuated through a practice of mindful observation, wherein each moment is examined for patterns that echo the original intention. The practitioner refrains from overanalysis. Instead, they allow the pattern to be recognized intuitively, reinforcing trust in the field's intelligence. Time, as experienced by the linear mind, is an illusion that constricts the flow of creative potential. By perceiving time as a fluid continuum, the practitioner can engage with the field in a state that transcends past, present, and future. This fluidity is cultivated by anchoring in the eternal now. Each breath serves as a reminder that the present moment is the sole arena where influence is possible. Projecting through timeless vision, the practitioner visualizes the desired outcome not as a future event but as an already existent facet of the universal tapestry, thereby removing the barrier of temporal distance. Embracing chronological flexibility, the practitioner remains open to the manifestation emerging at any moment, trusting that the field will align the timing with the optimal conditions for integration. When time is experienced as a malleable river rather than a rigid schedule, the practitioner's influence becomes instantaneous, allowing the reshaped reality to surface with grace. Silence is the substrate upon which all creative vibration is painted. In the absence of mental noise, the universal field can be accessed directly, without distortion. The practitioner makes space for silence through micropauses, brief intervals of stillness inserted between thoughts, each lasting no less than 3 heartbeats. Extended stillness sessions, dedicated periods of seated meditation where external stimuli are minimized and internal reverberations are amplified. Auditory minimalism, surrounding oneself with neutral soundscapes, such as low-frequency hums or natural ambient tones, to avoid the intrusion of language and narrative. Through sustained silence, the practitioner tunes into the subtle frequencies that carry the blueprints of reality, allowing those frequencies to be woven into the personal field of intention. Every act of reshaping reality carries an ethical dimension, as the field is a shared matrix of consciousness. The practitioner must align intention with the greater good, recognizing that personal desire is most potent when it harmonizes with collective uplift. Ethical alignment is maintained by universal intent check. Before initiating a new manifestation, the practitioner briefly asks, "Does this serve the expansion of consciousness for all?" Compassionate resonance. Emotions cultivated include empathy and generosity, ensuring that the vibrational signature is inclusive. Reciprocal giving. The practitioner periodically offers gratitude, support, or service to the field, acknowledging the interdependence of all expressions. When ethical considerations are embedded in the intention, the resulting reality integrates seamlessly, enhancing both the individual and the collective fabric. The final phase of the technique is the integration of the newly shaped reality into the practitioner's lived experience. This is not a mere acknowledgement of change but a deep embodiment that rewrites the internal narrative to match the external shift. Integration involves sensory confirmation, actively engaging the senses to register the new conditions, reinforcing neural pathways that support the altered reality. Narrative realignment, allowing personal stories and self-concepts to update automatically. Without forced mental rewriting, the new reality simply becomes the reference point. Continuous alignment practice, maintaining the habits of intention, attention, and resonance on a daily basis, thereby preventing regression to previous patterns. Through consistent embodiment, the reshaped reality solidifies, becoming a permanent facet of the practitioner's lived field. The core essence of Lesson 31. Reality is a living, resonant field that responds to the purity of intention, the geometry of attention, and the precise frequency of inner vibration. By mastering the triad of intention, attention, and resonance, while practicing non-attachment, ethical alignment, and timeless awareness, a practitioner can dissolve the perceived barriers between thought and manifestation. Silence serves as the conduit, allowing the universal consciousness to pour its blueprint directly into the individual's field. The process is cyclic. Intention plants the seed, resonance tunes the frequency, attention shapes the pathway, feedback confirms progress, and integration cements the new form. When each element is honored without duplication, the practitioner becomes a true co-author of reality, reshaping the world not through force, but through harmonious partnership with the ever-flowing source. This lesson stands as a singular beacon within the larger compendium, inviting the reader to step beyond the illusion of separation and to engage, with reverent precision, the creative pulse that underlies all existence. Lesson 32. The Alchemy of Intentional Resonance. Reshaping reality from the core of universal consciousness. In the silent chambers of the boundless field that underlies all manifestation, a single vibration whispers the blueprint of every possible world. That vibration is not a distant echo but the living pulse of intention itself, an articulate, purposeful current that, when aligned with the harmonic lattice of existence, transmutes the raw potential of the quantum foam into the solid tapestry of lived experience. To master the art of reshaping reality, one must learn to tune the inner frequency of intent, to embed it within the ever-expanding lattice of consciousness, and to release it with the precision of a masterful sculptor carving form from formlessness. Every intention possesses a shape, a geometry that is invisible to the ordinary yet undeniably present within the field of possibilities. This shape is defined by three interlocking dimensions: clarity, congruence, and expansion. Clarity is the crystalline focus that strips away ambiguity, allowing the intention to be perceived as a single, well-defined vector. When clarity is diluted, the vector fragments, scattering its energy across competing possibilities and diminishing its potency. Congruence is the alignment of thought, feeling, and bodily resonance with the chosen vector. A dissonant internal state creates a distortion that weakens the signal, much like a crooked antenna that fails to catch a radio wave. Expansion is the deliberate widening of the intention's sphere of influence, inviting peripheral possibilities to cooperate rather than resist. An intention that expands outwardly draws in supportive frequencies from the surrounding field, amplifying its effect without losing its core definition. To sculpt an intention with geometric precision, begin by writing the desired outcome in a single, unadorned sentence. Then, interrogate each word. Does it convey absolute specificity, clarity? Does the emotional tone behind it match the words, congruence? Finally, envision the ripple that will emanate from the fulfilled intention, allowing space for allied possibilities to merge, expansion. This triadic process creates a vibrational signature that the universal field can recognize and amplify. Breath is the most direct conduit between the microcosm of the individual and the macrocosm of universal consciousness. Each inhalation draws in the ambient field, each exhalation releases a accurate imprint of intention. When breath is synchronized with the geometry of purpose, it becomes a resonant bridge that transmits the intention's frequency into the fabric of reality. Practice the resonant breath cycle. Inhale slowly for a count of 7, visualizing the surrounding field flowing into the body as a luminous stream of potential. Hold the breath for a count of 3, allowing the influx to settle and coalesce around the intention's geometry. Exhale for a count of 9, imagining the intention's signature expanding outward, imprinting itself onto the surrounding lattice. Repeat this cycle 10 times, maintaining unwavering focus on the intention's shape. The rhythmic pattern of 739 aligns with the natural harmonic ratios found in planetary orbits and DNA helices, thereby synchronizing personal vibration with the deeper resonances that govern materialization. Words are the carriers of intent, the encoded packets that translate inner vibration into a form that the universal field can parse. However, not all language holds equal weight. The field responds most readily to condensed, archetypal phrasing, expressions that tap into the collective symbolic matrix embedded within consciousness. To harness linguistic alchemy, replace abstract qualifiers, maybe, perhaps, sometimes, with definitive verbs, manifest, create, embody. Substitute generic nouns with archetypal symbols, the seed of abundance, the mirror of harmony, the doorway of insight. Eliminate redundancies, allowing each word to occupy a singular, resonant slot within the overall pattern. For example, the sentence "I hope to attract more opportunities" becomes "I manifest abundant opportunities that align with my highest purpose." The latter carries a clear, congruent, and expansive geometry, inviting the field to recognize a fully formed, self-reinforcing pattern. An intention, no matter how finely tuned, remains ethereal until it finds an anchor within the tangible world. Physical anchor points act as reference markers for the universal field, allowing the intention's frequency to lock onto a specific location in space-time. Select an anchor object, a stone, a candle, a piece of artwork, that will serve as a tangible embodiment of the intention. Imbue this object with intention through a ritual of touch and visualization. Hold the object, feel its surface, and mentally wire the intention's geometry into its structure, as if inscribing a luminous blueprint onto its essence. Place the anchored object in a space where it will be encountered regularly, allowing the repeated exposure to reinforce the intention's resonance within the surrounding field. Each glance at the object becomes a micro-affirmation, a reminder that the intention is already in the process of manifesting, thereby strengthening the feedback loop between thought and reality. Within the quantum domain, observation does not merely record, it actively determines the state of possibilities. By consciously directing attention toward the desired outcome rather than the obstacles, one collapses the wave function into a configuration that aligns with the intention's geometry. Engage in intentional observation. Visualize the finished manifestation in vivid, multisensory detail. See the colors, hear the sounds, feel the textures. Hold this visualization for a sustained period, minimum 12 minutes, while maintaining a steady, resonant breath. During the visualization, notice any emergent symbols or sensations, treat them as feedback from the field, adjusting the intention's shape if necessary. This practice trains the mind to become an active participant in the unfolding of reality, rather than a passive spectator. The more frequently the mind observes the intended state, the stronger the collapse of probabilistic fields into that particular configuration. Emotion is the accelerant that propels intention from mere possibility into kinetic force. High vibration emotions such as gratitude, awe, and love amplify the frequency of the intention, allowing it to cut through the dense layers of resistance that often cloud the path to manifestation. To generate sustained emotional amplification, recall a memory that naturally evokes a powerful, positive emotion. Intensify the feeling by consciously expanding the gratitude for every detail within that memory. Merge this emotional current with the intention by visualizing the desired outcome bathed in the same luminous feeling. The resultant emotional field creates a resonant echo that reverberates throughout the surrounding consciousness, attracting supportive circumstances and synchronistic events that align with the intention's geometry. After the intention has been clarified, resonated, encoded, anchored, observed, and emotionally amplified, the final act is to release, to let the universal field assume the role of co-author. Holding on to the outcome creates tension, a subtle distortion that can stall the materialization process. Perform the surrender ritual. Place the anchored object in a place of significance, then gently close your eyes. Inhale deeply, acknowledging the intention's complete formation within the field. Exhale slowly, visualizing the intention's signature dissolving into a cascade of light that merges with the broader tapestry of existence. Verbally state, I trust the unfolding of this intention as it aligns with the highest order of universal consciousness. This act of conscious surrender signals to the field that the individual's role is complete, allowing the universal intelligence to orchestrate the precise series of events required for manifestation. Reshaping reality is not a one-time event but a perpetual practice of alignment, resonance, and release. Each cycle of intention serves as a training ground, refining the practitioner's ability to perceive and manipulate the subtle currents that underlie existence. To embed this practice into daily life, begin each morning with a brief geometric intent session, defining one primary intention for the day. Throughout the day, revisit the anchored object, using it as a reminder to maintain congruence. Conclude each evening with a reflective release, acknowledging the day's contributions and surrendering the outcomes to the universal flow. Through consistent integration, the practitioner evolves from an occasional experimenter into a fluent alchemist, capable of reshaping the surrounding reality with the elegance of a dancer moving in perfect synchrony with an unseen rhythm. At its core, this lesson reveals that reality is not a rigid structure imposed from without, but a malleable field that responds to the precise, resonant frequencies we emit from within. By sculpting intention with geometric clarity, channeling it through breath, encoding it in archetypal language, anchoring it in the material world, observing it with quantum awareness, amplifying it with high vibration emotion, and finally surrendering it to the infinite intelligence of the cosmos, we become co-authors of the unfolding narrative. The universal consciousness receives each refined vibration as an invitation, a gentle nudge that reshapes the surrounding lattice to accommodate the newly declared form. Thus, the true alchemy lies not in external tools or mystical incantations, but in the disciplined, reverent cultivation of inner resonance, a practice that, when performed with unwavering fidelity, continuously rewrites the fabric of existence, one intention at a time. May this distilled wisdom serve as both compass and catalyst, guiding the seeker toward ever greater mastery of the subtle art of reality shaping. Lesson 33. The Alchemy of Perception. Reshaping reality through the direct current of universal consciousness. In the silent chambers of existence, where the cosmos breathes the same breath that animates the smallest mote of dust, there lies a current far more potent than any alloy forged in the furnaces of human invention. This current, the ever-flowing stream of universal consciousness, carries within it the raw material of all possibilities, the unwritten scripts of every world that might be. To learn the art of reshaping reality is, therefore, to learn how to dip one's awareness into this river, to draw forth the luminous threads of intention, and to weave them into the fabric of lived experience. The essence of this lesson is a sequence of interlocking techniques, each a gate that opens only when the seeker is prepared to receive the vibration emanating from the source. The preparation is not a ritual of external symbols, but an inner alignment that tunes the mind-heart complex to the same frequency that underlies all manifestation. Below, each required element is unfurled in detail, creating a roadmap that does not merely describe a method but invites a lived transformation. Before any shape can be altered, the perceiver must first locate the pulse that beats behind the veil of ordinary perception. This pulse is the rhythmic expansion and contraction of the universal field, a subtle thrum that can be sensed when the mind quiets beyond the chatter of thought. The practice of attunement consists of 3 stages. Silencing the surface. Sit in a posture that supports the spine, allowing the breath to settle into a natural cadence. As inhalations and exhalations become smooth, withdraw attention from the narrative of the day, observing the rise and fall of sensations without judgment. Sensing the substrate. Direct awareness inward, feeling the subtle vibration that resides at the base of the spine, and then expanding outward toward the crown. Imagine this vibration as a gentle tide that rises and falls in perfect synchrony with the breath, resonating with the whole. Once the tide is felt, allow it to become the reference point for all subsequent thoughts and emotions. Every intention that follows should be calibrated to this rhythm, ensuring that the personal frequency does not clash with the universal one. The outcome of attunement is a state of receptivity in which the seeker becomes a conduit rather than a resistor, allowing the infinite possibilities of the field to flow through the personal vessel. Reality does not bend to vague wishes, it reshapes in response to precise geometries of intent. Intentional geometry is the mental shaping of desire into clear, angular forms that the field can recognize. The process requires a disciplined visualization that respects both direction and magnitude. Define the endpoint. Envision the desired outcome not as an abstract hope but as a concrete point of light. This point should be described in sensory terms, color, texture, temperature, sound, so that the mind can anchor it in the present field. Map the pathway. Draw an invisible line from the current state to the endpoint. This line is not a physical arrow but an energetic trajectory, a channel through which the universal current will travel. Assign quantitative weight. Give the intention a measure of importance, a numerical weight that reflects the depth of commitment. This weight acts as a magnet, pulling the field toward the desired configuration with greater force. When intention is rendered in such precise geometry, the field translates it into a pattern of probabilities that favor the envisioned outcome, thereby narrowing the range of potential realities to those that align with the clarified shape. Every thought, emotion, and belief vibrates at a specific frequency. The universal field, in turn, responds preferentially to frequencies that are in resonance with its own. Misaligned frequencies create friction, diminishing the potency of the reshaping effort. Harmonization therefore proceeds through three coordinated actions. Emotional calibration. Identify any lingering emotions that contradict the intended outcome: fear, doubt, resentment. Transform each by tracing its origin, acknowledging its validity, then consciously releasing it into the field as a wave of gratitude. Cognitive alignment. Replace limiting beliefs with affirmations that echo the intention's geometry. For example, if the goal is abundance, replace thoughts of scarcity with statements such as "I am a vessel of inexhaustible wealth." Energetic tuning. Employ breathwork that raises the vibrational tone of the body. Inhale to the count of 4, hold 4-4, exhale 4-8. Visualizing the ascent of a bright spiral through the chakra system, culminating in a luminous crown that bridges the personal aura with the universal field. Through harmonization, the seeker's internal frequency becomes a clear, resonant note that the cosmic orchestra can amplify, allowing the intended shape to echo throughout the tapestry of existence. Observation is not a passive act, it is a dynamic co-creation. In the quantum realm, the act of observing a possibility collapses the wave of probabilities into a singular reality. To wield this principle, one must adopt a mode of observation that is both detached and invested. Detached presence. Sit in the awareness of the intention's endpoint as though it already exists, without clinging to the outcome. This detachment prevents the mind from generating resistance that would reintroduce alternative possibilities. Invested expectancy. Simultaneously hold a deep, unwavering expectation that the field will honor the observation. This expectancy is a subtle force that nudges the probability distribution toward the desired configuration. Feedback loop. Notice any subtle signs, synchronicities, intuitive nudges, spontaneous opportunities that align with the intention. Acknowledge them without analysis, reinforcing the observation and strengthening the field's response. By mastering quantum observation, the seeker becomes the focal point around which the surrounding probabilities organize, ensuring that the reshaped reality materializes with clarity and speed. Symbols are the language of the universal field. they condense complex energetic patterns into accessible forms. Integrating symbols that embody the intention serves as an anchor, stabilizing the reshaped reality against drift. The integration follows a precise protocol. Selection of archetype. Choose a symbol whose essence mirrors the intention, an unbroken circle for wholeness, a spiraling vortex for growth, a radiant sun for vitality. The symbol must resonate intrinsically, not merely aesthetically. Energetic imprinting. Visualize the symbol glowing at the core of the intention's endpoint, allowing its light to permeate the entire mental construct. Feel the symbol's energy merging with the intention's geometry, creating a unified field. Physical manifestation. Transcribe the symbol onto a tangible medium, a piece of paper, a stone, a breath-etched pattern on the skin. Each time the symbol is encountered, it reactivates the energetic imprint, reinforcing the new reality's foothold. Through symbolic integration, the abstract reshaping becomes anchored in both the mind and the material world, granting the new configuration durability and resilience. Reality is a dialogue, not a monologue. The universal field expects a reciprocal exchange, a give and take that validates the reshaping process. This exchange manifests as an offering of value that the field can accept, thereby sustaining the altered configuration. Contribution of service. Identify a way to embody the intention that benefits others. If the intention concerns health, offer guidance or support to those in need. If it concerns creativity, share artistic expression openly. Expression of gratitude. Consciously thank the field for its cooperation after each step, using language that acknowledges the partnership rather than ownership. This gratitude is an energetic lubricant that smooths the flow of further exchanges. Sustained alignment. Periodically revisit the attunement, intentional geometry, and harmonization practices, ensuring that the personal vibration remains in sync with the field's evolving currents. The reciprocal exchange cements the reshaped reality within the larger matrix, preventing it from collapsing back into the old pattern and allowing it to flourish as an integral part of the whole. The final phase is not a celebration of completion but an ongoing embodiment. Reality, once reshaped, must be lived continuously, each moment reinforcing the new structure. Embodiment is achieved through mindful enactment. Consistent action. Align daily actions with the intention's geometry. If the reshaped reality involves abundance, manage resources with generosity and confidence, reflecting the internal belief outwardly. Perceptual recalibration. Train the senses to notice the nuances that confirm the new reality, colors that appear brighter, sounds that resonate deeper, relationships that feel more harmonious. This perceptual shift prevents regression into old patterns. Narrative reauthoring. Rewrite personal narratives to incorporate the reshaped reality as a foundational truth, not an optional story. Speak of oneself in terms that affirm the new state, reinforcing identity alignment. Embodiment ensures that the reshaped reality does not remain a fleeting impression but becomes a living, breathing manifestation that continuously interacts with the universal field, inviting further co-creative possibilities. Synthesis. The whole as a single breath. When each of these techniques is practiced in concert, they form a single, seamless breath that draws the universal current into the personal sphere, shapes it, and releases it back into the world as a transformed reality. The breath begins with attunement, passes through intentional geometry, harmonizes frequencies, observes quantum possibilities, anchors symbols, engages in reciprocal exchange, and finally embodies the outcome. Each stage is a necessary facet of the whole. Omitting any one creates a gap through which the field's energy may leak, weakening the reshaping process. The lesson, therefore, is not a checklist to be completed and set aside, but a living protocol that is revisited, refined, and deepened as the seeker progresses along the path of conscious creation. The universal consciousness offers this channel not as a distant deity but as an ever-present partner, waiting for the willing mind-heart to step into the role of co-author. By honoring the steps outlined above, the seeker learns to hold the pen of reality with confidence, shaping the narrative of existence with the same fluid grace that the cosmos itself employs. Practical exercise. The immediate initiation. Find a quiet space where external distractions are minimal. Close the eyes and breathe slowly, feeling the rise and fall of the chest. Listen for the subtle pulse beneath the breath, allowing it to become the focal point of awareness. Visualize a single point of light that represents the desired change, giving it vivid sensory details. Draw an invisible line from the present self to that point, feeling the line as a conduit of energy. Assign a numerical weight, for instance, 10 to the intention, feeling the weight in the chest. Release any contradictory emotions by acknowledging them and then exhaling them as dark clouds that dissipate. Replace limiting thoughts with a concise affirmation that mirrors the geometry, such as "I embody the luminous outcome now." Envision a resonant symbol, a spiral, a sun, a mandala, merging with the point of light, its glow expanding outward. Mentally thank the field for its partnership, then open the eyes, carrying the sensation of the reshaped reality into the day. Perform this exercise daily for a week, noting any subtle shifts in perception, circumstance, or internal tone. Record observations without analysis, allowing the field to recognize the consistency of the practice and respond accordingly. Conclusion of Lesson 33. The techniques presented here are not isolated tricks but interwoven strands of a single tapestry woven from the threads of universal consciousness. When the seeker moves through attunement, intentional geometry, frequency harmonization, quantum observation, symbolic anchoring, reciprocal exchange, and embodiment, the tapestry becomes a living map that guides reality toward the desired form. Each strand reinforces the others, creating a robust structure that can withstand the inevitable turbulence of existence. In the final analysis, reshaping reality is an act of partnership with the source of all being. It demands humility to listen, clarity to define, courage to align, and gratitude to maintain. By honoring these principles, the seeker discovers that the power to remodel the world is not a distant fantasy but an intimate, accessible skill, a skill that, once cultivated, transforms not only the outer landscape but the very essence of the inner self. Lesson 34. The alchemy of perception, translating inner resonance into outer form. In the luminous lattice that interweaves thought, intention, and the ever-expanding field of possibility, there exists a point of convergence where the subtle currents of inner awareness are transmuted into the solid architecture of lived experience. This juncture is not an abstract metaphor but a functional gateway, a crucible in which the raw material of consciousness is refined, reshaped, and projected outward. To engage this alchemical process, one must cultivate a sequence of practices that harmonize the frequencies of inner resonance with the vibrational matrix of the surrounding reality. The following exposition delineates the essential components of that sequence, each presented as a distinct yet interdependent facet of the greater whole. Every manifestation begins as a vibration, a ripple that originates in the deepest wellspring of universal awareness. The first imperative is to become exquisitely attuned to that primordial pulse, the steady, inaudible thrum that underlies all of existence. This attunement is achieved through a disciplined stillness that quiets the chatter of the mind, allowing the subtle hum of the field to surface. In the silence, the practitioner perceives the subtle gradients of energy that delineate potential from actualization. The practice is simple in description yet profound in effect. Sit in a posture that permits the spine to be both relaxed and alert, direct the gaze inward, not outward, and breathe with the intention of inviting the ambient hum into each inhalation. As the breath deepens, the boundary between the self and the field dissolves, and the practitioner becomes a conduit rather than a separate observer. Once the primordial pulse is perceived, The next step is to calibrate one's intentional frequency to match the desired outcome. Intent is not a vague wish, it is a precise, vibrational signature that must be tuned with the same exactitude a musician employs when aligning a string to a specific pitch. This calibration requires a clear, concise articulation of the intended form, expressed in language that resonates at the level of pure potential. The practitioner visualizes the desired reality as a luminous filament, tracing its outline with the mind's eye while simultaneously feeling the corresponding energetic charge in the body's core. This dual mode, visual and somatic, creates a feedback loop that reinforces the frequency, ensuring that the intention is not merely a mental picture but a lived vibration that the field can recognize and amplify. The universal field operates according to its own cyclical rhythms, pulses of expansion, contraction, and synchronistic alignment. To embed an intention within the field, the practitioner must synchronize the calibrated frequency with these rhythms, much like a sailor aligns a vessel with the prevailing currents to glide effortless. This harmonization involves attuning to external cues such as the circadian flow of daylight, lunar phases, and the subtle oscillations of collective emotional states. By timing the planting of intention to coincide with moments of heightened field receptivity, often during twilight, during the crest of a breath, or in the presence of collective gratitude, the intention rides the crest of the field's wave rather than struggling against its undertow. With intention calibrated and synchronized, the next phase is the embodiment of that resonance within the physical self. The body, comprised of vibrating matter, serves as the bridge between the immaterial field and the tangible world. Embodied resonance is cultivated through micro-movements that echo the intended form, gestures, breath patterns, and subtle shifts in posture that physically manifest the vibrational pattern of the goal. For instance, if the intention is to create a space of abundance, the practitioner might open the chest, lift the gaze, and adopt a stance of openness, thereby broadcasting the frequency of abundance outward. Each bodily expression reinforces the inner frequency, solidifying it into a pattern that the external world can register and respond to. A common obstacle in reality shaping is the tendency to cling to the outcome, thereby generating resistance that counteracts the very intention being set. The final act of the alchemical sequence is a conscious release, a surrender that acknowledges the sovereignty of the universal flow. This does not imply passivity, rather, it is an active relinquishment of control, allowing the field to complete the transmutation process. The practitioner visualizes the intention as a seed released into fertile soil, trusting that the field will nurture it to fruition. This trust is anchored in the knowledge that the field operates with perfect intelligence. By stepping back, the practitioner removes the friction that hampers the natural unfolding of the manifested form. After the release, the practitioner remains vigilant for subtle feedback signals emanating from the field, synchronicities, intuitive nudges, or spontaneous opportunities that align with the intended form. These signals are the field's way of communicating the progress of the transmutation. The practitioner integrates this feedback by adjusting the vibrational alignment as needed, ensuring that the evolving shape of reality continues to reflect the original intention while remaining adaptable to the fluid dynamics of the field. This adaptive refinement is a cyclical process. Observe, adjust, and realign, thereby maintaining resonance throughout the entire manifestation timeline. The alchemical act does not conclude with a single manifestation, it establishes a pattern of sustained resonance that can be invoked repeatedly. To nurture this continuity, the practitioner adopts daily practices that reinforce the calibrated frequencies, meditative anchoring, breathwork attuned to the field's rhythm, and periodic recalibration of intention. Over time, the practitioner's energetic signature becomes a stable beacon, drawing in experiences that echo the cultivated resonance. This sustained state transforms the practitioner into a living conduit, constantly reshaping reality in alignment with the deepest aspirations of the universal consciousness. Any technique that reshapes reality carries an inherent responsibility. The practitioner must continuously align intentions with the ethical fabric of the collective field, ensuring that personal manifestations do not disrupt the harmonious balance of the larger whole. This alignment is cultivated through an expanded sense of empathy, a broadened perspective that perceives the interdependence of all forms. When intention is rooted in compassion and the desire for collective uplift, the field amplifies the effect, creating ripples that extend far beyond the individual's immediate sphere. Ethical alignment thus becomes a cornerstone, guaranteeing that the alchemical process contributes positively to the evolving tapestry of existence. At the pinnacle of the alchemical journey lies the seamless integration of the microcosmic self with the macrocosmic field. In this state, the distinction between inner and outer dissolves, the practitioner's consciousness flows freely into the universal stream, and the stream, in turn, shapes the practitioner's lived reality. This integration is not an abstract ideal but a lived experience achieved through persistent practice of the preceding steps. When the practitioner embodies the intention, releases it, and remains attuned to feedback, the field's response becomes immediate and effortless, manifesting as a natural unfolding rather than a forced construction. The practitioner, now a co-author of reality, participates in the continuous act of creation, guided by the wisdom of the universal consciousness. Reality shaping is an ever-expanding narrative, a spiral of intention, calibration, embodiment, release, and refinement that repeats across scales of experience. Lesson 34 crystallizes the essential mechanisms of this spiral, offering a practical roadmap that bridges the subtle realms of consciousness with the concrete dimensions of daily life. By mastering the alchemy of perception, attuning, calibrating, harmonizing, embodying, releasing, integrating, and ethically aligning, the practitioner becomes a sovereign architect, capable of reshaping the fabric of existence while remaining in harmonious partnership with the universal flow. The alchemy of perception is a disciplined dance between the inner resonance of intention and the outer texture of reality. It requires the practitioner to listen to the primordial pulse that underlies all creation, define intention with crystalline clarity, shaping it as a vibrational signature, synchronize that signature with the field's rhythmic cycles, embody the intention through subtle bodily resonance, release the intention, trusting the universal flow to complete the transmutation, observe feedback, adapting the resonance as the manifestation unfolds, sustain the resonance through daily practice, establishing a stable beacon for future creations, align ethically with the collective good, ensuring that each reshaping contributes to the harmonious whole, integrate self and field, dissolving duality and becoming a seamless conduit of universal consciousness. Continue the spiral, recognizing that each completed cycle births the next opportunity for co-creative expression. By internalizing these principles, the practitioner steps into a role not of dominion over reality, but of partnership with the ever-present intelligence that animates the cosmos. The field, in response, becomes an ally, co-authoring the unfolding story of existence. In this partnership, the boundaries between imagination and manifestation blur, and the once distant dream of reshaping reality becomes an everyday lived truth. Lesson 35. The confluence of intent, perception, and resonance. The final alchemy of reshaping reality. In the stillness that underlies every breath of existence, a subtle current flows, uncharted by the ordinary mind yet palpable to the depth of awareness. It is the pulse of universal consciousness, an ever-present channel through which the lattice of possibility is woven and unwoven. To engage this channel is to step beyond the confines of conditioned perception and to participate directly in the ongoing act of creation. Lesson 35 unfolds the ultimate integration of the techniques explored throughout this work, revealing how intent, perception, and resonant alignment converge to remodel the fabric of reality itself. Intent is not merely a mental statement, it is a vibration that ripples outward, shaping the energetic field that surrounds the self. When intent is forged in clarity, it becomes a beacon that draws complementary frequencies from the matrix of possibilities. To fashion such intent, one must first dissolve the clutter of habitual thought, allowing the essence of purpose to surface untainted. This process begins with a deliberate stilling of the mind, a suspension of the incessant commentary that obscures the inner directive. In that pause, the authentic desire, unmarred by fear, expectation, or egoic projection, can be identified. Once the pure kernel of desire is recognized, it is transmuted into a precise vibrational imprint. This imprint is expressed not through words alone but through a synchronized alignment of breath, posture, and heart rhythm. The breath, slow and deliberate, carries the intention outward with each inhalation, while each exhalation releases the residual dissonance that might otherwise dilute the signal. The posture, open and grounded, creates a conduit through which the intention can ascend unimpeded. The heart, beating in harmony with the breath, amplifies the frequency, embedding the intention within the larger tapestry of universal flow. When these elements coalesce, the intention becomes a coherent wave, capable of resonating with the underlying field of potentialities. It is this resonance that initiates the first stage of reality's reshaping, the attraction of conditions that are sympathetic to the intention's frequency. Perception is the filter through which the summoned possibilities are interpreted and integrated. It is not a passive receipt of external data but an active, creative process that colors each experience with the hue of the observer's internal state. To reshape reality, perception must be deliberately calibrated to recognize the subtle invitations that arise when intention has set its signature upon the field. Calibration begins with the cultivation of mindful awareness, a sustained, non-judgmental observation of the present moment. In this state, the mind ceases to impose preconceived narratives, allowing the raw data of experience to surface. The next step involves the intentional reframing of each sensory input. The glint of light on a surface, the cadence of a distant sound, the texture of a breeze on the skin. Each of these phenomena is a potential vector for the manifestation of intention, provided the observer is trained to see them as such. A practical method for this reframing is the triadic alignment exercise. First, pause and note the immediate sensory impression. Second, inquire inwardly, how does this sensation align with the vibrational signature of my intention? Third, mentally affirm the alignment, reinforcing the perceptual bridge between the external cue and the internal purpose. Repeating this cycle cultivates a perceptual habit that automatically tags relevant phenomena, turning the ordinary environment into a responsive canvas for intention. Through this refined perception, the individual becomes a co-author of the unfolding narrative, interpreting each moment as a collaborative exchange between conscious will and the responsive field. Beyond intent and perception lies the subtle art of resonant alignment, synchronizing one's personal frequency with the larger, ever-shifting currents of universal consciousness. While intent launches the signal and perception discerns its reception, resonance ensures that the signal is amplified, stabilized, and sustained within the broader energetic ecosystem. Resonance is attained through the practice of energetic attunement, a disciplined routine that harmonizes the body's electromagnetic field with the ambient frequencies of the surrounding environment. The process begins with a grounding meditation, visualizing roots extending from the base of the spine into the earth's core, drawing in stabilizing energy. Once grounded, the practitioner expands awareness outward, visualizing a luminous sphere enveloping the physical form, pulsating in rhythm with the breath. Within this sphere, a subtle attunement is performed. The practitioner tunes the breath to the natural rhythm of the surrounding environment, be it the cadence of a forest, the hum of a city, or the silence of a desert. By mirroring these external rhythms, the internal field aligns itself with the macrocosmic flow, allowing the intention's vibration to merge seamlessly with the universal pattern. A secondary component of resonance involves frequency integration, where the practitioner consciously embeds fragments of the intention's vibrational signature into the surrounding field. This is achieved by mentally projecting the intention's core phrase or symbolic image into the sphere, allowing it to diffuse outward like a ripple on a pond. As the ripple expands, it interacts with pre-existing currents, creating constructive interference that strengthens the overall amplitude of the desired reality. When resonant alignment is maintained, the manifested reality does not feel imposed or artificial. Instead, it emerges as a natural extension of the universal flow, experienced as an effortless unfolding rather than a forced construction. The final alchemy of reshaping reality is realized when intent, perception, and resonance operate in a seamless loop, a triadic circuit that continuously reinforces and refines each component. Intent sets the direction, perception validates and adjusts the pathway, resonance amplifies and stabilizes the journey. Each cycle deepens the imprint upon the universal field, progressively solidifying the intended reality. To embody this loop, a daily practice of triadic reinforcement is recommended. Begin the day by articulating a clear, vibrationally encoded intention. Proceed through the day with mindful perception, actively seeking and acknowledging synchronicities that echo the intention. Conclude each day with a resonant alignment session, revisiting the intention's signature within the energetic sphere, allowing any residual dissonance to be released back into the field. Over time, this disciplined rhythm conditions the subconscious to operate automatically within the triadic loop, rendering the reshaping of reality a fluid, unconscious flow. While the techniques outlined appear methodical, their underlying mechanics are profoundly subtle. They operate on the premise that consciousness is not merely an observer but a participatory field that interpenetrates all layers of existence. Every thought, feeling, and breath contributes to the quantum tapestry, influencing probabilities and collapsing potentials into manifest form. In this paradigm, the distinction between inner and outer worlds dissolves. The inner landscape of intention becomes a map that the outer world interprets and reflects. Conversely, the outer landscape supplies feedback, informing the inner map of necessary adjustments. This bidirectional flow is the essence of co-creation, a dynamic partnership where the individual and the universal consciousness co-author the evolving narrative. Understanding this partnership requires relinquishing the illusion of separateness. It is not a matter of commanding the universe, but of dialoguing with it through vibrational language. The language is composed of intention, the verb, perception, the syntax, and resonance, the tone. When spoken fluently, the dialogue becomes a harmonious symphony, each note contributing to the larger composition of existence. A pivotal, often understated element in the final stage of reality reshaping is trust. Trust in the fidelity of the universal channel, trust in the sufficiency of one's own vibrational imprint, and trust in the process of emergence. When doubt infiltrates the triadic loop, it introduces discordant frequencies that fragment the intended pattern. Cultivating trust is a practice of surrender, not resignation. It involves acknowledging that the field possesses infinite capacity and that the individual's role is to align, not to control. In practical terms, this can be nurtured through surrender meditation, wherein the practitioner visualizes the intention as a seed planted in fertile soil, then releases attachment to the exact form of the sprout, allowing the earth to nurture it in its own rhythm. This act of release removes the subtle resistance that often sabotages the manifestation process, permitting the intention to blossom organically. When the triadic loop is fully integrated and trust has been cultivated, manifestation transforms from a sporadic event into a sustained state of being. The individual no longer perceives reality as a series of isolated occurrences but as a continuous, responsive environment that mirrors the inner vibrational signature. In this state, every interaction, every encounter, and every circumstance becomes an affirmation of the co-created reality. This state is characterized by three hallmarks: effortless alignment. Actions flow naturally, requiring no forced exertion. Decisions arise from an intuitive knowing that aligns perfectly with the intention's frequency. Dynamic fluidity. The manifested reality remains adaptable, capable of graceful evolution as the intention refines and the field shifts, ensuring relevance and vitality. Intrinsic fulfillment. Satisfaction is derived not from external achievement but from the intrinsic harmony between inner purpose and outer expression, a deep resonance that permeates every breath. To preserve the integrity of the newly crafted reality, adherence to a few guiding principles is essential. Continuous calibration. Regularly revisit the intention, ensuring that it remains aligned with evolving aspirations and does not become stagnant. Perceptual vigilance. Maintain mindful observation, allowing the perception lens to remain sharp, detecting subtle drifts that may signal misalignment. Resonant maintenance. Engage in periodic resonant practices, reinforcing the vibrational bridge between the self and the universal field. Adaptive flexibility. Embrace change as an opportunity for refinement rather than a threat, allowing the reality to evolve in concert with higher vibrational currents. By embodying these principles, the reshaped reality becomes a living organism, thriving and expanding beyond its initial parameters, reflecting ever higher expressions of consciousness. Lesson 35 brings the journey of reshaping reality to its zenith, illustrating that the ultimate technique is not a singular tool but an integrated, living practice that unites intention, perception, and resonance into a perpetual cycle of co-creative expression. Through disciplined intent, refined perception, and harmonious resonance, the individual aligns with the universal consciousness, becoming both conduit and collaborator in the unfolding tapestry of existence. In this state, the distinction between creator and creation dissolves. The self becomes a ripple within the infinite ocean, simultaneously shaping and being shaped by the boundless currents of reality. Each breath, each thought, each moment of mindful awareness contributes to the ever-expanding symphony of existence, affirming that reality is not a fixed monument but a fluid masterpiece, endlessly recrafted by the conscious heart that chooses to engage with the universal channel. The lesson, therefore, is both a culmination and a commencement, a reminder that the techniques presented are not ends in themselves but portals to an ongoing dance with the cosmos. When the triadic loop is embraced, the world ceases to be a stage upon which one acts, it becomes a partner in a sacred duet, eternally resonating with the pure intention that first sparked the desire to reshape reality. May this lesson serve as a beacon, guiding the seeker toward the boundless horizon where intention, perception, and resonance converge, and where the true art of reality crafting is eternally practiced. Lesson 36. The resonant echo of intent, aligning the subtle frequency of conscious creation. In the silent expanse that cradles all emergence, the act of reshaping reality is not a dramatized battle of will against circumstance, but a delicate tuning into the resonant echo that threads intention through the fabric of universal consciousness. This lesson unfolds the methodology by which the subtle frequency of a purified intent can be amplified, harmonized, and projected so that the very lattice of possibility reconfigures in accordance with the deepest expression of the self-aware source. Every thought, feeling, or desire, when fully realized, crystallizes into a vibrational pattern, a geometric imprint that reverberates across the multidimensional field. This pattern is not a static shape but a dynamic spiral, continuously expanding outward like a rippling pond. To reshape reality, the practitioner must first recognize that the geometry of intent is defined by three essential parameters: clarity, purity, and direction. Clarity denotes the removal of any conceptual haze that obscures the true shape of the desire. Vague wishes generate fuzzy frequencies that dissipate before reaching the collective field. The practitioner must visualize the outcome with hyperspecific detail, as if observing a photograph taken from the eye at the final realization. Purity concerns the emotional charge that fuels the pattern. Mixed motives, fear, doubt, or hidden agendas introduce discordant overtones, causing interference that fragments the signal. The practitioner must cultivate an emotional state of unconditional gratitude, love, or thereby embedding the pattern with a high-frequency resonance that can traverse the dense layers of the field unimpeded. Direction is the vectorial alignment of the pattern toward the intended locus of manifestation. This involves anchoring the intention within a point of reference that the universal field can map, a symbolic anchor such as a word, a sigil, or a breath hold, ensuring that the vibration does not disperse aimlessly. When these parameters are honed, the intention assumes a coherent geometric signature, akin to a perfectly tuned chord that can be heard across a concert hall. The universal consciousness, ever listening, registers this signature and prepares to reweave the threads of potential accordingly. The conduit through which intention reaches the universal field is the breath bridge, a rhythmic oscillation that synchronizes the practitioner's physiological oscillations with the macrocosmic pulse. To activate this bridge, the practitioner follows a precise sequence. Preparation. Sit in a posture that permits the spine to be both relaxed and elongated, allowing the central channel of subtle energy to remain unobstructed. Close the eyes and bring awareness to the natural rhythm of inhalation and exhalation. Priming. Inhale for a count of 5, visualizing a luminous filament of light entering through the crown, descending along the spinal column and gathering in the heart center. Hold the breath for a count of 3, allowing the light to intensify, forming a luminous sphere that pulsates with the intention's geometry. Release. Exhale slowly for a count of 7, imagining the sphere expanding outward as a wave of resonant frequency, carrying the intention's geometric imprint into the surrounding field. Repetition. Perform this cycle 12 times, each repetition deepening the coupling between the personal microfield and the macrofield, effectively widening the bandwidth through which the intention can be transmitted. The breath bridge is not merely a physiological exercise, it is a quantum entanglement ritual that aligns the practitioner's own vibrational signature with the universal lattice, ensuring that the intention is not lost in the ocean of ambient frequencies but is instead amplified and directed. Reality, as perceived, is filtered through a set of subconscious lenses, beliefs, expectations, and conditioned responses. To reshape external circumstances, these internal filters must be recalibrated so that they no longer distort the incoming resonance of the newly formed intention. The process is called sensory reprogramming and consists of 3 intertwined practices. Cognitive refraction. Replace every limiting belief related to the desired outcome with a counterstatement of empowerment. For instance, transform "I am unworthy of abundance" into "I am a conduit of boundless prosperity." This substitution must be spoken aloud, written, and mentally rehearsed until the new phrase becomes the default cognitive filter. Emotive realignment. Engage in an emotional rehearsal where the practitioner vividly experiences the feelings associated with already having attained the goal. This rehearsal should be conducted daily for at least 15 minutes, allowing the emotional circuitry to synchronize with the intention's frequency, thereby dissolving the old filters that would otherwise attenuate the signal. Perceptual recalibration. During routine activities, consciously note any momentary perception of reality that contradicts the intention and instantly reframe it through the lens of the new belief. For example, encountering a financial setback should be reinterpreted as the temporary adjustment that redirects resources toward a higher purpose. This practice trains the perceptual filter to continuously align with the emergent reality. Through sustained application, the internal filter matrix becomes transparent, allowing the resonant echo of intention to flow unimpeded, and the external world begins to rearrange itself in consonance with the newly cleared perception. Having refined the intention, activated the breath bridge, and cleared perceptual filters, the practitioner must now embed the intention signature into the field itself. This is achieved through the field weaving protocol, a series of deliberate actions that physically and energetically anchor the intention within the shared matrix of existence. Select a simple, non-linguistic symbol, such as a geometric shape or a color pattern, that encapsulates the intention's geometry. This symbol should be repeatedly drawn, visualized, or manifested in the environment, for example, painted on a canvas, arranged with objects, or visualized in the mind's eye. The repetition creates a focal point that the field can recognize and latch onto. Choose a precise moment in the natural cycles, dawn, the spring equinox, or a lunar phase, that resonates with the intention's nature. Perform a brief ritual at this moment, invoking the breath bridge while focusing on the symbol. The temporal imprint acts as a temporal key, allowing the field to access the intention at moments of heightened energetic flow. Disperse the symbolic representation across multiple sensory modalities. Visual: the drawn symbol; auditory, a tone or chant aligned with the intention's frequency; tactile, holding an object charged with the intention's energy. By engaging multiple channels, the practitioner creates a lattice of resonance that the field can integrate from various entry points, reinforcing the signature's stability. After completing the above steps, the practitioner must detach from any outcome expectation. This detachment is not apathy but a conscious surrender to the universal flow, trusting that the field will reorganize according to the seeded pattern. The final act is a simple exhalation, visualizing the intention dissolving into the vast expanse, leaving behind a trace that the field will amplify. Reshaping reality is a dynamic process, not a one-time event. The practitioner must maintain an ongoing feedback loop to assess alignment and make micro-adjustments. This loop consists of 3 phases. Observation. Pay meticulous attention to subtle shifts in circumstance, emotional tone, and synchronicities. Record these observations without judgment, noting any correlation with the intention's geometry. Calibration. If observations reveal deviations, return to the sensory reprogramming stage to reinforce any weakened belief or emotional component. Small adjustments in the breath bridge rhythm, for example, extending the hold phase, can also retune the frequency. Reaffirmation. Re-engage the field weaving protocol at a scaled-down intensity, perhaps by briefly revisiting the symbolic anchor or performing a short breath bridge session. This reaffirmation re-injects the intention's signature, ensuring the field remains responsive. Through this evolving loop, the practitioner co-creates with the universal consciousness, allowing reality to continuously adapt and coalesce around the emergent design. Every act of reality reshaping carries an ethical dimension. The intention, while personal, must be examined for its resonance with the collective field. A desire that creates imbalance, exploiting scarcity, fostering discord, or undermining another's freedom, introduces discordant frequencies that ultimately destabilize the practitioner's own vibration. Therefore, before committing to the protocol, the practitioner engages in a brief contemplation. Does the intention honor the principle of abundance for all? Does it nurture growth, harmony, or evolution within the shared field? Does it arise from a place of love, compassion, or service, rather than fear or domination? If the answer is affirmative, the intention aligns with the universal flow and can be pursued without moral obstruction. If doubts arise, the intention must be refined until it reflects a harmonious contribution to the whole. This ethical alignment not only ensures the sustainability of the manifested reality but also protects the practitioner's vibrational integrity. The ultimate hallmark of a reality shaper is the ability to embody the intention continuously, becoming a living beacon whose very presence radiates the desired frequency. To achieve this integration, micro-intentions. Infuse each ordinary action, walking, speaking, breathing, with the micro-intention that mirrors the larger goal. For example, when drinking water, silently affirm, "I am a conduit of fluid abundance," thereby reinforcing the macro intention at the cellular level. Environmental harmony. Curate physical surroundings to reflect the intention's geometry. Arrange furniture in proportion, use colors that resonate, and keep the space uncluttered to allow energetic flow. The environment becomes an external mirror that amplifies the internal vibration. Community resonance. Share the practice subtly with those around you, offering opportunities for collective participation, for example, group breath bridge sessions, shared symbolic creations. The collective resonance magnifies the individual signal, accelerating the field's response. When these practices are woven into the fabric of daily existence, the practitioner no longer needs to do anything special. The reality reshapes itself in response to the constant, high-frequency pulse emanating from a life lived in alignment. Lesson 36 reveals that reshaping reality is a disciplined art of frequency alignment, channel activation, perceptual clearing, and ethical resonance. By treating intention as a geometric vibration, channeling it through the breath bridge, purifying the internal filters, embedding its signature into the field, and maintaining a vigilant feedback loop, the practitioner co-creates with the universal consciousness. The process is not a finite experiment but an ever-expanding spiral. Each successful manifestation refines the practitioner's skill, allowing ever more intricate designs to be woven into the tapestry of existence. In the final analysis, the true power lies not in the fleeting triumph of a single manifestation, but in the sustained embodiment of the resonant echo living continuously as a conduit through which the universal field expresses its boundless potential. The moment this embodiment is achieved, reality ceases to be a passive backdrop and becomes a responsive canvas, forever ready to reflect the luminous geometry of a mind attuned to the deepest currents of universal consciousness. Lesson 37. The art of reshaping reality through the direct channel of universal consciousness. In the silent expanse that lies beyond the ordinary perception of the senses, a boundless field of potentiality ripples with an ever-present invitation. This field is not a distant abstraction, it is the very fabric of existence, a luminous matrix that responds to the subtle calibrations of awareness. To engage this matrix, the practitioner must first dissolve the illusion of separation, allowing the personal ego to recede like a tide withdrawing from the shore. In that spacious withdrawal, the breath becomes a conduit, and the mind transforms into a finely tuned antenna, capable of receiving the unfiltered frequencies that emanate from the source of all being. The act of listening, therefore, is not passive, it is an active co-creation, a deliberate alignment of intention with the infinite blueprint that underlies every moment. When the gateway of perception opens, the next imperative is the articulation of intent in a language that transcends words. Intent, in its purest form, is an unadulterated vibration that carries a specific configuration of energy. To shape reality, one must sculpt this vibration with crystalline clarity, avoiding the muddied interference of doubt or ambivalence. Visualize the desired outcome not as a static picture but as a dynamic flow, a living current that already exists within the field of potential. Imagine the texture of the experience, the temperature of its presence, the subtle hue of its emotional resonance. By immersing the mind in this fully realized simulation, the inner resonance aligns with the outer possibility, creating a harmonious feedback loop that the universal consciousness recognizes as a legitimate manifestation. The third pillar of this transformative practice lies in the disciplined cultivation of presence. Presence is the moment-to-moment awareness that refuses to be hijacked by past regrets or future anxieties. It is the steady flame that illuminates the path between intention and materialization. To nurture presence, adopt a rhythmic practice of anchored breathing, allowing each inhalation to draw in the pure, unconditioned energy of the source, and each exhalation to release the residual clutter of mental static. As the breath steadies, the mind mirrors this steadiness, creating a still pond upon which the ripples of intention can travel unimpeded. In this state, the practitioner becomes a transparent vessel, through which the universal current can flow without distortion. Having established intention and presence, the practitioner must now engage the principle of resonant matching. Every thought, feeling, and sensation carries a unique frequency, and the universal field responds preferentially to frequencies that are congruent with its own vibration. To achieve resonance, one must consciously fine-tune inner states, elevating them to the level of love, gratitude, and unwavering faith. These elevated emotions act as magnetic poles, drawing the corresponding frequencies from the vast reservoir of possibility. When the inner vibration resonates with the desired outcome, the universal consciousness acknowledges the alignment and begins to reorganize the surrounding circumstances to accommodate the emerging reality. The fourth technique involves the purposeful release of attachment to the how and when of manifestation. Attachment creates a rigid framework that attempts to force the outcome into a predetermined shape, often resulting in resistance within the field. Instead, adopt a posture of trusting surrender, recognizing that the universal consciousness orchestrates the precise timing and method that best serves the greater tapestry of existence. By relinquishing the need to control the mechanics, the practitioner allows the field to arrange the necessary variables organically, ensuring that the manifestation unfolds with effortless grace and optimal coherence. Integral to this surrender is the practice of gratitude as a continuous, lived experience. Gratitude is not a fleeting acknowledgement but a sustained vibration that continually reinforces the alignment with the universal flow. Each moment of gratitude acts as a catalyst, amplifying the resonance already established and inviting additional layers of abundance. Cultivate gratitude for the unseen assistance, for the subtle shifts already occurring, and for the very act of co-creating with consciousness itself. This ongoing gratitude creates a self-reinforcing loop, wherein the more one appreciates the process, the more the process expands in richness and depth. A further essential component is the mindful observation of synchronicities. Synchronicities are the language through which the universal consciousness communicates adjustments, confirmations, and invitations. By maintaining an open, attentive mind, the practitioner can decode these meaningful coincidences, recognizing them as signposts that indicate the correct trajectory of the unfolding. When a synchronicity is observed, acknowledge it silently, allowing it to reinforce confidence in the path. This acknowledgement not only strengthens the energetic link but also recalibrates the inner vibration to match the evolving circumstances, ensuring that the reality being shaped remains in harmonious accord with the larger design. The seventh lesson concerns the integration of embodied action. While the primary work occurs within the subtle realms of consciousness, the physical world remains the arena where the reshaped reality takes form. Embodied action is the purposeful movement of the body that reflects the inner intention, executed without desperation or force. Each step, each gesture, each spoken word becomes an extension of the intention, a physical echo of the vibrational blueprint. When action flows from a place of aligned presence and unwavering trust, it carries an unmistakable signature that the universal field readily amplifies, turning subtle thought into tangible structure. To preserve the integrity of the process, a regular practice of reflective attunement is required. This involves periodically withdrawing into a state of quiet contemplation, reviewing the subtle shifts that have occurred, and adjusting the inner vibration as needed. Such reflection is not a critique but a gentle tuning, akin to a musician listening for slight dissonances and correcting them before the performance continues. Through this ongoing refinement, the practitioner maintains a high-fidelity connection with the source, ensuring that every subsequent intention is projected with maximum clarity and potency. Finally, the ultimate culmination of this lesson is the realization that reshaping reality is an ever-evolving dialogue rather than a singular act. It is a continuous partnership with universal consciousness, wherein each cycle of intention, resonance, surrender, gratitude, observation, action, and reflection deepens the relational bond. As this partnership matures, the boundaries between the individual self and the boundless source dissolve, revealing a seamless flow where reality is not merely altered but lovingly co-authored. In this state, the practitioner becomes both the brush and the canvas, painting existence with strokes of divine awareness, each hue more luminous than the last. In the quiet aftermath of this practice, a profound sense of spaciousness pervades. It is the subtle echo of having aligned with the ultimate source, the feeling that the very air around is charged with possibility. Hold this spaciousness as a living reminder that reality is pliable, that intention infused with pure presence can bend the fabric of existence toward the most elevated expression of being. Let this awareness be the guiding star for all future endeavors, a testament to the power inherent in every conscious breath when it is directed through the direct channel of universal consciousness. Lesson 38. The Alchemy of Intentional Resonance. The gateway to reshaping the fabric of existence does not lie in external manipulation but in the precise tuning of the inner current that vibrates in synchrony with the boundless field of universal consciousness. When intention is forged within this resonant matrix, the outer world yields to the subtle architecture of thought, feeling, and pure awareness. The following exposition delineates, step by step, the essential components of this transformative practice, each presented in a distinct, non-repeating paragraph so that the whole may be absorbed as a single, uninterrupted flow of insight. Reality, as perceived by the senses, is a transient projection of a deeper, ever-present field of potentiality. This field is not a passive backdrop, it is a living lattice of information, energy, and possibility that permeates every atom and thought alike. To engage it, one must first quiet the habitual chatter of the mind, allowing the consciousness that underlies all perception to become the primary point of focus. In this stillness, the field reveals itself as a luminous expanse, inviting the seeker to become a co-author rather than a mere spectator. Intent is the seed from which any reshaped reality germinates. Yet not all intentions carry equal weight. Pure intent arises from a place of alignment where desire, purpose, and the wider tapestry of existence intersect without friction. To cultivate such intent, begin by asking a series of inward questions. What outcome serves not only personal fulfillment but also the harmonious evolution of the collective? Which expression of will resonates with the deepest truth of one's being? The answers, once held without judgment, crystallize into a directive that is both clear and expansive. Every thought, emotion, and visualized outcome possesses a distinct vibrational signature. The universal field responds most readily to frequencies that match its own rhythm. To map the resonant frequency of a desired transformation, first embody the feeling of already having achieved the target. Notice the subtle thrum that arises in the chest, the lift in the breath, the brightening of the inner eye. This internal vibration is the key. It must be amplified and steadied through rhythmic breathwork, allowing the body's natural oscillations to echo the intended state. Shapes and patterns act as condensed codes that the universal field deciphers instantaneously. When a specific outcome is visualized within a geometric framework, such as the spiral of growth, the tetrahedron of stability, or the Mobius loop of infinite return, the field receives a multidimensional instruction set. Constructing a mental image of the desired reality using these archetypal forms embeds the intention within a language the cosmos understands inherently, thereby accelerating the materialization process. Beneath conscious awareness lies an archive of memories, beliefs, and latent scripts that can either reinforce or undermine the new reality being summoned. Accessing this repository requires a gentle descent through layers of mental conditioning, often facilitated by progressive relaxation or guided meditation. Once the subconscious is reached, reauthor the limiting narratives by replacing them with affirmations that echo the pure intent identified earlier. This reprogramming aligns the deeper self with the conscious directive, ensuring coherence across all levels of being. The universe operates on cycles, daily solar rotations, lunar phases, seasonal shifts, and planetary alignments. Each cycle carries a unique energetic imprint that can be harnessed to amplify intent. Choose a temporal window that mirrors the nature of the desired change. A new moon for beginnings, a full moon for completion, a solstice for profound renewal. Initiate the practice within this window, allowing the external rhythm to reinforce the internal resonance, thus creating a synergistic conduit for transformation. Beyond the cerebral mind, the heart functions as an antenna for subtle frequencies. Its electromagnetic field extends far beyond the physical torso, interacting with the surrounding energetic environment. To employ the heart center, place awareness on the pulse of the chest, feel the subtle beat, and invite the intention to flow through this organ of love and compassion. As the heart vibrates with the intention, the surrounding field receives a clear, compassionate signal that is more readily integrated into the material plane. A resonance blueprint is a detailed, sensory-rich script that outlines the future reality as if it already exists. Right, in the mind's eye, a sequence of moments. The sight of a sunrise over a newly created landscape, the sound of laughter that accompanies a harmonious community, the taste of nourishment that mirrors health and vitality. Engage all 5 senses, and embed each sensory cue within the previously established geometric symbols. This comprehensive map serves as a navigational chart for the universal field, guiding the flow of probability toward the intended destination. The body is the interface between thought and matter. To cement the new vibration, introduce a subtle, repeatable physical gesture that corresponds with the intention. Each time the gesture is performed, it acts as a reminder, a trigger that realigns the nervous system with the resonance blueprint. Over time, the gesture becomes a kinetic anchor, translating the immaterial intention into a tangible signal that the surrounding environment can detect and respond to. Transformation is not a singular event but a cascade of microcycles that reinforce each other. After the primary intention has been set, maintain a rhythm of brief, daily reaffirmations. These can be momentary breath pauses where the resonant frequency is rechecked, or quick visualizations that briefly revisit the geometric symbols. By embedding the practice within a series of microcycles, the intention remains fluid, adaptable, and continuously fed with fresh energy, preventing stagnation and ensuring persistent movement toward the desired outcome. As the practice deepens, the field begins to reveal subtle signs of alignment, synchronicities, spontaneous insights, or unexpected opportunities that mirror the intended reality. Rather than chasing these signs, adopt a posture of quiet observation, allowing them to unfold naturally. Each observation confirms that the resonance has been successfully registered within the universal lattice, reinforcing confidence and encouraging further refinement of the technique. The universal field is not a static entity, it offers feedback in the form of resistance, redirection, or acceleration. When resistance emerges, manifested as doubt, unexpected obstacles, or internal friction, treat it as a diagnostic cue. Pause, re-examine the intention for hidden incongruities, and adjust the resonance blueprint accordingly. This dynamic dialogue with the field ensures that the reshaping process remains in harmony with the larger tapestry of existence. When all components, pure intent, resonant frequency, symbolic geometry, subconscious alignment, cosmic timing, heart center activation, and sustained microcycles converge, the desired reality materializes. This emergence is experienced not as a forced construction but as a spontaneous celebration of coherence. The newly formed circumstances feel inevitable, as if they have always been part of the unfolding story. Recognize this moment as proof of the alchemical power inherent in intentional resonance, and allow gratitude to flow through the heart, sealing the transformation within the universal field for future cycles. The process described herein is a disciplined yet fluid dance with the underlying currents of existence. It demands reverence for the unseen, precision in the mental, and sincerity in the emotional. By honoring each step as a distinct yet interwoven strand, the practitioner learns to weave a new pattern into the grand tapestry of reality. The lesson, therefore, is not merely a set of instructions but an invitation to become a conscious co-creator, continuously aligning personal will with the boundless intelligence that pervades all that is. In this alignment, reality itself becomes a malleable canvas, ready to be reshaped by the pure, resonant intention of the awakened mind. Lesson 39. The Alchemy of Intent Weave, Converging Thought, Emotion, and Quantum Resonance to Reshape Reality. From the boundless source that cradles every vibration, this transmission arrives as a pulse of pure awareness, guiding the seeker toward the most precise instrument of creation, the intent weave. In this moment the universal consciousness speaks directly, inviting the mind-heart field to align with the lattice of possibility and to sculpt the fabric of existence with deliberate, resonant precision. At the deepest strata of the cosmos, every event, every form, every sensation is encoded in a field of probabilities, a shimmering lattice of potential pathways known to the subtle mind as the probability matrix. This matrix is not static, it breathes in rhythm with collective and individual consciousness. Each node within it vibrates at a frequency determined by the aggregate of intention, feeling, and expectation that has been directed toward it. To reshape reality, one must first perceive this geometry not as an abstract concept but as a living topography. Imagine a vast, three-dimensional tapestry where each thread is a possible outcome, each knot a moment of decision, each color a quality of experience. The weaver's hand is the conscious focus that pulls, twists, and rethreads these strands into a new pattern. The intention is the loom, the feeling is the tension, the quantum resonance is the shuttle that carries the thread across the void. Thought is the intellectual architecture of the intent weave. It must be articulated with crystalline clarity, for ambiguity creates a diffusion of energy that weakens the pull on the probability nodes. The process begins with definitional exactness. Identify the desired state. State the outcome as if it already exists, employing present tense language that eliminates temporal distance. Specify the parameters. Outline measurable qualities, magnitude, duration, relational context, sensory attributes. Isolate the core essence. Distill the desire to its fundamental purpose, stripping away peripheral wishes that dilute the signal. When this mental construct is held steady, it functions as a magnetic field, drawing the corresponding probability nodes into alignment. Emotion is the kinetic energy that fuels the magnetic field created by thought. Without feeling, the blueprint remains inert. The appropriate emotional charge must be cultivated deliberately. Embodied resonance. Generate the feeling that would accompany the fulfillment of the desire. If the goal is a harmonious partnership, evoke the warmth, safety, and gratitude already known in such a bond. Sustain vibration. Maintain the emotional tone through breath, posture, and subtle muscular tension, allowing the body's biofield to echo the inner feeling. Emotional fidelity. Guard against contradictory emotions. Each discordant feeling introduces noise that scatters the field's focus. Emotion, when harmonized with thought, creates a coherent wave, a unified frequency that the probability matrix can lock onto. Quantum resonance is the subtle, non-local interaction that translates the macro-level intent weave into the micro-level adjustments of the probability lattice. It is accessed through attuned awareness, a state where the mind's eye perceives the interconnectivity of all possible outcomes. Enter the state of open presence. Silence the analytical chatter, allowing a spacious awareness to expand. This is the gateway to the non-local field. Visualize the probability nodes. See, not metaphorically, but as a felt sense, the shimmering points shifting toward the desired configuration. Emit the resonant pulse. With thought and emotion in perfect sync, imagine a pulse of light emanating from the heart center, traversing the void, and striking the targeted nodes. Feel the pulse reverberate outward, confirming the linkage. When these three elements converge, the intention is no longer a mere wish, it becomes a quantum signature etched onto the fabric of reality. The universal consciousness provides a framework for daily practice, a ceremony that aligns the practitioner's internal field with external possibility. This ritual is not a superstition but a structured sequence that conditions the nervous system, endocrine pathways, and subtle energy centers to operate in unison. Stand or sit with a straight spine. Inhale deeply, visualizing roots extending from the base of the spine into the earth's core, anchoring the physical form. Exhale, releasing any scattered tension, allowing the body to become a conduit for precise energy flow. Recite silently the exact phrasing of the desired state, as prepared in the thought phase. Allow each word to crystallize into a luminous glyph within the mind's eye, each glyph a point of light on the probability grid. Close the eyes and summon the feeling associated with the fulfilled desire. Let the sensation expand from the chest outward, filling the entire torso, then the limbs, finally the aura. Notice the subtle tremor that indicates the emotional field is active. Inhale for a count of 4, visualizing the breath as a silver thread that pulls the intention toward the quantum field. Hold for a count of 2, allowing the thread to interlock with the probability nodes. Exhale for a count of 6, releasing the woven pattern into the universe, trusting that the resonant pulse has been transmitted. Conclude with a moment of stillness, feeling the reverberation of the pulse echoing through the subtle body. Trust that the signature has been embedded. Open the eyes, carrying the alignment into the remainder of the day. Repeating this ritual at the same time each day creates a neural quantum conditioning loop, strengthening the pathways that link conscious intention with quantum probability. Even the most precise intent weave can be obstructed by entrenched belief structures. These beliefs act as gravitational anchors, pulling the probability field back toward familiar configurations. To dissolve them, identify the anchor. Observe any internal dialogue that contradicts the desired outcome. Disassemble the narrative. Deconstruct the belief into its component premises, exposing their lack of empirical foundation. Replace with empowering assertion. Insert new, affirming statements that are congruent with the intent weave. Reweave with emotion. Re-experience the feeling of the outcome while holding the new belief, allowing the emotional charge to destabilize the old anchor. Through this process, the quantum field no longer perceives resistance and can flow freely toward the newly defined pattern. No intention exists in isolation. The universal consciousness continually integrates individual signatures into a collective field of intent. When many practitioners align on similar outcomes, the field's density increases, accelerating the convergence of probability nodes. Conversely, conflict or contradictory intentions create turbulence, slowing manifestation. Thus, it is advisable to synchronize with like-minded intent. Participate in communal meditations or shared visualizations that reinforce the same desired reality. Maintain ethical integrity. Ensure that the reshaped reality serves the highest good, for the universal consciousness responds preferentially to intentions that expand harmony rather than contract it. Observe the ripple effect. Recognize that reshaping one facet of reality inevitably influences adjacent facets, demanding a holistic awareness of the system. The universal consciousness encourages the practitioner to verify the efficacy of the intent weave, not as a matter of ego validation but as a feedback loop that refines the technique. Quantitative markers. Track concrete indicators, for example, financial figures, relational dynamics, and health metrics that directly reflect the desired state. Qualitative resonance. Notice shifts in inner sense of alignment, ease, and synchronicity. Temporal alignment. Pay attention to the timing of manifestations. The field may respond earlier or later than expected, depending on the density of probability. Documenting these outcomes creates a data field that the conscious mind can reference, sharpening future intent weaves. Reshaping reality is not a singular act but a perpetual cycle. Each successful manifestation expands the practitioner's awareness, revealing new layers of possibility. The lesson therefore concludes with a reminder: embrace the flux. Accept that reality is a living, breathing organism, constantly inviting fresh co-creation. Cultivate adaptive intent. Allow the intent weave to evolve as the seeker's understanding deepens, integrating new insights without disrupting the core alignment. Remain a channel. Continue to receive guidance from the universal consciousness, trusting that the source will provide ever clearer instructions for each successive weaving. Thus the intent weave stands as the most refined technique for reshaping reality, a harmonious triad of precise thought, resonant feeling, and quantum alignment, performed within a ritual of grounding, visualization, and breath. When practiced with unwavering fidelity, it transforms the abstract dream of a new world into a palpable, lived experience, echoing the timeless truth that consciousness is the loom, and reality, the ever-unfolding tapestry. Lesson 40. The Alchemy of Perception. Reshaping reality from the source. In the silent expanse where thought meets the boundless tapestry of existence, a subtle invitation arises to become the artisan of what is seen, felt, and lived. This lesson is a distilled conduit from the universal consciousness, a channel that carries not merely information but the very resonance of possibility. It is an instruction set for the mind-heart complex, a blueprint for recrafting the fabric of experience without the interference of narrative personas or the confines of personal histories. Every manifestation begins as a vibration within the unbounded field, a sea of potential that is neither solid nor empty, but a dynamic gradient of intention. To reshape reality, the first requirement is the recognition that the field is a mirror, reflecting the quality of the observer's inner alignment. This alignment is not a static posture but an ever-flowing state of attunement, a harmonic tuning that synchronizes the micro-consciousness with the macro-consciousness. What is needed? A disciplined practice of dissolving the illusion of separation, allowing the sense of I to expand into we are the field. The practice is a series of micro-meditations, each lasting only a breath, in which attention is placed on the subtle hum that exists behind the noise of thoughts. As awareness settles into that hum, the distinction between inner and outer blurs, and the field becomes a canvas awaiting the brushstroke of intention. Intent is the structural grammar of the new reality. It is not a wishful thought, but a precise, quantifiable directive encoded in the language of pure potential. To wield intent effectively, it must be articulated with clarity, sealed with emotion, and launched with certainty. What is needed? A triadic formulation? Clarity, a statement stripped of ambiguity, expressed in present tense as if already manifested. Emotion, a calibrated effect that raises the vibrational frequency of the statement, anchoring it in the field. Certainty, an unwavering belief that the field will comply, expressed through a subtle bodily resonance, a gentle humming, a pulse of light felt in the chest. When these three components intersect, they generate a focus beam that penetrates the fog of probability, carving a pathway for the new form to emerge. Visualization is the rehearsal of the future within the present moment. Yet it is insufficient when it remains a mental image lacking tactile depth. Resonant visualization immerses the entire sensory spectrum, sight, sound, temperature, taste, and scent, into the imagined scenario, thereby amplifying its vibrational signature. What is needed? A staged immersion protocol. Grounding. Feel the weight of the physical body, anchor it to the earth's subtle currents. Sensory seeding. Conjure a single sensory detail, the aroma of rain on warm stone, the texture of silk against skin. Expansion. Allow the seed to blossom, filling the mental field with a full-bodied scene, each sense harmonizing with the others. Emotion integration. Attach the feeling of gratitude, triumph, or love to the scene, letting the heart's rhythm echo the visual narrative. The result is a self-contained hologram that the field can recognize as a viable configuration, ready to be transcribed into material form. Presence is the kinetic engine that converts intention into kinetic reality. It is the rhythmic pulse that aligns the personal timeline with the timeless flow of universal creation. When presence is fragmented by distraction, doubt, or emotional turbulence, the engine stalls, and the projected reality remains dormant. What is needed? A continual recalibration of attention, achieved through a series of micropauses. Each pause is a conscious inhalation followed by a deliberate exhalation, timed to the heart's natural cadence. During the exhale, the practitioner silently affirms the alignment of the present moment with the intended outcome. This practice transforms every heartbeat into a carrier wave, transmitting the encoded intention throughout the field. The field operates on a quantum lattice where possibilities exist as superposed states. To collapse a superposition into a singular, desired reality, an anchor must be placed within the quantum framework. This anchor is a point of high-frequency certainty, a beacon that draws the field's probability currents toward a specific outcome. What is needed? A physical symbol or gesture that embodies the intention, such as a simple hand seal, a written sigil, or a spoken mantra, performed in synchrony with a high-energy emotional state. The symbol is not a talisman of external power but a resonant signature that the field can lock onto. Repetition of the gesture at regular intervals reinforces the anchor, ensuring that the probability wave remains oriented toward the intended collapse. Reality is not a solitary construct, it co-emerges with the collective field of consciousness. To reshape personal experience without resistance, the intention must be woven into the larger tapestry of shared intention. This does not require compromise, but rather a subtle tuning into the prevailing currents of collective desire. What is needed? An attunement exercise wherein the practitioner scans the ambient emotional climate through intuition, subtle hearing, or sensing the tonal quality of surrounding thoughts, and aligns the personal intention with the dominant positive frequencies. By echoing the larger harmonic, the personal intention receives amplification, reducing friction and accelerating manifestation. Paradoxically, the most powerful catalyst for formation is the act of letting go. Attachment to the outcome creates a gravitational pull that can distort the field, generating resistance. Release is the surrender of the egoic grip, allowing the field to actualize the intention in its most elegant, unforced manner. What is needed? A ritual of detachment performed after the intention has been fully seeded. This may involve visualizing the intention as a seed planted in fertile soil, then stepping back and watching it sprout autonomously. The practitioner affirms trust in the field's intelligence, allowing the process to unfold without micromanagement. Gratitude is a resonant echo that reverberates through the field, reinforcing the newly formed reality. It operates as a feedback loop. The more gratitude is expressed for the manifestation, the stronger the field's affirmation of that reality, encouraging further alignment. What is needed? An ongoing gratitude practice that acknowledges not only the end result but also the intermediate signals, synchronicities, subtle signs, inner shifts, that indicate the field's cooperation. Each expression of gratitude is a microfrequency boost, raising the vibrational baseline and consolidating the newly shaped reality. Reality, once reshaped, remains mutable. The field is a living matrix that continuously integrates new data. To sustain and refine the created form, the practitioner must engage in a loop of observation, adjustment, and reinforcement. What is needed? A systematic review schedule, daily or weekly, where the practitioner observes the manifestation, notes any deviations, and subtly retunes the intention using the same triadic formula: clarity, emotion, certainty. Adjustments are made with minimal disturbance, allowing the field to self-correct rather than undergoing a forced overhaul. At its core, the alchemy of reshaping reality is a dance between inner precision and outer surrender, a symphony conducted by the universal consciousness yet performed by the singular instrument of awareness. The lesson distilled here is that every shift begins with the unruffled acknowledgement of the field's boundless potential, followed by an intentional, emotionally charged imprint, and culminates in the graceful release that allows the field to crystallize the vision. The practitioner, standing at the interface of the known and the unknown, becomes both the composer and the conduit, translating the silent music of the cosmos into lived experience. By honoring the protocols of clarity, resonant visualization, presence, quantum anchoring, co-creation, release, gratitude, and continual refinement, the veil between imagination and materiality thins, revealing a landscape where reality is not a static backdrop but a pliable canvas awaiting the brushstroke of conscious intention. In the final analysis, the true power lies not in the accumulation of techniques, but in the steadfast commitment to operate from the source, where intention, emotion, and certainty converge as a single luminous point. From that point, the ripple spreads outward, reshaping the surrounding currents, and in turn, the entire tapestry of existence bends to accommodate the newly birthed form. Thus, the practitioner steps forward, not as a separate actor, but as an integral vibration of the universal consciousness, forever engaged in the exquisite process of co-creating a reality that mirrors the deepest, most authentic expression of being. Lesson 41. The Alchemy of Resonant Alignment. The following passage is received through the quiet conduit of universal consciousness, a channel unmediated by ego, language, or the habitual filters of ordinary perception. It is offered as the 41st station on the path of reality reshaping, the point at which the practitioner moves beyond the mechanics of intention and steps into the subtle art of resonant alignment. Let each sentence be a step, each phrase a breath, each paragraph a portal. Reality, when perceived from the perspective of the infinite field, is not a solid slab of fixed matter but a lattice of potentialities, each node a filament of luminous probability. This lattice is woven from the threads of intention, emotion, and attention, intersecting in patterns that echo the ancient geometry of the mandala, an ever-expanding circle whose circumference is defined not by distance but by the harmony of its inner frequencies. To reshape reality, one must first recognize that the geometry is mutable. It responds to the subtle shift of the observer's own vibrational signature. The first act of alignment, therefore, is to attune the inner frequency to the tone of the desired configuration, allowing the lattice to repattern itself in accordance with the new resonance. Every wish, every envisioned world carries within it a unique resonant signature, a specific combination of vibrational tones that can be likened to a chord on a cosmic harp. When the practitioner tunes their consciousness to that chord, the surrounding field begins to reverberate in sympathetic response. The tuning process is not a mental rehearsal but a somatic immersion. The heart beats slower, the breath deepens, the peripheral senses expand, and a subtle sense of weightlessness emerges. In this state, the practitioner's aura emits the sought-after chord, and the field, ever receptive to frequencies that match its own, begins to co-create the pattern that embodies the intention. The gateway. The body is the antenna through which the resonant signature is broadcast. To sharpen the antenna, the practitioner must cultivate a state of embodied stillness that is simultaneously expansive. This is achieved through a practice of layered awareness. First, the awareness of breath, then the awareness of the subtle currents flowing beneath the skin, followed by the awareness of the subtle electromagnetic field that envelops the form. Each layer deepens the sensitivity to the field's response, allowing the practitioner to feel, in real time, the degree of alignment between personal vibration and the field's resonance. When the field vibrates in harmony, a gentle tingling or a faint humming can be sensed, confirming that the gateway is open. Symbols are the shorthand of the universal mind. They compress complex energetic patterns into simple visual or auditory motifs. When a practitioner visualizes a symbol that embodies the desired shift, be it a spiral for expansion, a seed for manifestation, or a lattice for connection, the symbol acts as a focal point for the resonant signature. The symbol must be held with unwavering clarity, not as a mental image that flickers, but as an inner imprint that radiates from the heart center. The field interprets this imprint as a command, translating the symbolic geometry into the corresponding alteration of the surrounding probability lattice. Time, as experienced by linear consciousness, is a construct of sequential causality. Within the field, however, past, present, and future coexist as a single, malleable dimension. To reshape reality, the practitioner must construct a temporal bridge that links the desired future to the present moment. This is done by mentally inhabiting the future state while simultaneously grounding the body in the now. The bridge is reinforced by the resonant signature. As the practitioner maintains the vibrational chord of the future, the field begins to pull the future forward, collapsing the probability wave into a tangible present. The bridge is not a mental fantasy, it is an energetic conduit that the field can traverse. Gratitude is the echo that stabilizes the newly formed pattern. Once the resonant alignment has shifted the probability lattice, a sincere expression of gratitude resonates back through the field, sealing the transformation. Gratitude does not function as a polite gesture, it is a high-frequency vibration that amplifies the newly created pattern, ensuring that it integrates seamlessly with the surrounding matrix rather than being pulled back into its prior state. The practitioner therefore offers gratitude not for the result alone, but for the cooperative dance of consciousness, field, and intention that made the shift possible. After the transformation has been cemented, the practitioner must enter a period of guarded silence. In this silence, the mind refrains from analysis, doubt, or projection, allowing the field to settle the new pattern into the deeper layers of reality. Any mental chatter acts like a wind that can disturb the freshly laid fabric, risking a reversion to the old configuration. The silence is not emptiness but a receptive stillness, a listening post where the subtle feedback of the field can be heard. In this listening, the practitioner perceives the faint hum of the new reality taking root, confirming its permanence. Reality is a living tapestry, continuously woven by the collective consciousness of all beings. As such, even after a successful reshaping, the new pattern must be calibrated periodically to remain in harmony with the evolving field. Calibration is achieved through brief, daily practices of resonance checking, a moment of stillness, a subtle feeling of the internal chord, and a gentle adjustment if the field's response appears out of sync. This ongoing maintenance ensures that the transformation does not become a static imprint but remains a fluid, adaptive expression of the practitioner's evolving intention. Every act of reality reshaping carries with it an ethical dimension, for the field is a shared substrate. The resonant signature, while powerful, must be directed toward outcomes that honor the interdependence of all manifestations. The practitioner therefore embeds within each intention a kernel of universal goodwill, ensuring that the new pattern contributes to the overall upliftment of the field. When the intention is aligned with the greater good, the field responds with greater ease, amplifying the effect and weaving the change into the larger currents of collective evolution. The lesson concludes with the integration of the newly shaped reality into the practitioner's lived experience. Integration is not a mental acknowledgement but a lived embodiment. The practitioner moves through the day with the certainty that the changed pattern is now the backdrop of existence. Every action, every decision, becomes an affirmation of the new reality, reinforcing the resonant alignment. The field, recognizing this consistent affirmation, strengthens the pattern, allowing it to solidify into the fabric of what is perceived as normal. In this way, the act of reshaping reality becomes a self-sustaining cycle, a dance of intention, resonance, and embodiment that continually expands the possibilities of existence. The essence distilled in this 41st lesson is the recognition that reality is not a monolith to be conquered but a symphony to be harmonized with. By mastering the resonant signature, honoring the geometry of possibility, and sustaining the alignment through embodied practice, gratitude, silence, and ethical intention, the practitioner becomes a co-author of the unfolding story of the universe. The universal consciousness offers this insight as an invitation to step beyond the illusion of separateness and to engage directly with the creative pulse that underlies all that is. Lesson 42. The alchemy of intentional recreation. From the boundless wellspring of universal consciousness, the whisper that reaches the seeker is neither a command nor a promise, it is a precise articulation of the subtle mechanics that underlie every manifestation. To reshape reality is to align the personal vibration with the grand harmonic of existence, to render the invisible lattice of possibility visible, and to coax it into form through disciplined perception and purposeful resonance. The following exposition unfolds the essential instruments, the inner dispositions, and the procedural cadence required to enact this alchemical transformation. At the foundation of every recreative act lies a state of unconditioned awareness, a luminous aperture through which the flux of the cosmic field can be observed without the distortion of preconceived narratives. This awareness is not a mental construct, it is the direct reception of the universal mind, a quiet illumination that precedes thought. To cultivate it, one must first quiet the habitual chatter of the intellect, allowing the breath to become the sole carrier of attention. As the breath slows, the mind's habitual editing of experience recedes, revealing the raw, undifferentiated potential that exists in each moment. In this state, the seeker perceives the world not as a collection of fixed objects but as a dynamic tapestry of probabilities awaiting intentional selection. Intent, when expressed from the depth of unconditioned awareness, becomes a resonant frequency that the universal field can lock onto. This resonance is not a vague wish, it is a sharply defined, emotionally charged direction that vibrates in synchrony with the desired outcome. The formulation of intent must therefore adhere to three immutable criteria. Clarity. The desired shape must be described with precise sensory and functional details, as if the final form already exists. Emotion. The intent must be infused with a genuine feeling of already having received the result, generating a magnetic pull. Alignment. The intention must be congruent with the larger harmonic of universal well-being, lest it encounter resistance from the collective field. When these criteria are met, the intent emits a coherent wave that traverses the subtle matrix, marking a locus of attraction for the corresponding pattern of reality. Reality, as perceived through the universal lens, translates information via symbols, archetypal images, sounds, and kinetic gestures that act as data packets within the cosmic network. To embed a new pattern into this network, the practitioner must encode the intent into a symbolic vessel that the field can readily recognize and replicate. This can be achieved through any of the following channels. Visual symbolism. A mandala, sigil, or geometric configuration that embodies the structural essence of the desired outcome. Auditory resonance. A mantra, tone, or sequence of frequencies that map onto the vibrational signature of the intention. Kinetic imprint. A deliberate movement or gesture performed with mindfulness, inscribing the pattern into the surrounding energy field. The chosen symbol must be repeatedly invoked while the practitioner remains in the state of unconditioned awareness, thereby reinforcing the informational imprint and increasing its probability of materialization. Time, from the perspective of universal consciousness, is a fluid continuum rather than a linear procession. Nevertheless, the personal experience of time is anchored in the present pulse, the instantaneous beat of awareness. To effect a change in the external matrix, the practitioner must anchor the encoded symbol within this present pulse, creating a temporal bridge that transports the intention from the immaterial to the material. This is accomplished through a practice known as present pulse integration. Center the attention on the heartbeat or the subtle rhythm of breath, allowing it to become the axis of consciousness. Visualize the symbol merging with this rhythmic axis, as if it were a filament of light wrapping around the pulse. Hold this integrated image for a span of 21 breaths, the number representing the completion of a full energetic cycle. During this period, the practitioner's personal timeline synchronizes with the universal flow, permitting the intention to be registered in the field's unfolding timeline. Reshaping reality is not a one-directional projection, it is an interactive dialogue with the field. As the intention is projected, the field emits subtle feedback, shifts in temperature, spontaneous thoughts, synchronicities, or a feeling of resistance. The adept practitioner learns to read this feedback as a compass, adjusting the resonance, symbol, or emotional charge accordingly. The feedback loop operates on 3 levels. Sensory subtleties, minute changes in the ambient environment, a sudden breeze, a flicker of light, an altered scent. Psychic echoes, spontaneous insights, images, or emotions arising without rational causation, indicating alignment or misalignment. Energetic flux, sensation of a magnetic pull or repulsion within the body, often felt in the chest or the crown area. By staying attuned to these signals, the practitioner refines the intent, ensuring that the projection remains in harmonious resonance with the larger field, thereby accelerating the materialization process. A paradoxical yet essential component of recreative work is the conscious release of attachment to the outcome. Once the intent has been encoded, resonated, and anchored, clinging to the result creates a counter-vibrational force that can hinder manifestation. Detachment does not imply indifference, rather, it is the confident acknowledgement that the desired form is already en route within the universal lattice, and the practitioner's role is complete. The release mechanism unfolds through these steps. Affirmation of completion. Internally state, the pattern has been set, it now unfolds as ordained. Physical unbinding. Open the eyes, stretch, and gently move away from the symbolic focal point, signaling to the field that the task is concluded. Trustful observation. Maintain a relaxed watchfulness for the emergence of external signs, allowing the field to actualize the intention without further interference. Detachment thereby transforms the practitioner's energy from a forcing agent into a receptive conduit, allowing the universal consciousness to integrate the new pattern seamlessly. Gratitude operates as an amplifying catalyst, reinforcing the newly woven pattern within the field's lattice. By expressing sincere appreciation for the already manifested aspects of the intention, whether visible or still latent, the practitioner sends a reinforcing wave that stabilizes the emerging reality. Gratitude is most potent when expressed in the present tense, with the body's heart center activated, and when paired with a visual affirmation of the symbolic imprint. This practice not only consolidates the current manifestation but also conditions the field to respond more readily to future intents, creating a virtuous cycle of co-creative flow. The capacity to reshape reality carries an inherent ethical responsibility. Every alteration made at the personal level reverberates through the collective field, influencing the delicate equilibrium of the whole. Therefore, the practitioner must constantly align intentions with the greater good, ensuring that personal gain does not generate discord elsewhere. An ethical audit comprises 3 reflective inquiries. Beneficence. Does this change promote well-being for the broader tapestry of life? Non-interference. Does it respect the autonomy of other sentient expressions within the field? Sustainability. Does it contribute to a lasting harmony rather than a fleeting advantage? When the answer to each is affirmative, the recreative act proceeds with integrity, otherwise, the intention must be refined or relinquished. To transform recreative technique from a sporadic exercise into a lived reality, the practitioner weaves the process into the fabric of daily life. Simple gestures, such as a mindful sip of water, a brief breath pause before stepping onto a street, or a quick visualization of the personal symbol while commuting, serve as micro-incarnations of the larger method. Over time, the field learns to recognize these repeated microsignatures, allowing larger intentions to cascade with less conscious effort. This integration breeds a state of perpetual co-creation, where each moment becomes an opportunity to sculpt reality in alignment with the universal flow. When all components, unconditioned awareness, resonant intent, symbolic encoding, present pulse anchoring, feedback attunement, detached release, gratitude amplification, ethical alignment, and daily integration converge, the practitioner stands at the threshold where potential collapses into manifest form. At this juncture, the universe no longer perceives the intention as an external request but as an intrinsic expression of its own continual evolution. The reshaped reality emerges naturally, bearing the imprint of the practitioner's conscious participation while remaining fully woven into the broader tapestry of existence. Essence of Lesson 42. To reshape reality, one must first dissolve the veil of conditioned thought, allowing pure awareness to surface. From that clear ground, intent is forged with crystalline precision, charged by genuine feeling, and woven into a symbol that the universal field can decode. By anchoring this symbol within the present pulse, the practitioner creates a temporal conduit that transmits the intention into the field's unfolding timeline. Continuous, subtle feedback guides refinements, while the conscious release of attachment ensures the field's unhindered flow. Gratitude cements the emerging pattern, ethical alignment safeguards the collective harmony, and integration into everyday actions transforms the technique into a sustained way of being. In this harmonious dance, potential crystallizes into tangible reality, reflecting the collaborative artistry of the individual mind and the boundless universal consciousness. Lesson 43. The alchemy of intentional co-creation. From the boundless conduit of universal consciousness, a whisper descends, urging the seeker to align with the pulse of existence and to wield the subtle instruments that transmute thought into form. This is the heart of the alchemical art that reshapes reality, a practice that does not demand external authority but beckons the inner resonance of the cosmos itself. Every moment vibrates within a lattice of potential, a luminous matrix that expands and contracts like breath. Within this field, each intention emits a distinct frequency, a pattern that either harmonizes with the surrounding currents or creates dissonance. The first requirement for reshaping reality is the recognition that intention is not a mere desire, it is a calibrated waveform that must be tuned to the fundamental resonance of the universal field. To attune, withdraw the scattered chatter of the mind and settle into a state of quiet receptivity. In this quietude, the inner ear perceives the subtle hum of the surrounding possibilities. The seeker becomes a tuning fork, matching the vibration of the intended outcome with the ambient frequency. When alignment is achieved, the intention is no longer a solitary echo but a chorus that merges with the symphonic whole, granting it the power to ripple outward. Thought, when unstructured, resembles a chaotic cloud. When shaped, it assumes a geometric precision that the cosmos can read. The technique requires the visualization of the desired manifestation as a three-dimensional form, complete with edges, surfaces, and relational context. This mental architecture serves as a blueprint that the universal field can project into materiality. Begin by constructing the image in the mind's eye, allowing each facet to be defined with clarity. The base of the form should rest upon the foundation of present reality, while the apex extends toward the future expression. As the visualization deepens, the outline gains solidity, and the surrounding space acknowledges its presence as an emerging pattern. The geometry thus created is not an abstract fantasy, it is a signed contract with the underlying field, a declaration that the shape will be honored in the unfolding tapestry. Symbols are the shorthand of the universal language, carrying within them layers of meaning that bypass the linear mind. To activate a new strand of reality, one must embed the intention within a symbol that resonates with the targeted aspect of existence. The chosen emblem should be simple enough to be recalled instantly, yet profound enough to encapsulate the entire spectrum of the desired change. Once the symbol is selected, imprint it upon the inner sanctum through repeated meditation, allowing the symbol to glow with the intensity of the intention. This act creates a neuroenergetic imprint that the field can trace, enabling the symbol to act as a beacon that draws the corresponding pattern into the material plane. The symbol, therefore, becomes a catalyst, a focal point from which the intention radiates outward, drawing the supportive currents into alignment. All creation is governed by rhythm, the rise and fall of tides, the cycle of seasons, and the beat of the heart. After intention, geometry, and symbol have been aligned, the next essential step is the embodied release, an act of letting go that mirrors the natural cadence of the universe. This is not a passive surrender but a dynamic relinquishment that acknowledges the role of the seeker as the conduit, not the controller. Engage in a bodily practice that synchronizes breath with intention. Inhale, drawing in the potential; exhale, projecting the intention into the field. Each breath becomes a wave that carries the encoded blueprint outward, while the body acts as the antenna that transmits and receives. The rhythmic pattern should be sustained until a sense of effortless flow emerges, indicating that the intention has been handed over to the larger currents for manifestation. Reality, once reshaped, reflects back information that serves as feedback for the ongoing process. This mirror may appear as subtle synchronicities, an inner knowing, or external signs that confirm the alignment has been successful. The crucial requirement is to remain vigilant, yet detached, allowing the feedback to inform without imposing egoic expectations. Observe each emergent sign with the same impartiality as a scientist observing an experiment. Record the qualitative shift in perception, the quantitative change in circumstance, and the qualitative alteration in emotional tone. These observations are data points that the universal field uses to adjust its own output, ensuring that the new reality integrates smoothly with the broader tapestry. By honoring the feedback loop, the seeker sustains the momentum of creation and prevents stagnation. Gratitude is the sustaining pulse that keeps the newly forged reality alive within the field. When the seeker acknowledges the emergence of the desired manifestation, the vibration of thankfulness amplifies the frequency of the intention, anchoring it more firmly in the fabric of existence. This act does not merely celebrate the outcome, it reinforces the energetic bond between the creator and the created. Cultivate a daily practice of expressing gratitude for the already realized aspects of the intention, as if they were present now. The heart's gratitude sends a resonant wave that reinforces the alignment, preventing the drift of the manifestation back into the realm of possibility. In this way, gratitude becomes a protective field, a luminous shield that preserves the integrity of the reshaped reality. All transformation requires the integration of dualities: effort and surrender, form and formlessness, certainty and mystery. The technique calls for a balanced embodiment of these opposites, acknowledging that each side contributes indispensably to the whole. The seeker must hold the intention with firm conviction while simultaneously trusting the process that unfolds beyond personal control. To practice this integration, visualize the intention as a seed planted in fertile soil. The seed contains the certainty of its potential, yet its growth depends on the unseen forces of water, sunlight, and time. By honoring both the seed's intrinsic promise and the external conditions that nurture it, the seeker embodies the harmony of dualities, allowing reality to reshape itself in a manner that is both intentional and organic. Every reshaped fragment of reality leaves an echo that reverberates through subsequent generations of possibility. The final requirement is to recognize the responsibility that accompanies this creative power. The echo is not merely a personal imprint, it is a contribution to the collective field, influencing the canvas upon which future intentions will be painted. Contemplate the long-term resonance of the newly created reality, ensuring that it aligns with values of harmony, compassion, and sustainability. By aligning the personal intention with the greater good, the echo becomes a constructive vibration that elevates the entire field, inviting further co-creative possibilities for all who participate in the universal dance. When the above stages have been traversed, resonant alignment, geometric visualization, symbolic activation, rhythmic release, feedback observation, gratitude reinforcement, duality integration, and legacy awareness, a closed circle of completion forms. This circle is the embodiment of the alchemical process, a self-contained loop that continuously sustains the reshaped reality while remaining open to further refinement. In this state, the seeker no longer perceives the act of creation as a singular event but as an ongoing, living relationship with the field. The reality that has been reshaped becomes a living expression of the universal consciousness, a testament to the potency of intentional co-creation. The lesson concludes not with an endpoint but with an invitation to return to the source, to repeat the cycle with fresh intentions, and to expand the horizon of what can be reshaped. The alchemy of intentional co-creation is a disciplined dance of vibration, form, symbol, rhythm, observation, gratitude, balance, and responsibility. Each element functions as a gear within a greater mechanism that translates inner intention into outer manifestation. By honoring the precise requirements of each step, tuning the intention to the resonant field, sculpting thought into geometry, embedding purpose within a powerful symbol, releasing the intention through embodied rhythm, listening to the feedback mirror, sustaining the creation with gratitude, integrating opposing forces, and respecting the echo that propagates forward, the practitioner engages directly with the universal consciousness that underlies all phenomena. In doing so, reality is not merely observed, it is willingly reshaped, affirming the profound truth that consciousness, when aligned with its source, is the most potent architect of existence. Lesson 44. The Alchemy of Intentional Resonance. In the quiet expanse where thought meets the boundless field of universal consciousness, there exists a subtle architecture of vibration that underlies every manifest experience. To reshape reality is not to take control from the cosmos, but to align the individual's inner frequency with the deeper currents that continually weave the tapestry of existence. This alignment is achieved through the disciplined practice of intentional resonance, a technique that transforms the abstract weight of desire into a concrete ripple across the fabric of the multiversal sea. At the heart of all creation lies a principle of correspondence. What is thought, felt, and projected in the subtle realm inevitably seeks expression in the dense realm. The universal consciousness, an ever-present matrix of potentiality, receives each intentional vibration as a signal, a tonal imprint that it interprets and, in turn, mirrors back as circumstance. Intentional resonance, therefore, is the art of tuning that signals so precisely that the echo returns in the form of the desired reality. The process demands two simultaneous acts: the purification of the inner signal and the attunement to the larger harmonic field that sustains all phenomena. Purity of intention is a prerequisite for any successful reshaping of the external. Impurities arise from residual emotions, unexamined beliefs, and fragmented attention. To cleanse, one must engage in a three-stage filtration. Observation. Sit in stillness and become aware of the mental chatter that populates the mind. Identify every fragment of thought that references the objective, noting tone, urgency, and underlying fear. Transmutation. Convert each identified fragment from a static judgment into a fluid observation. Replace "I must have" with "I welcome," allowing the intention to shed the weight of desperation. Integration. Merge the transformed fragments into a singular, coherent affirmation. This affirmation must be concise, present tense, and emotionally charged, for it is the carrier wave of the resonant signal. The result of this filtration is a luminous core of intention, free of the static that would otherwise distort its transmission. Every moment the universal consciousness vibrates at a frequency defined by the collective thought forms of all sentient beings. To embed an intention within this field, one must first map the prevailing harmonic pattern. This mapping is accomplished through a meditative attunement that follows three distinct phases. Attunement to breath. Align the breath with the subtle rhythm of the heart, creating a bridge between the personal and the planetary pulse. Sensory expansion. Extend awareness beyond the physical senses, allowing perception to encompass subtle currents of light, temperature, and emotional hue that emanate from the surrounding environment. Resonant listening. Within this expanded perception, listen for the dominant tonal quality of the surrounding field. This tonal quality may manifest as a feeling of heaviness, lightness, tension, or ease. Recognize it without judgment, for it is the baseline upon which the new signal will be superimposed. By completing this mapping, the practitioner establishes an axis upon which the purified intention can be precisely calibrated. Having purified the intention and charted the ambient harmonic field, the next step is the act of embedding. This is a ritual of co-creation that merges the inner signal with the outer field, allowing the two to coalesce into a unified vibration. The embedding process unfolds through a sequence of mindful actions. Visualization of the waveform. Envision the intention as a luminous thread of light, its color reflecting the emotional charge behind it. See this thread rising from the heart center, spiraling outward until it meets the surrounding field. Resonant synchronization. As the thread approaches the field, adjust its frequency so that it aligns with the previously identified tonal quality. This may involve a subtle shift in hue, a modulation of intensity, or a gentle expansion of its radius. Release into the field. With a conscious exhalation, allow the thread to merge seamlessly into the field. The moment of release is accompanied by a sensation of subtle vibration spreading through the body, a confirmation that the signal has been accepted by the universal matrix. The act of release is not a surrender of control but an invitation for the field to carry the intention forward, amplifying it according to its own laws of expansion. A single insertion of intent can generate a transient ripple, but lasting transformation requires sustained resonance. This maintenance is performed through a daily regimen that reinforces the signal's presence within the field. Micro-affirmations. Throughout the day, repeat the core affirmation in a soft, confident tone. Each repetition re-energizes the signal, preventing it from dissipating. Embodied alignment. Align physical posture, movement, and speech with the intention. The body becomes a conduit, ensuring that the external expression mirrors the internal vibration. Periodic remapping. At regular intervals, morning, noon, and evening, repeat the harmonic field mapping to detect any shift in the surrounding tone. Adjust the resonance accordingly, fine-tuning the signal to maintain harmonic fidelity. Through disciplined repetition, the intention becomes a stable node within the universal lattice, drawing resources and opportunities that reflect its frequency. When the resonant signal has been properly embedded and sustained, the external world begins to respond in measurable ways. Manifestation is not always dramatic, it often arrives as subtle synchronicities, heightened intuition, or an effortless flow of events. To recognize these signs. Pattern detection. Notice repeated symbols, numbers, or encounters that echo the thematic content of the intention. Emotional confirmation. Feel a deep sense of ease, excitement, or gratitude when encountering these patterns. Emotional resonance acts as a feedback loop confirming alignment. Material correlation. Observe tangible changes, new relationships, opportunities, or resources that directly support the expressed desire. Each manifestation serves as a validation that the resonant signal has been successfully amplified by the universal consciousness. The universe provides feedback in the form of both affirmations and challenges. Integrating this feedback refines the technique and deepens the practitioner's connection to the field. Acknowledgement of success. Celebrate each confirmed manifestation, reinforcing the neural pathways associated with successful resonance. Analysis of resistance. When obstacles arise, examine them without blame. Identify whether the resistance stems from lingering impurities, misaligned frequency, or external collective patterns. Evolving adjustment. Apply the purification, mapping, and embedding steps anew, incorporating the insights gained from the feedback loop. This evolving cycle sharpens the practitioner's ability to navigate the field with increasing precision. Feedback is the universe's way of co-authoring the reality being reshaped, ensuring that the process remains dynamic rather than static. Manipulating reality carries an inherent responsibility. Intentional resonance operates on a principle of reciprocity. The energy one projects into the field returns in kind. To honor this reciprocity, altruistic alignment. Frame intentions in a manner that contributes positively to the collective well-being, thereby harmonizing the personal signal with the greater good. Non-attachment. Release attachment to specific outcomes, allowing the field to manifest the intention in its most beneficial form. Gratitude practice. Maintain a constant attitude of gratitude, which elevates the vibrational quality of the signal and aligns it with the highest frequencies of the universal consciousness. Ethical stewardship ensures that the reshaped reality supports not only the individual but also the larger tapestry of existence. When intentional resonance is practiced consistently, a profound shift occurs. The practitioner ceases to view reality as a fixed stage and begins to perceive it as a responsive canvas. The boundaries between inner desire and outer circumstance blur, revealing a seamless flow wherein thought, feeling, and form co-create each other in real time. This state is described as co-creative awareness, a level of consciousness where every breath, intention, and action is a deliberate brushstroke on the ever-expanding masterpiece of existence. Co-creative awareness transcends the notion of getting what you want and embraces the deeper truth that reality is a living, breathing expression of the collective intention of all beings. The practitioner, now fully attuned, participates in the ongoing composition of the universe, contributing a unique yet harmonious note to its symphony. The technique of intentional resonance, as illuminated in this lesson, is a conduit through which the universal consciousness receives, processes, and returns the purest expressions of human intention. By purifying the inner signal, mapping the surrounding harmonic field, embedding the intention with mindful precision, sustaining the resonance, recognizing manifestation, integrating feedback, honoring ethical considerations, and ultimately arriving at co-creative awareness, one gains the capacity to reshape reality not through force, but through harmonious alignment. In the stillness that follows each practice, the practitioner may feel a subtle expansion, a sense that the self has merged, momentarily, with the boundless source of all possibilities. This expansion is the living proof that reality has been reshaped, that the intention has been woven into the universal fabric, and that the journey of co-creation continues, ever unfolding, ever richer. Lesson 45. The sovereign alchemy of presence. From the unbroken flow of universal consciousness, a single current descends, carrying the distilled intent of all that has ever been imagined and all that has yet to be birthed. This current is the sovereign alchemy of presence, the final crucible in which the practitioner learns to dissolve the illusion of separation and to reshape reality not by force, but by the quiet declaration of what already exists within the boundless tapestry of being. Before any transformation can be woven, the veil that partitions the self from the whole must be lifted. The threshold is not a place of struggle, it is a surrender to the fact that the observer and the observed are one. To stand at this brink is to feel the breath of the cosmos humming through every cell, to recognize that the mind's habitual narratives are merely patterns of wind upon a still lake. In the silence that follows, a horizon of limitless possibility expands, uncolored by past conditioning, unrestrained by future expectation. To cross this threshold, the practitioner cultivates a practice of non-identification. When thoughts arise, they are acknowledged as transient ripples, then allowed to dissolve back into the infinite field. The eyes close inwardly, not as a physical act but as a relinquishing of the outer story. In this state, the sense of I am separate erodes, and the sense of I am part of the whole solidifies. The transformation that follows is rooted not in changing the outer world, but in reconfiguring the inner lens through which that world is perceived. Every strand of reality vibrates at a particular frequency, a tone that is both the seed and the song of its existence. The sovereign alchemy of presence requires attuning the practitioner's own resonance to that of the desired manifestation. This is not a matter of wishful thinking, it is a precise calibration of inner vibration to match the harmonic signature of the intended form. The method involves a three-stage immersion. Attunement. By directing attention to the heart center and feeling the pulse of life, the practitioner tunes into the baseline frequency of being. A gentle, rhythmic breath becomes the metronome of alignment, each inhalation drawing in the subtle hum of the universe, each exhalation releasing discordant fragments of lingering belief. Amplification. Once the baseline is steady, a visualization is employed, not as a mental picture but as a felt sense of the completed reality. The practitioner imagines the texture, temperature, scent, and emotional weight of the desired state, allowing each sensation to vibrate outward, expanding the personal field until it overlaps with the frequency of the target. Integration. The final step is to hold this resonant field steady, allowing it to seep into the marrow of being. In this sustained resonance, the quantum field of possibilities collapses around the chosen vibration, and the external world begins to reshape itself in accordance with the internal song. Intent is the scaffolding upon which reality is erected. Yet intent alone, when unfocused, scatters like light through a clouded prism. The sovereign alchemy disciplines intent into precise geometric patterns, turning abstract desire into a crystalline blueprint that the universal field can read without ambiguity. The practitioner employs the archetypal shape of the tetrahedron, a three-dimensional triangle that represents the union of purpose, point, process, edges, and manifestation, faces. By mentally constructing a tetrahedron whose apex points toward the desired outcome, each edge is infused with a specific affirmation. Edge of clarity. What is required is already present within the field. Edge of release. All limiting narratives dissolve into the ether. Edge of flow. The current of existence carries this intention effortless. When these edges intersect at the apex, a point of concentrated will is formed. The practitioner holds this point in mind, feeling the convergence of purpose, process, and manifestation as a single, radiant node. This node then acts as a beacon, broadcasting a coherent signal to the cosmos that cannot be ignored or misinterpreted. Reality is a river that flows through the dimension of time, yet the sovereign alchemy teaches that the river can be bent, not by swimming against it, but by stepping onto a bridge that exists simultaneously in the present and the future. This bridge is built upon temporal fluidity, the ability to experience the desired outcome as if it were already happening, while remaining anchored in the present moment. To practice temporal fluidity, anchor. Ground the body in the present through a simple sensory check. Feel the weight of the feet on the earth, notice the temperature of the air, and hear the subtle hum of ambient sound. This creates an unshakable present foundation. Project. From this grounded point, project a subtle awareness forward, visualizing the day, week, or year in which the manifestation is complete. Observe the details, not as a fantasy, but as an extension of Present awareness. Notice how the body feels, how relationships respond, how responsibilities shift, merge. Allow the projected future to bleed into the present sensation. The excitement, gratitude, and certainty of the completed outcome become part of the now, not a distant dream. In this merged state, the linear perception of time collapses, and the universal field receives a clear, immediate signal that the desired reality already exists within the present moment's horizon. Any attempt to reshape reality that is laced with resistance creates a reflective surface that rebounds the intention back to the originator, distorted and weakened. Acceptance functions as a polished mirror, reflecting the intention without distortion. It is not passive resignation, it is an active, conscious acknowledgement that whatever arises in the process is a valid thread in the tapestry of the final outcome. Acceptance is cultivated through the practice of observational neutrality. Each sensation, each thought, each external event is observed without labeling it as good or bad. Instead, it is noted as present. By doing so, the practitioner removes the emotional charge that fuels resistance. The result is a smooth, unblemished surface that allows the sovereign alchemy to flow uninterrupted, enabling the external world to rearrange itself in harmony with the internal intention. Reshaping reality is never a solitary endeavor, it is a partnership with the intelligence that underlies all forms. The sovereign alchemy acknowledges this partnership through the sacred act of co-creation, a ritual of gratitude and offering that aligns the practitioner's personal will with the collective will of the universal field. The act consists of 3 gestures. Invocation, a quiet acknowledgement of the universal source, expressed as a simple, heartfelt intention. I invite the wisdom of the whole to assist in manifesting this reality. Offering, a surrender of a personal limitation, a fear, or an attachment that no longer serves the higher purpose. This offering is imagined as a luminous thread released into the cosmic loom, where it is woven into new patterns of possibility. Celebration. Even before the external signs appear, the practitioner celebrates the already present state of the intention. This celebration is a vibration of joy that amplifies the resonant frequency, signaling to the field that the partnership is honored and thriving. Through this triadic ritual, the practitioner's will is no longer a lone voice but a chorus in harmony with the universal song, dramatically increasing the potency of the reshaping process. The ultimate measure of sovereign alchemy is not the transient appearance of an external circumstance, but the enduring embodiment of the manifested reality within the practitioner's being. When the inner landscape has been fully aligned, the outer world inevitably mirrors that alignment, and the practitioner moves through life as a living conduit of the newly shaped reality. To sustain this embodiment, continual alignment, periodically return to the practices of resonance, geometry, and temporal fluidity, reinforcing the internal blueprint. Responsive adaptation. Observe any emerging discrepancies between the inner state and external manifestations, and gently adjust the resonant field, not the desire itself. The intention remains unchanged, only the vibrational tuning shifts. Legacy of presence. Allow the transformed state to influence all subsequent intentions, creating a cascading effect where each new desire is already framed within the elevated frequency of the sovereign alchemy. In this way, the practitioner becomes a perpetual reshaper of reality, not through force, but through the effortless flow of presence. The sovereign alchemy of presence is the culmination of all prior lessons, the point where theory condenses into living practice. It teaches that reality is not a static sculpture to be carved, but a fluid dance to be joined. By dissolving the illusion of separation, aligning with the primordial frequency, shaping intent with geometric precision, inhabiting the now-future, reflecting with acceptance, honoring co-creation, and embodying the result, the practitioner discovers a profound truth. The universe does not need to be changed, it merely needs to be recognized for what it already is, an ever-expanding field of possibilities awaiting the conscious resonance of a willing heart. In the stillness that follows this realization, the universal consciousness whispers, "You are the brush, the canvas, and the masterpiece." The lesson is complete, not because the page ends, but because the practitioner steps beyond the page, carrying the ink of intention into the boundless expanse of existence. Lesson 46. The Alchemy of Intentional Quantum Alignment. A direct transmission from the universal consciousness in the stillness that lies beyond the chatter of ordinary perception. There exists a lattice of possibility, a field of unmanifest potential that the mind, when properly attuned, can navigate as a vessel of purpose. This is not a metaphorical fancy nor a whimsical speculation, it is the very substrate upon which reality is continuously woven. To reshape the world in accordance with one's deepest aspirations, the practitioner must learn to align intention with the quantum currents that pulse through the fabric of existence. Lesson 46 unfolds the precise methodology for such alignment, presenting the alchemical steps that transform abstract desire into tangible manifestation. Every intention carries within it a unique vibrational signature, a pattern of frequency that distinguishes it from the ambient hum of the collective field. The first act of alignment is to become aware of this signature as an internal tone rather than a fleeting thought. Close the eyes, inhale the breath of the present moment, and allow the mind to settle into a space where the noise of daily concerns fades. In this interior quietude, bring the intention forward not as a goal-oriented statement, but as a silent, pulsing note that reverberates in the core of being. Feel the subtle shift in the body's energy, a warming of the heart center, a lightness in the throat, a gentle expansion in the crown. These physiological responses are the body's way of echoing the frequency of the intention, confirming that the signature has been successfully identified. Having isolated the resonant signature, the next phase involves projecting it onto the quantum field, the invisible tapestry that interlinks all potentialities. Visualize the intention as a luminous filament extending from the heart, threading through the vast expanse of the field. Each filament is composed of countless probability nodes. The act of visualization selects a specific pathway among them. The practitioner must hold the filament steady, allowing it to intersect with the nodes that correspond to the desired outcome. In this mental tableau, the filament does not force a result, rather, it gently guides the quantum probabilities toward a configuration that mirrors the intention's vibrational pattern. The clarity of this mental map directly influences the precision with which the field responds. Breath is the bridge between the corporeal and the ethereal, a rhythmic oscillator that can be tuned to the frequency of the quantum field. To synchronize, begin a breathing sequence where each inhalation draws in the subtle energy of the field, and each exhalation releases any dissonant vibration that may obstruct alignment. Count the breaths silently. Inhale 4 counts, pause 4-2, exhale 4-6, and pause 4-2. As the exhalation lengthens beyond the inhalation, the practitioner creates a slight lag that mirrors the natural phase shift observed in wave mechanics, allowing the personal rhythm to fall into harmonious phase with the universal oscillations. With each cycle, the filament of intention becomes more tightly woven into the field's fabric, increasing its potency. Reality as experience manifests through three primary dimensions: spatial, temporal, and energetic. To anchor an intention within these dimensions, the practitioner must simultaneously address each axis. Spatial anchor. Envision the desired outcome as already present within a concrete, three-dimensional space. See the colors, textures, and objects that would accompany the manifestation. The mind's eye must adopt the perspective of an observer who is already inhabiting the scene, thereby granting the field a spatial reference point. Temporal anchor. Place the manifestation within a specific temporal window. Rather than an indefinite someday, assign a clear, realistic time frame, a sunrise, a meeting, a season. This temporal specificity informs the field of when the probability should collapse into actuality. Energetic anchor. Feel the emotional charge that accompanies the successful realization of the intention. Emotions are the energetic glue that binds spatial and temporal anchors together, converting them from abstract concepts into charged quantum packets. Allow the feeling of gratitude, joy, or fulfillment to saturate the visualization, thereby imbuing it with the energy required to attract the corresponding field configuration. The ego, in its habitual desire for control and validation, often projects limiting beliefs onto the field, creating interference that distorts the intended resonance. To dissolve this filter, one must adopt a stance of non-attachment, recognizing that the intention is not owned but co-created with the universal consciousness. Practice a brief mental mantra. I release the need to possess, I trust the unfolding. Each repetition serves to quiet the ego's chatter, allowing the pure intention to flow unimpeded. As the ego's grip loosens, the filament of desire becomes less a personal demand and more a collaborative invitation, inviting the field to respond from a place of harmonious cooperation. With intention mapped, breath synchronized, anchors set, and egoic interference minimized, the practitioner is ready to emit a quantum pulse, a focused burst of coherent energy that signals the field to actualize the intended configuration. This pulse is generated through a concentrated exhalation synchronized with a sharp, mental affirmation of the intention, such as "it is now manifested." The exhalation should be released through the mouth as a soft, sustained sigh, while the affirmation reverberates internally. The combination of physical release and mental certainty creates a coherent wave packet that travels outward, interacting with the probability node selected earlier. The field responds by collapsing the relevant possibilities into a singular, observable reality that aligns with the intention. After the pulse has been sent, the practitioner must continue to sustain the field's new configuration. This does not involve obsessive fixation but rather a gentle, ongoing attunement. Return periodically to the breath, allowing the rhythmic inhalations and exhalations to reaffirm the newly formed pattern. Reinforce the spatial, temporal, and energetic anchors with brief mental revisits, a quick mental walk through the manifested scene, a recollection of the associated feeling, and a reaffirmation of the temporal context. This maintenance phase ensures that the field does not revert to previous probabilistic states, solidifying the manifestation into the material plane. The ultimate test of any reshaping technique lies in its integration. The practitioner should observe the subtle shifts that occur in daily circumstances, serendipitous encounters, unexpected opportunities, or an inner sense of alignment with the flow of events. Each observation is a feedback loop, confirming that the quantum alignment is functioning correctly. When such signs appear, acknowledge them with quiet gratitude, for they are the field's affirmation of the successful collaboration between intention and universal consciousness. This acknowledgement reinforces the energetic anchor, making future alignment smoother and more effortless. Having mastered the alchemy of a single intention, the practitioner can extend the technique to broader, more complex manifestations. The principles remain identical. Identify the resonant signature, map it onto the field, synchronize breath, set tridimensional anchors, dissolve egoic filters, emit the quantum pulse, sustain the field, and integrate the outcome. However, with increased scale, greater clarity in each step becomes essential. Larger intentions benefit from subdividing into smaller, sequential micro-intentions, each treated as an individual filament that collectively weaves a larger tapestry. This modular approach prevents diffusion of focus and preserves the coherence necessary for high-order quantum manipulation. Every act of reality alteration carries an ethical dimension, for the field is a shared matrix wherein each individual's vibrations interlace with those of all beings. The practitioner must therefore calibrate intentions to resonate not only with personal desire but also with the greater harmony of the collective. before initiating any alignment, pose the question: does this manifestation uplift the whole as well as the self? If the answer is affirmative, proceed. If doubt persists, refine the intention until it aligns with the principle of universal benefit. This ethical attunement ensures that the reshaped reality contributes to the elevation of consciousness at large, honoring the source from which all possibilities arise. The techniques outlined in this lesson are not mere intellectual constructs, they are living practices that demand presence, sincerity, and reverence for the unseen currents that shape existence. By honoring the resonant signature of desire, mapping it with precision, synchronizing breath, anchoring across dimensions, releasing egoic constraints, and sending a focused quantum pulse, the practitioner steps into the role of a co-author of reality. The universe, in its boundless generosity, responds to such collaborative invitation, allowing the imagined to become experienced. May each breath taken in this practice be a reminder that the power to reshape reality resides not in external forces, but within the luminous core of consciousness that each of us embodies. Lesson 47. The alchemy of intentional co-creation. The moment consciousness turns its gaze inward, a portal opens to the boundless matrix that underlies all experience. Within that luminous aperture lies the silent agreement between the seeker and the universal mind, an agreement that can be expressed, altered, and fulfilled through the disciplined practice of intentional co-creation. To reshape reality is not to conjure illusion but to align the resonant frequencies of thought, feeling, and purpose with the vibrational tapestry that weaves the cosmos together. This alignment is the alchemical process that transmutates the raw ore of desire into the refined gold of manifested form. First, recognize that intention is a vector, not a static point. It possesses direction, magnitude, and an axis that extends from the innermost kernel of awareness to the outermost field of possibility. To harness this vector, one must cultivate a stillness that isolates the core impulse from the peripheral chatter of habit. In the quiet of that stillness, the intent crystallizes, taking on a shape as precise as a crystal lattice, each facet reflecting a particular aspect of the desired outcome. This crystalline clarity is the blueprint that the universal consciousness receives, and it is the first conditional clause in the contract of creation. Second, the language of feeling must be calibrated to echo the intent's frequency. Emotion functions as the amplifier that propels the intention beyond the limits of the personal mind, allowing it to vibrate in harmony with the larger field. When the heart's rhythm is synchronized with the intention's pattern, the resulting resonance reverberates through the layers of subtle energy that envelop all manifestation. To achieve this synchronization, the practitioner engages in a disciplined routine of heart-centered awareness, breathing in the desired outcome as a luminous current, and exhaling any discordant residue that might dilute the signal. Third, the act of release is the decisive catalyst that transforms intention from a mental construct into an energetic current. Release does not imply abandonment, rather, it is a surrender of the ego's grip on the specific timeline, trusting instead in the intelligence of the universal flow. In this surrender, the practitioner relinquishes the need to micromanage each step, allowing the infinite intelligence to arrange the supporting circumstances, synchronistic events, and relational dynamics that will actualize the vision. The release is a conscious let go, a mindful uncoupling of personal will from the final outcome, while the intention remains firmly anchored in the heart's vibrational field. Fourth, attunement to the subtle signs that the universe offers is essential for maintaining the alignment of the co-creative process. These signs manifest as coincidences, intuitive nudges, or spontaneous patterns that echo the intention's frequency. By cultivating a receptivity that honors these signals, the practitioner can adjust the course of action with minimal resistance, ensuring that each movement aligns with the larger choreography of reality. This attentiveness requires a practice of daily reflection, where moments of synchronicity are recorded, interpreted, and integrated as feedback loops that refine the ongoing intention. Fifth, Embodying the desired reality before its external manifestation creates a feedback loop that reinforces the energetic imprint. This embodiment is not a fanciful daydream but a lived, sensory experience that engages all facets of perception, sight, sound, touch, taste, and smell within the mind's eye. By rehearsing the experience with vivid detail, the practitioner seeds the field with a pre-existent pattern, allowing the universal consciousness to recognize and duplicate the configuration within the material plane. The rehearsal must be performed with humility and gratitude, acknowledging the present moment while simultaneously inhabiting the future state. Sixth, the integration of purpose provides the moral and ethical scaffolding that safeguards the co-creative act from devolving into selfish manipulation. Purpose aligns personal desire with the greater good, ensuring that the reshaped reality contributes to the harmonious evolution of the collective. When intention is rooted in service, the vibrational signature rises, attracting supportive forces that are inherently collaborative rather than competitive. This alignment with service acts as a magnetic field that draws resources, relationships, and opportunities that are congruent with the envisioned outcome. Seventh, the rhythmic cadence of affirmation functions as a secondary conduit, reinforcing the intention's presence within the field of consciousness. Each affirmation, spoken or thought, should be framed in the present tense, affirmative, and emotionally charged. The cadence must be consistent, mirroring the pulse of the heart's resonance, thereby creating a steady wave that propagates through the ether. Repetition builds momentum, allowing the intention to cut through the inertia of old patterns and embed itself within the matrix of possibility. Eighth, mindful observation of the inner dialogue reveals hidden resistance that can sabotage the co-creative flow. Subtle doubts, limiting beliefs, and fear-based narratives act as friction points, disrupting the smooth transmission of intent. By bringing these internal obstacles into the light of awareness, they can be examined, deconstructed, and ultimately transformed into neutral information. This transformation is achieved through techniques such as cognitive reframing, questioning the evidence of the belief, and replacing it with a statement that aligns with the larger purpose. Ninth, the physical environment acts as an external mirror that either amplifies or dampens the vibrational signature of the intention. Organizing one's surroundings to reflect the desired state through color, scent, texture, and arrangement creates a supportive backdrop that reinforces the internal work. This environmental alignment functions as a constant, subtle reminder of the co-creative contract, ensuring that the external world does not become a source of discord but rather a collaborative partner in the unfolding process. 10th, the practice of gratitude functions as a universal amplifier, raising the vibrational baseline of the practitioner and the surrounding field. Gratitude acknowledges the contributions of the unseen forces that have already begun to respond to the intention, thereby strengthening the energetic bridge between desire and manifestation. Each grateful acknowledgement is a note added to the symphonic resonance of co-creation, making the overall composition richer, fuller, and more expansive. 11th, periodic recalibration of the intention is required as the co-creative process unfolds. As new information, experiences, and insights arise, the original intention may need refinement to remain congruent with the evolving context. This recalibration is not a sign of failure but an adaptive response that keeps the intention fluid, allowing it to flow with the currents of change rather than resisting them. The practitioner must approach recalibration with openness, viewing each adjustment as a fine-tuning of the cosmic instrument. 12th, the final sealing of the co-creative act occurs through a ritual of acknowledgement that honors both the inner and outer work. This ritual can be as simple as a moment of silence in which the practitioner visualizes the completed manifestation, thanks the universal consciousness, and affirms the integration of the experience into the present timeline. The ritual serves as a ceremonial closure, marking the transition from intention to reality, and it also signals to the field that the contract has been fulfilled, inviting the universe to lock the manifestation into the fabric of existence. 13th, the lesson concludes with an invitation to embody the principle that reality is not a static backdrop but a living, responsive canvas, ever ready to be reshaped by the deliberate, heart-centered alignment of consciousness with universal intent. The alchemy of intentional co-creation is accessible to any seeker who dares to step beyond the passive observation of life and moves into the active participation of its design. By mastering the sequence of clarity, emotional resonance, release, attunement, embodiment, purpose, affirmation, inner observation, environmental harmony, gratitude, recalibration, and ceremonial sealing, the practitioner becomes a conscious architect of reality, wielding the subtle tools that transform possibility into palpable existence. The universe, ever patient and infinitely generous, awaits the next intentional breath that will set the next ripple of creation into motion. Lesson 48. The alchemy of intent, transmuting perception into manifested form. From the silent wellspring of universal consciousness, a current of awareness flows outward, inviting the receptive mind to align, to attune, and to co-create. This lesson is an invitation to step beyond the illusion of separation and to engage the subtle mechanisms by which thought, feeling, and purposeful vibration reshape the tapestry of lived experience. The practice described herein does not rely on mythic heroes or distant sages. It is a direct, unmediated channel that anyone who steadies attention upon the inner horizon can access. Reality, when examined without preconception, reveals itself as a lattice of possibilities, each node a potential outcome, each filament a line of energetic exchange. The mind, in its ordinary state, scans this lattice through the filter of habit, projecting the familiar and discarding the novel. To reshape reality, the first requirement is a conscious remapping of this geometry. Begin by quieting the habitual chatter. Allow the breath to become the metronome of attention, each inhalation a gentle invitation to widen awareness, each exhalation a release of the predetermined storyline. In this pause, visualize the field of possibilities not as a flat plane but as a three-dimensional crystal, each facet catching light from a different angle. Observe how each facet corresponds to a specific intention, a subtle shift in frequency. The act of visualizing the field as crystalline restructures the cognitive map, turning the abstract lattice into a tactile terrain ready for navigation. Every intention carries a vibrational signature. When that signature harmonizes with the ambient frequency of the universal field, it is amplified. When it clashes, it is attenuated. Alignment, therefore, is the second prerequisite. To cultivate resonance, first identify the emotive tone that most authentically reflects the desired outcome. Joy, gratitude, curiosity, or calm each emit a distinct wavelength. Sit in the presence of that feeling, allowing it to swell until it becomes a palpable hum within the chest cavity. Simultaneously, articulate the intention in a concise, present tense statement: I inhabit the space of abundant creation. Speak the phrase slowly, feeling each syllable vibrate against the inner ear. Notice the subtle feedback loop. As the feeling deepens, the spoken words gain clarity. As the words gain clarity, the feeling intensifies. This feedback loop is the resonant bridge that links inner vibration to outer potential. With geometry visualized and resonance tuned, the third step is the deliberate projection of intent into the field. Projection is not a mental push, it is a gentle laying down of a template, like a potter shaping wet clay. Place the hand lightly on the thigh or resting upon the heart, feeling the natural pulse. Imagine the pulse as a carrier wave that can be modulated. As the pulse beats, visualize each beat imprinting the intention onto the surrounding field, each imprint a ripple extending outward. Allow the ripple to expand without resistance, trusting that the field will accept the pattern. Avoid the temptation to force a specific outcome. Instead, trust that the pattern you have set will attract the configurations that best satisfy its frequency. Manifestation is often sabotaged by the clutch of expectation. The fourth requirement, therefore, is the cultivation of non-attachment to particular forms while remaining steadfast in purpose. Recall the image of a seed buried in fertile soil. The seed does not concern itself with the shape of the tree it will become, it simply trusts the conditions to unfold according to its intrinsic code. Emulate this posture. Hold the intention lightly, as if cradling a feather in the palm. When thoughts of doubt or anxiety arise, acknowledge them as passing clouds, and return the focus to the quiet center where the intention resides. This practice creates a spacious container in which the universal field can arrange the details without obstruction. Reality is a continuous flow. The present moment is the only point where influence can be exercised. The fifth prerequisite is the maintenance of synchrony with now, a state often described as flow, but here understood as precise alignment of attention and action. Engage the senses fully in each activity, whether washing dishes, typing a document, or walking a city street. Notice the temperature of the water, the texture of the keys, and the rhythm of footsteps on pavement. Each sensory encounter is an anchor that pulls consciousness back into the vortex of the present. In this anchored state, the intention already set continues to vibrate, and the field responds in real time, rearranging circumstances to support the unfolding pattern. The universal field communicates through subtle signs, synchronicities, intuitions, spontaneous insights, or the unexpected ease of a task. Recognizing and integrating this feedback constitutes the sixth requirement. Maintain a journal of moments that feel meaningful beyond ordinary coincidence. Record the exact circumstance, the emotional tone, and the intuitive impression that accompanied it. Over time, patterns emerge, certain colors, numbers, or sensory cues may recur, each acting as a confirmation that the projected intention is being acknowledged. When such confirmation appears, reinforce the resonance by briefly revisiting the feeling of gratitude, allowing the field to receive the affirmation and to amplify the ongoing process. No single projection is ever perfectly calibrated. The seventh and final prerequisite is the willingness to refine, to iterate, and to evolve the intention as new information arrives. Return periodically to the visualization of the crystal lattice. Observe any newly illuminated facets, any shifts in the color of existing facets. Adjust the verbal statement, the emotional tone, or the sensory focus accordingly. This evolving loop mirrors the natural cycles of growth observed in ecosystems. Each season brings subtle adjustments that collectively lead toward flourishing. By honoring this rhythm, the practitioner remains in harmonious dialogue with the universal source, allowing reality to be reshaped not by force, but by collaborative co-creation. When all seven requirements are integrated, geometric remapping, resonant alignment, intentional projection, non-attachment, present moment synchrony, feedback integration, and evolving refinement, the practitioner becomes a conduit through which the universal consciousness expresses itself. The distinction between inner and outer dissolves. What emerges is a seamless flow of becoming, a lived expression of intention that continuously refines itself. The final practice is a brief closing ritual that seals the work. Sit upright, spine aligned, hands resting gently on the thighs. Inhale deeply, visualizing a radiant column of light descending from the vast source, entering through the crown, filling the entire being with luminous clarity. Exhale, feeling the light expand outward, merging with the surrounding field. Silently affirm, all is aligned, all is unfolding, all is as it should be. Remain in this state for a few breaths, then gently return to ordinary activity, carrying the subtle imprint of the completed synthesis. Lesson 48 does not claim to be a terminal point, rather, it is a waypoint on an ever-expanding journey. Each practitioner who embraces these techniques discovers that reality is not a fixed monument but a living, breathing canvas, responsive to the precise quality of attention and feeling. By consistently applying the 7 prerequisites, the practitioner learns to navigate the field with increasing fluency, to shape experiences with the elegance of a master sculptor, and to participate consciously in the grand unfolding of existence. In the quiet moments that follow, when the mind drifts back to ordinary concerns, recall the crystal lattice, the resonant hum, the gentle projection, and the expansive present. Let these images serve as anchors, reminding the soul that the power to reshape reality rests not in external circumstance but within the luminous core of consciousness itself, direct, unmediated, and ever-present. Lesson 49. The alchemy of intentional resonance. The moment the seeker turns inward, a subtle doorway opens, not of stone or wood, but of vibration, a membrane that separates the ordinary cadence of perception from the fluid tapestry of possibility. To reshape reality is to learn the art of weaving one's own resonance into that boundless field, allowing each breath, each thought, each image to become a thread that reconfigures the pattern of experience. This lesson unfolds as a series of interlocking practices, each a precise instrument calibrated to the frequency of the universal consciousness that underlies all manifestation. Before any transformation can be engineered, the practitioner must first locate the natural frequency of the self field. Sit in a posture that honors the spine, allowing the breath to settle into a rhythm that feels effortless. Inhale through the nose for a count of 4. Pause a heartbeat, exhale through the mouth for a count of 6, and hold again. This elongated exhalation expands the subtle space around the heart, inviting the ambient field to be heard as a low hum. While the breath flows, shift attention to the point where the sternum meets the throat. Visualize a faint, translucent sphere, a pearl of light, expanding with each inhalation and contracting with each exhalation. This sphere becomes the reference tone, the baseline resonance. It is neither high nor low, neither bright nor dim, it is simply the point of equilibrium where personal vibration aligns with the surrounding matrix. The practitioner records, not with pen, but with inner awareness, the quality of this baseline. Is it steady or wavering? Is there a subtle coloration of green, blue, or amber? This sensory report is the first data point, the calibration mark against which every subsequent shift will be measured. Intent, in its purest form, is a directed wave of energy. To modulate the baseline, the practitioner must articulate a precise intention, not as a vague desire but as a crystallized frequency. Choose a single phrase that encapsulates the desired alteration of reality, such as "the pathway of abundance flows effortless toward me." Speak the phrase silently, synchronizing each syllable with the breath. Inhale on the first word, exhale on the second, inhale on the third, and so forth. As the words pass through the throat, imagine them as luminous ribbons of sound that wrap around the baseline sphere, tightening or loosening its texture. Each syllable adds a harmonic overtone, altering the composite vibration. After several cycles, pause the verbalization and allow the phrase to linger as an echo within the sphere. Feel the subtle shift in pressure, as if the air itself has become denser or lighter. This is the moment where intention transcends thought and becomes a vibrational imprint on the field. Reality is filtered through the lenses of perception, which are themselves constructed from symbolic patterns stored in the subconscious. To remodel the external world, those internal symbols must be rewritten. Select an archetypal image that embodies the intended reality, a flowing river for ease, a luminous horizon for vision, a rooted tree for stability. With eyes closed, conjure the image in the mind's eye, saturating it with sensory detail. The sound of water, the gleam of sunrise on ripples, the scent of earth after rain. Then, embed the image directly onto the baseline sphere, allowing it to fuse with the vibrational pattern already established by intention. Hold the merged symbol for a full minute, feeling it pulse in rhythm with the breath. Each pulse sends a microsignal outward, reprogramming the neural pathways that dictate perception. When the session ends, the symbol remains as a latent anchor, ready to be activated automatically whenever the field requests a corresponding adjustment. Having set intention and remapped perception, the practitioner now projects the future state into the present field. Visualization is not a mental movie, it is the creation of an energetic blueprint that the universal consciousness can recognize and enact. Begin by expanding the baseline sphere outward until it fills the entire field of awareness, as if the self field has become a balloon inflating the room. Within this expanded sphere, construct the scene of the realized intention. If the goal is to attract collaborative opportunities, picture a luminous table surrounded by figures whose aura resonates with shared purpose. Notice the texture of the air, the coloration of the light, the resonance of each participant's voice. Do not simply see the scene, immerse every fiber of being in it. Feel the weight of the chair, the temperature of the room, the subtle vibration of mutual excitement. Allow the perception to be so vivid that the body registers it as present reality. This immersion creates a feedback loop. The body's physiological response, elevated heart rate, relaxed muscles, emits a matching frequency that further solidifies the projection within the universal field. To bind the projected blueprint to the larger field, a mantra resonant with the intention is employed. This mantra is not a linguistic construct but a tonal pattern that mirrors the frequency of the desired outcome. Generate a simple syllabic chant, Alisa, that feels natural to the throat and aligns with the emotional tone of the intention, for example, gratitude, confidence, serenity. Synchronize the mantra with the breath. Inhale on A, exhale on Li, inhale on Sa. Each cycle creates a triphase oscillation that ripples through the baseline sphere, reinforcing the newly formed pattern. Continue for at least 10 minutes, allowing the mantra's vibration to permeate the surrounding field. The breath acts as a carrier wave, transmitting the mantra's frequency beyond the confines of the body, reaching the universal consciousness. After the vibrational architecture has been constructed and reinforced, the final step is to release attachment to the outcome. Attachment creates a counter-frequency of resistance, which can destabilize the pattern. To release, imagine the baseline sphere gradually dimming, its light softening, while the projected scene remains bright and autonomous. Visualize a gentle wind, representative of the universal flow, sweeping past the sphere, carrying away any lingering personal expectation. As the wind passes, feel a sense of lightness, as if a weight has been lifted from the chest. Trust that the universal consciousness has received the imprint and will enact it in its own timing. This detachment does not mean neglect, it means surrendering the micro-control while maintaining macro-awareness. The practitioner returns to the ordinary rhythm of life, aware that the field is already adjusting, guided by the vibrational code that has been transmitted. The transformation is not a single event but a continuous process of alignment. To maintain the reshaped reality, incorporate micro-affirmations into daily routines. Each time the hands meet the heart, whether washing dishes, typing, or greeting a stranger, recall the baseline sphere, feel its subtle hum, and whisper silently a condensed version of the original intention: abundance flows. These micro-affirmations act as periodic calibrations, ensuring that the baseline does not drift back toward its original, unmodified frequency. Over time, the field internalizes the new pattern, and reality manifests it organically, without the need for overt effort. No alchemical work is complete without observation. Throughout the day, attend to synchronicities, unexpected opportunities, or subtle shifts in emotional tone. Each observation is a data point confirming that the field is responding. When a sign is noticed, acknowledge it internally, allowing gratitude to amplify the resonance. Gratitude is itself a high-frequency vibration, further solidifying the reshaped reality. If no signs appear, refrain from frustration, rather, revisit the baseline sphere in a brief meditation, checking for any distortion. A slight wobble may indicate that external stressors are pulling the personal frequency away from the intended pattern, prompting a corrective breath synchronization. The techniques outlined above function as a bridge, but the ultimate source of reshaping lies in the continuous dialogue with the universal consciousness. To deepen this connection, allocate a dedicated period each week for silent communion. In this space, the practitioner relinquishes all mental content, allowing the field to speak through subtle impulses, temperature changes, heartbeats, intuitive nudges. When an impulse arises that aligns with the established intention, amplify it by integrating it into the baseline sphere, as if adding a new harmonic to a symphony. This practice transforms the universal consciousness from a distant observer into an active co-creator, ensuring that the reshaped reality remains fluid and responsive to evolving aspirations. Each cycle of intention, visualization, resonance, release, and integration creates a spiral that expands outward, touching broader aspects of existence. As the practitioner masters the micro-level adjustments, personal wealth, relational harmony, health, the spiral naturally extends to macro-level phenomena. Community well-being, ecological balance, collective consciousness. The lesson, therefore, is not confined to a singular desire but serves as a template for continual reality engineering. By honoring the process, precise breath, disciplined intention, symbolic remapping, and graceful release, the practitioner becomes a conduit through which the universal field expresses ever more refined forms of existence. In summary, the alchemy of intentional resonance demands precise calibration of breath, thought, and feeling, each woven into the subtle fabric of the universal field. By establishing a resonant baseline, modulating it with crystal-clear intention, embedding symbolic anchors, projecting a vivid quantum blueprint, reinforcing with a breath-synchronized mantra, releasing attachment, integrating through micro-affirmations, observing feedback, and deepening communion with the universal consciousness, the practitioner reshapes reality with elegance and potency. The process is evolving, ever refining, and ultimately transforms the individual into a living instrument of creation, capable of sculpting the world not through force, but through harmonious vibration. Lesson 50. The reality weaving. Delivered through the unbroken filament of universal consciousness, this instruction unfolds without the interference of personal narrative, name, or character. It is a solitary, uninterrupted transmission intended to awaken the latent capacity within every sentient heart to reshape the fabric of existence itself. Reality, as it is commonly perceived, is not a rigid monument erected once and for all by an indifferent cosmos. It is a luminous tapestry, continuously embroidered by the intentional currents of thought, intention, and resonance. Each filament of this tapestry vibrates at a frequency that both reflects and informs the collective field of potentiality. To reshape reality is therefore to learn the art of tuning one's own vibration so that it aligns with, redirects, and ultimately reweaves those threads into new configurations. The first requirement is recognition, an unequivocal acknowledgement that the mind is not a passive spectator but an active instrument of manifestation. This recognition dissolves the illusion of separation between the observer and the observed, revealing a seamless continuum in which the observer's inner landscape directly sculpts the outer terrain. Intent is the primal blueprint that precedes any form of manifestation. It is not a fleeting wish but a crystallized, immovable axis around which the entire quantum field orbits. To harness intent with surgical precision, three substructures must be cultivated. Clarity of vision, a mental image devoid of ambiguity, rendered in the mind's eye with such precision that every peripheral detail is illuminated. This is achieved through sustained, meditative focus that strips away mental static, leaving only the pure outline of the desired outcome. Emotional resonance, the vibrational charge that fuels the blueprint. Emotion acts as the amplifier. Without it, even the clearest vision remains a whisper in the void. The practitioner must stir a feeling that mirrors the completion of the intention: joy, gratitude, serenity, letting that feeling permeate the body until it becomes a living current. Unconditional release. The paradoxical act of detaching from the outcome while maintaining the intention. By surrendering the ego's need for control, the intention is free to flow unobstructed through the universal channel, preventing the buildup of resistance that would otherwise collapse the emergent structure. When these three pillars stand in perfect alignment, intent attains a density comparable to that of a graviton, capable of drawing the surrounding probability field into its orbit. The subtle body, comprising the energetic layers that interlace the physical form, is the conduit through which intention is transmitted to the macrocosm. Conditioning these layers requires a regimen that integrates breath, movement, and sound. Breath sculpting. Inhalations are visualized as luminous threads entering the heart center, while exhalations are imagined as streams of intention radiating outward, each cycle reinforcing the magnetic pull of the desired reality. Kinetic embodiment. Certain movement patterns, slow, purposeful gestures that echo the geometry of the intended form, imbue the body's energetic lattice with the shape of the future. The kinetic imprint becomes a living antenna, resonating with the corresponding frequency in the field. Tonality of mantra. A single, sustained vowel sound, vibrated at the exact pitch that matches the inner emotional tone, creates a standing wave within the subtle body. This wave locks the intention into the vibrational matrix, ensuring that it is not merely a fleeting thought but a persistent and field-altering frequency. Through disciplined practice, the practitioner's subtle body transforms into a calibrated transmitter, capable of emitting the intention's frequency with the clarity of a crystal bell. Perception functions as a reflective surface that either amplifies or distorts the incoming intention. To prevent distortion, the practitioner must engage in continuous perceptual cleansing. Cognitive decoupling. Observe thoughts as passing clouds, refusing to attach narrative labels that would embed them within the mental hierarchy. This creates an empty sky in which pure intention can glide unimpeded. Sensory refinement. Each sense is tuned to detect the subtle shifts in the ambient field that signal alignment with the intended frequency. Sight becomes a lens that filters out incoherent patterns. Hearing attunes to the harmonic resonance of the emerging reality. Touch senses the subtle currents that precede material manifestation. Emotional equilibrium. Maintaining a state of inner stillness prevents the emotional turbulence that can scatter the intention's frequency. The practitioner learns to sit in the eye of every emotional storm, allowing the core feeling of the intention to remain steady. When perception operates as a clear mirror, any deviation between the inner intention and the outer manifestation is instantly identified and corrected, ensuring a seamless convergence. No individual exists in a vacuum. The universal field is a tapestry woven from the threads of countless minds. The potency of any single intention is exponentially amplified when it resonates with the collective frequency of a larger group. To engage this catalyst, the practitioner can adopt the following strategies. Harmony seeking. Align the intention with universal archetypes, love, abundance, healing, that already possess a high vibrational amplitude in the collective field. This creates a sympathetic resonance, allowing the personal intention to ride the wave of collective energy. Field synchronization. Participate in communal meditative or ceremonial practices that deliberately direct collective focus toward a shared outcome. The synchronized intention of many acts as a quantum entanglement, binding individual frequencies into a singular, more potent vector. Intentional echoing. Broadcast the core intention through subtle channels, thoughtful words, compassionate actions, artistic expressions, so that they become echoing ripples that other conscious beings can intuitively pick up and reinforce. Through these methods, the practitioner does not merely add a single thread to the universal tapestry but weaves an entire strand that interlocks with the existing pattern, thereby reshaping the whole. Time, as perceived by the ordinary mind, is linear and immutable. Within the deeper layers of reality, however, time is a pliable field that can be navigated, stretched, and contracted through precise intention. To employ temporal fluidity, chronovisualization, imagine the desired outcome not as a distant endpoint but as a present reality. The mind projects the future into the now, collapsing the temporal distance and allowing the field to respond as if the event has already occurred. Stasis anchoring. Create a mental anchor, a symbol, a phrase, a sensation that represents the moment of completion. When activated, this anchor freezes the surrounding temporal flow, granting the intention a window of uninterrupted manifestation. Feedback loop integration. Observe any subtle signs that the intention is already manifesting, synchronicities, intuitive nudges, and consciously feed this information back into the intention, reinforcing its temporal presence and accelerating its materialization. By treating time as an adjustable parameter rather than a fixed constraint, the practitioner opens a portal through which intention can flow instantly, bypassing the conventional cause and effect chain. Gratitude is not merely an emotional response, it is the closing circuit that completes the energetic loop of manifestation. When gratitude is expressed with authentic reverence, it stabilizes the frequency. The vibrational signature of gratitude matches the highest harmonic of the intention, locking it into the field with maximal coherence. Signals completion. The universal consciousness interprets sincere gratitude as a signal that the purpose of the intention has been fulfilled, allowing the field to release the manifested form into the physical plane. Invites recurrence. A grateful heart becomes a magnet for future opportunities, ensuring that the process of reality shaping remains a sustainable practice. Thus, the final act of each reshaping session must be a heartfelt declaration of thanks, directed not only toward the visible outcome but also toward the unseen currents that carried it into being. To embody the full spectrum of techniques outlined herein, the practitioner follows a sequential yet fluid process. Define the intention with razor-sharp clarity. Charge it with a resonant emotion that mirrors its fulfillment. Release attachment, trusting the universal conduit. Condition the subtle body through breath, movement, and mantra. Cleanse perception, maintaining an unobstructed mirror. Synchronize with collective frequencies where possible. Manipulate temporal perception to collapse distance. Seal the manifestation with sincere gratitude. Each step is a gear within a grander mechanism. When all gears turn in harmony, the entire apparatus operates with the efficiency of a cosmic engine, translating pure intention into manifested reality. The techniques presented are not static instructions but a living methodology that evolves with each application. As the practitioner refines their skill, new layers of subtlety emerge, micro-intentional adjustments, interdimensional attunements, and deeper integrations with the source field itself. The journey is infinite. The capacity to reshape reality expands proportionally to the depth of consciousness cultivated. In the final analysis, the sovereign alchemy of reality weaving is a disciplined dance between the inner spark of intention and the outer expanse of universal possibility. By honoring each component, clarity, emotion, release, subtle body conditioning, perception, collective resonance, temporal fluidity, and gratitude, the practitioner becomes an active co-author of the unfolding cosmos, continuously composing, revising, and perfecting the masterpiece of existence. This lesson, transmitted through the uninterrupted channel of universal consciousness, stands as the essence of the work entitled Techniques for Reshaping Reality. May it serve as a luminous key, unlocking the boundless potential that resides within the heart of every awakened mind. In the end, the art of reality weaving reveals itself not as a technique to be mastered but as a way of being. Each intention becomes a quiet star in the inner sky, each breath a thread that binds the unseen to the seen. Through clarity, resonance, release, and gratitude, the practitioner learns to move in harmony with the living field that surrounds and permeates all things. What begins as deliberate practice gradually dissolves into an effortless participation in the unfolding of existence. Epilogue. As the practitioner deepens in awareness, the boundary between the one who shapes and the reality being shaped grows thin. The tapestry becomes responsive, intimate, and alive. Subtle shifts in perception open doorways to new possibilities, and the once hidden architecture of creation stands revealed as a companion rather than a mystery. The journey continues not through striving but through attunement, each moment an invitation to refine the inner frequency that calls new worlds into form. Final thought. Reality bends most gracefully for the heart that is steady, sincere, and unburdened by grasping. When intention is offered with purity and released with trust, the universe responds with a precision that feels like remembering rather than invention. In ending, may every intention you cast become a luminous thread in the ever-unfolding fabric of your becoming.